At a merchandise booth for an idol event, a staff member asks a male fan which girl he would like to talk to. The fan thanks the staff and prepares to make his selection. The fan asks for a meeting with Yurumin, which briefly confuses the staff member because she rarely sells any tickets. The fan hands over a purple ticket and realizes he almost forgot about her because her lack of sales makes her forgettable. The fan adjusts his glasses and prepares to meet his target. This is the start of his session with the idol Yurumin, who is dressed in a plaid stage outfit and tall black boots. The fan requests to buy 2 more CDs so he can extend his time for the meet and greet session. He enters the meeting area where Yurumin is waiting. She sees him and asks if he is back again. He identifies her as the specific idol that he supports. Since he has 3 CDs, he is granted 3 minutes to talk with her. He notices the other idol booths have long lines while he is the only person waiting for Yurumin, making him realize he is her only fan. The lack of other fans is attributed to her group's low profile and her own lack of talent. Her singing and dancing are described as being objectively terrible during performances. Despite her poor skills, he continues to show up as her sole supporter. A staff member tells him to go ahead and begin his allotted time with her. During their conversation, Yurumin asks why he is always dressed entirely in black. He explains that he wears the color because it is her designated theme color as an idol. She scoffs at his explanation and says the color suits a plain guy like him. It is noted that she is not very honest when it comes to expressing her actual feelings. The fan suddenly becomes very formal and tells Yurumin there is something he needs to say to her. She is surprised by his sudden change in attitude and asks why he is being so serious. He bluntly calls her clumsy and critiques her performance. He tells her she was a step behind the other dancers and was clearly singing out of tune during the hook of the song. He continues his list of complaints, pointing out that she jumped to the side during the final poses when she shouldn't have. She looks increasingly shocked as he deconstructs her mistakes. He tells her that she needs to listen more closely to the song while she is performing. She begins to look upset and physically shakes as the criticism continues. Yurumin finally snaps and asks if he pays for these sessions just so he can insult her to her face. She tells him she is trying her best, but he interrupts to start another critique, causing her to demand what he wants now. The fan tells Yurumin that even if she is unable to sing or dance well, he has more to say about her performance. He explains that the way she tries so desperately during her time on stage is what makes her stand out to him. The fan bluntly states that he finds her desperate efforts to be cute. Yurumin is stunned into silence by the sudden compliment and becomes visibly flustered. The fan notices her reaction and asks if something is wrong. Yurumin struggles to process what he just said and remains confused. He asks if she failed to hear him and offers to repeat himself. Yurumin shouts that she heard him perfectly fine at this distance. He concludes that her hearing him is a good thing. Yurumin asks if he has always been the type to speak so strongly. The fan explains that he usually tries to be inoffensive because he does not want to be noticed by the idol he supports. This revelation shocks her. Yurumin considers his words while realizing that he is currently the only person visiting her booth. The fan points out that her lack of popularity makes it impossible for him not to stand out as a supporter. He admits to spending a large amount of money on her merchandise. Yurumin questions if he is actually a fan of hers. He observes that her merchandise is always left over at the booth. He acknowledges that she is far from being a perfect idol. He considers the 8 billion people on the planet. He explains that since he is her only fan, he felt obligated to tell her exactly how he feels about her. The fan declares that he will support her with the collective strength of 8 billion people. Yurumin remains frozen and speechless after hearing his intense declaration of support. She eventually reacts by calling him cringe and questioning why he is getting so heated. She tells him he can do whatever he wants. The staff member announces that their time is up. The fan thanks the staff and tells Yurumin that he is always supporting her as he prepares to leave. Yurumin stands alone at her booth as the fan and the staff member depart. She remains in a state of shock from the interaction. Sitting back in her chair, Yurumin reflects on the fan's intense declaration to support her with the power of billions. She realizes just how much he must like her. At the concert, the fan holds up light sticks and cheers from the crowd. Yurumin watches him from the stage and wonders if his feelings for her are a bit too much. During her next performance, Yurumin continues her clumsy routine. The fan is right in the front row, yelling her name at the top of his lungs. Later, the fan shows off a limited edition selfie from Yurumin's very first concert. Yurumin is horrified to see it and reacts with a loud shout wanting the embarrassing item gone. He recalls comments from other fans comparing her to an earth-bound spirit in that specific photo. Yurumin tells him to shut up and demands he throw the pictures away because they are embarrassing. The fan refuses to part with them, claiming they are precious enough to become family treasures. Yurumin is left speechless by his dedication to her worst merchandise. In private, Yurumin sits alone and practices her routine. She repeats the fans' specific critiques about her tempo and the hook of the song to herself. A new performance begins at a venue called Live House Ears. Yurumin takes the stage once again to perform for her audience. The fan stands in the middle of the crowd cheering with his light sticks. He remains dedicated to the idol he supports. Surrounded by other concert-goers, he is the only one focusing his energy entirely on her. He identifies her as the only idol he supports. On stage, Yurumin's lack of coordination is obvious as she misses jumps and dances poorly. The rest of the crowd mocks her for being clumsy, but the fan shouts at them to be quiet and continues to cheer her on. Yurumin spots him in the front row again while she is mid-dance. She is surprised to see him return so consistently. Despite his vocal support, Yurumin feels patronized by his constant presence and detailed critiques. She struggles to understand his motives as she continues her performance. Yurumin gets annoyed on stage and decides to surprise the fan with a move that will make his heart race. The fan stands in the front row as his heart begins to thud. Yurumin attempts a fan service wink while posing, but the resulting expression is strained and awkward. The fan and the surrounding crowd stare back with flat, confused expressions. People in the audience whisper among themselves, wondering if she stepped on something sharp or why her face looks so strange. The fan realizes that the bizarre expression was likely meant to be a wink. Yurumin believes she perfectly executed the move and expects the fan to be moved to tears. She is shocked to find him showing no reaction at all. The fan reflects on how clumsy her performance was again today. Yurumin stands exhausted on stage, questioning what happened to the reaction she expected from her wink. The show ends and the idols are told they are finished for the day. Yurumin wonders if the fan missed her attempt at a wink. As she heads off, the fan calls out to her. The fan bluntly asks Yurumin if she is incapable of winking correctly. She looks defensive and flustered as the surrounding noise of the crowd continues. The fan mocks her attempt by making a weird face, showing her exactly how strange she looked. Yurumin stares at him in disbelief. Yurumin gives a bright, genuine smile into her microphone during the performance. The power of her smile hits the fan like a physical force, knocking him backward. Other attendees ask if he is all right as he slumps against the railing. The fan starts crying and admits he has simply forgotten how to stop his tears. Another fan nearby observes that he is a truly extreme fan. The fan claims he could die happy at that moment, but his companion reminds him that if he dies, he will miss the upcoming meet and greet session. Determined to see the idol again, the fan's eyes fill with fire as he declares that he will live. He prepares to change his attitude and keep going. 20 minutes pass and Yurumin finally realizes how disastrous her earlier wink actually was. She wonders about the strange face the fan pulled earlier. At the meet and greet booth, the fan asks Yurumin if she winked earlier. She realizes he did see it after all and notes that her attempt created quite a stir among the crowd. The fan asks her what was up with the face she pulled at him. He reveals that he was actually doing a perfect impersonation of her failed winking attempt, which shocks her. The fan tells Yurumin she is really bad at winking, but she laughs it off and says his imitation wasn't even close. He finds her reaction adorable. The staff member prepares for a photo session and tells Yurumin to give her best wink for the next shot. Yurumin accepts the challenge and tells them to bring it on, leaving the fan wondering what exactly she plans to bring. Yurumin tries her best to wink for the camera, but she ends up making another bizarre facial expression. The staff member readies the camera as the shutter clicks. The staff member asks them to hang on a moment because he thinks he caught her mid-blink during the first attempt. They try the photo again. Yurumin puts her fingers up and attempts another wink, but her mouth falls open and she makes an even stranger face as the camera clicks. The staff member asks the fan if he is absolutely sure he wants a copy of that particular photo. The fan insists on having it, while Yurumin desperately wants to see how the picture turned out. Yurumin looks at the printed photo and is completely horrified by her own expression. Yurumin demands a retake because she is embarrassed by the outcome. The fan stares at the picture and tells her there is no way in hell he is giving it up for a retake. Back at home, the fan sits at his table and looks over his growing collection of Yurumin photos. He decides that the recent failed wink photo is the best one he has acquired so far. A few days later, another girl named Eru-chan enters the dressing room. She is surprised to find Yurumin already there and ready for work. Eru-chan remarks on how early Yurumin arrived and jokes that she didn't get lost on the way this time. Yurumin, looking into a handheld mirror, tells her she isn't going to fail today. Eru-chan asks what she is doing. Yurumin admits that she is practicing her winking technique. Eru-chan excitedly offers to help her with the practice. Yurumin is repulsed by the idea of getting help from her, but Eru-chan insists that she wants to help. Yurumin finds Eru-chan's stoic and harsh nature terrifying. Eru-chan questions why winking requires so much practice, but when Yurumin attempts it, she only makes a distorted face that leaves Eru-chan confused. Eru-chan asks if Yurumin was trying to mimic a Tibetan fox meme. Yurumin stares back in silence, unable to respond to the question. Eru-chan explains that eye muscles are crucial for a good wink. She gives Yurumin instructions to hold one eye open while opening and closing the other to build control. Yurumin attempts to follow the drill. Yurumin fails the exercise and makes a strained facial expression. Eru-chan looks at her with growing irritation. Eru-chan forces Yurumin to continue the repetitions of opening and closing her eyes. Yurumin is physically struggling and becomes exhausted by the constant training. Eru-chan snaps and shouts that a real idol must make their fans fall in love. She grabs Yurumin, aggressively, leaving her terrified by the sudden outburst. Eru-chan demands that an idol should be able to wink, dance, and breathe fire simultaneously. Yurumin is overwhelmed by her intense and scary behavior. Yurumin protests that breathing fire is for street performers, not idols. Eru-chan counters that being an idol means achieving the impossible. Another member of the group enters the room and silently observes the chaotic training session. The newcomer asks what the two of them are doing. Eru-chan hugs Yurumin and claims it was tough love now that Yurumin has successfully managed to wink even though she is crying. A fan is shown collapsed on the ground after being overwhelmed by a moment of fanservice. The narrator explains that for dedicated fans, their favorite idol is their ultimate hope and reason for living. Yurumin is shown performing on stage and making a heart symbol with her hands. Yurumin looks down at her fan from the stage. The fan claps for her, viewing her as a radiant and god-like figure on Earth. Yurumin walks off into the wings of the stage. The narrator notes that despite their status to fans, idols are not all powerful. During the performance, Yurumin turns the wrong way. One of her group members calls her a klutz. Her fan continues to shout her name from the crowd. The fan holds up a custom sign telling her to keep her eyes front. A voice wonders why he even possesses such a specific sign. He thinks about how he finally had to use the sign. He prefers supporting her from the shadows without being recognized as she exits the stage. He used to believe he could remain invisible, but he realizes that with Yurumin, staying hidden is impossible. He approaches the merchandise booth and orders 2 Polaroids and a badge. He decides that simply supporting her while she is on stage is enough for him. He reflects on the relationship between an idol and a fan while raising his light sticks toward her. Backstage, Yurumin applies a bandage to a small injury on her face. She finds the process painful. Eru-chan notes that it is just a scratch and tells Yurumin to take better care of herself. Eru-chan bluntly states that since Yurumin lacks other skills, they wouldn't know what to do with her if her looks were ruined. Yurumin is stunned by the harsh comment. Eru-chan mentions that her dedicated fan in the front row was there again. She describes him as the guy wearing glasses and black clothes. Eru-chan continues to refer to him by his appearance. Yurumin asks what the man's name is. Yurumin suddenly realizes she has no idea what her only fan is named. A staff member tells the group that the meet and greet is about to begin. Yurumin decides she really needs to ask for his name since he puts so much effort into seeing her. A staff member tells the fan to go ahead and enter. The fan enters and offers a greeting. He immediately notices the bandage and asks what happened to her face. He leans closer and asks Yurumin if she is hurt. She is caught off guard by his concern. The fan warns Yurumin that if her looks are ruined, it will be the end for her. Yurumin insists she is fine, and he tells her that is good to hear. The fan bows his head slightly and admits he would still like her regardless of how she looks. Yurumin is startled by the comment. The fan brings up the concert that took place earlier. He starts to mention the event while Yurumin looks at him curiously. Yurumin demands that he tell her his name immediately. The fan is caught off guard, wondering why she is asking now. The fan hesitates, feeling like he wants to disappear rather than reveal his identity to the idol he supports. The fan eventually gives in and tells her his name is Okuta Kimiya. Kimiya confirms that it is his real name. Yurumin remarks that it sounds like a real name. Yurumin snaps at him for giving out his private information when he should be using a stage name or nickname at an event like this. She is frustrated that he is being so careless with his privacy. Kimiya asks if she wants the spelling and breaks down his name Okuta Kimiya, confirming the letters to her. Yurumin panics at how easily he is leaking his personal details. Yurumin scolds him, asking what he expects her to do if she were to use his private information for something shady. Kimiya questions if she would actually do something like that. Yurumin shouts at him to shut up, telling him that she is much more likely to be the victim of shady business than the one committing it. Kimiya offers to do her a favor by making sure she remembers his name. Yurumin repeats the name to herself, settling on a version she can remember. The two of them a brief moment where they acknowledge the name. Yurumin asks if Kimiya just said he would change his legal name to the one she mispronounced. Kimiya looks annoyed that she thinks he would actually do that after he just told her his real name. Yurumin stares at Kimiya, her expression unreadable as they continue their intense conversation. Yurumin tells Kimiya that he would be better off using his brain power to memorize lyrics and dance routines instead of worrying about her. She adds that he will probably forget her name by next week anyway, but he firmly disagrees. Kimiya asks if she is truly not hurt, while Yurumin awkwardly thanks him for his concern. A staff member interrupts to announce that their time is up. Yurumin crosses her arms, signaling the end of the session. Kimiya shouts for them to wait a second, clearly not finished with the conversation. Kimiya asks if his name alone is not enough to satisfy her. Yurumin looks at him with a confused expression. Kimiya offers Yurumin his bank card, credit card, and PIN numbers as a gesture of his dedication. Yurumin panics and tells him to stop because he is scaring her. Kimiya, now elsewhere, is approached by a different fan who recognizes him as a regular at the shows. The fan notes that he never misses a performance and asks if he watched today's show as well. The other fan remarks that Kimiya is always positioned front and center during the performances. Kimiya suggests that is only because the idol he supports is usually standing in the center of the stage. The group, known as Merry Universe, is shown together. The conversation shifts to their leader Eru-chan, who is praised for her dependability. The other fan raves about how Eru-chan performs with confidence and precision while remembering every single one of her fans' names. He hails her as the definition of a hospitable idol. Kimiya reflects on the comparison and thinks it is unlikely that Yurumin could ever be like that. He decides to give his fellow fan a piece of merchandise from his collection as a trade. The other fan is shocked to receive a signed Polaroid of Eru-chan from her first concert. He asks Kimiya if he is certain he wants to part with such a valuable item. Kimiya confirms the trade and hands over a ticket for a 2-shot photo session with Yurumin. Kimiya stares at the ticket while the other fan watches his reaction with amusement. The other fan asks Kimiya if he is not normally happy about such things, but Kimiya admits that he is simply not good with 2 shots. Kimiya questions the logic of the situation, noting that it feels presumptuous for an insect to stand alongside an idol who he considers a god. The other fan finds the comparison amusing, noting that by that reasoning he would be an insect too. Kimiya mentions that he finds it fun enough to simply compare the solo shots he has collected. The other fan asks if that is really all he does. Kimiya explains that seeing Yurumin grow and progress through each individual photo brings a tear to his eye. The other fan is incredulous, asking if his collection is just like a children's photo album. A staff member approaches and directs them toward the meet and greet area, telling Kimiya to go get his first 2-shot. The staff member assumes Yurumin will be thrilled to see him. Kimiya dismisses the staff member's optimism, claiming there is no way she will be happy. In the adjacent panel, Yurumin thinks to herself that she can spare some time for him. The scene shifts to the girls' dressing room, where they discuss what poses Yurumin should use for the upcoming 2 shots. One of the girls suggests that they need a variety of poses to pull from for the fans. She asks Yurumin what she normally does. The girl warns Yurumin that she cannot simply rely on shoddy off-the-cuff poses when she is with a customer. The girl demonstrates a heart hands pose, explaining that it is her go-to move when she is in a bind. She asks Yurumin what she does to make fans melt. The girl suggests that Yurumin should use her charms on the guy with the glasses, assuming he would easily pay for a 2-shot ticket. Yurumin notes that she has not done a two-shot yet. Eru-chan intervenes and tells the other girl not to talk like that in front of customers. Yurumin ponders the prospect of doing a two-shot. Yurumin spots Kimiya at the booth and greets him, noting that he is there. Kimiya hands his ticket to the staff member. Yurumin observes that he appears to be in a downcast mood. Kimiya tells Yurumin he wants a two-shot. Yurumin is shocked that he is requesting one so soon. Kimiya stands awkwardly, looking nervous as he asks to be excused, while Yurumin asks why he is acting so scared. Yurumin notes that he always gets solo shots and asks if he wants her to make a heart gesture with her hands for him. Kimiya calmly replies that he is fine with whatever she would like to do. Yurumin feels triumphant, thinking to herself that it is easy to get her first two-shot with him. She tells him she is going to take the shot now. Yurumin is frustrated that he is leaving her hanging while Kimiya looks confused. Kimiya complains about the situation, and Yurumin reminds him that she is an idol and he is an otaku. Kimiya thinks to himself that not all otaku want to be lovey-dovey with their favorite idols. He wonders if her romantic plan failed. Kimiya tells Yurumin that he dislikes being shown next to her in a photo, insisting that beautiful things should be kept beautiful. Kimiya looks away and insists that supporting her from the shadows is enough for him. Yurumin glares at him, asking if that is the reason he always buys solo shot tickets instead of two shots. Kimiya tells Yurumin that he is not fit to be by her side. Yurumin stares at him in disbelief, repeating his words back to him as a question. Kimiya tells Yurumin to listen to him. Kimiya tells Yurumin that it is impossible for him not to be noticed by her. He explains that he does not want her to waste her time remembering his name or recognizing him. Yurumin clenches her fist tightly as she listens to him. Yurumin becomes flustered and tearful, telling Kimiya that he is all she has. Yurumin kicks Kimiya in frustration, demanding that he stop talking about not being fit and continue to support her. Yurumin agrees to take a two-shot photo as the staff member counts down. Yurumin reminds Kimiya to make heart hands for the photo as they prepare to pose. They both form a heart shape with their hands as the staff member counts down the final seconds. Kimiya tells Yurumin that is what he likes about her. Yurumin looks shocked and flustered by his sudden statement. The camera shutter clicks as they pose together for the photo. Yurumin looks at the printed photo and calls it scary, noting it looks like a ghost picture. Kimiya calls it typical, and they agree not to take a retake. Kimiya stands in a crowded venue, sweating and looking exhausted. Kimiya yells for Yurumin to let him hear her. He notes that the venue is packed because it is a battle of the band's event. Yurumin struggles on stage, desperately trying to remember the steps to her dance routine. Yurumin strikes a pose while still looking flustered and overwhelmed. Yurumin looks out into the crowd and spots Kimiya standing there watching her. Yurumin realizes she has forgotten the lyrics to the song. Kimiya shouts the lyrics to the song at the top of his lungs, helping Yurumin recover. Kimiya shouts that they are so close while Yurumin continues to perform with excitement. Yurumin and her bandmate perform on stage, with Yurumin checking in with her partner to ensure they have the right words for the song. The stage lights dim and applause echoes as the performance concludes. Kimiya stands in the crowd, adjusting his glasses while reflecting on how much he pushed himself during the performance. Yurumin approaches the edge of the stage to speak with Kimiya while the venue empties out. Yurumin looks around, nervously fidgeting with her hands as she stands before Kimiya. Yurumin smiles warmly at Kimiya, thanking him for his dedicated support. Kimiya looks directly at Yurumin with a serious expression as they continue their interaction. Yurumin leans over the stage railing and insists that Kimiya come to the meet and greet. A nearby fan remarks on the special service Kimiya is receiving. Kimiya thinks about how Yurumin is not naturally gifted at fanservice, yet he feels intensely happy in this moment. Kimiya adjusts his glasses, pondering his conflicting feelings of happiness. Kimiya reflects on how clumsy Yurumin is during her performances. Kimiya considers the situation a reward or prize, then leans in to speak quietly to himself. Yurumin sits on a chair backstage, looking pensive. Kimiya sits nearby, realizing he needs to tell her something important before he repeats his previous mistake. Kimiya approaches Yurumin and says hello to get her attention. Kimiya tells Yurumin that he lives only to see her. Yurumin is visibly moved by his words, calling his name as if he has just landed a critical hit on her heart. Yurumin worries that Kimiya is going to lecture her for forgetting the lyrics, while Kimiya looks on with a blank expression. Yurumin suggests that the heat at the venue made her mistake unavoidable. Kimiya prepares to respond to her excuse. Kimiya notes that usually he would be lecturing her about learning her own parts, but instead he comments that she is hopelessly clumsy. Kimiya starts to mention something else about her performance but stops mid-sentence. Yurumin looks confused by his sudden hesitation while Kimiya thinks to himself that he has to tell her what he saw to ensure it never happens again. Kimiya bluntly tells Yurumin that he saw her panties when she crouched down on stage and advises her to be more careful. Yurumin reacts by clarifying that what he saw was her innerwear. Yurumin explains that wearing innerwear is expected since they dance in miniskirts. Kimiya is stunned to realize that what he saw wasn't her actual underwear. Kimiya asks if the tight white garment he saw was just innerwear while Yurumin looks on with a confused expression. Kimiya is left speechless, wondering if he was deceived by what he saw. Yurumin stares at Kimiya as the situation hangs in the air between them. Yurumin laughs and asks Kimiya if he really wanted to see her actual underwear that much. Kimiya admits that he did want to see her underwear and begins to cry. Yurumin yells at him to stop being a pervert and tells him not to say it again. Kimiya clarifies that he was only addressing her question about whether he wanted to see her underwear. Kimiya tells Yurumin that she should not misunderstand him as he does not actually have a desire to see underwear, but Yurumin tells him to shut it already. Yurumin demands that Kimiya go home and take a cold shower to cool off while Kimiya calmly tells her they will see each other next time. Yurumin wonders if Kimiya thinks he can get away with saying whatever he wants to her now. Yurumin reassures herself that she is fine because she definitely put on her black innerwear when she got changed. Yurumin trembles with intense embarrassment as she realizes the implications of the conversation. Kimiya walks away from the venue mentally celebrating his victory. Kimiya spends his time at home as an otaku, starting his day early. Kimiya sits on the floor of his room looking focused as he starts a new day. Kimiya's phone alarm rings loudly at 700 a.m. Kimiya listens to his alarm, which is playing Yurumin's part of a song to wake him up. Kimiya opens his curtains to start the morning, enjoying the song playing on his phone. An exterior shot shows a university building on a bright day. In a classroom, two female students are sitting and whispering to each other when one of them drops her phone. One of the students asks if the other is okay, and she confirms that she is fine. A student with bleached blonde hair walks past them, causing them to wonder who he is and comment that he looks like a scary delinquent. The blonde student leans over Kimiya's desk and hums his name while Kimiya continues looking at his phone with a blank expression. Kimiya turns around and bluntly asks the student what he wants. The blonde student introduces himself as Kyuzutani and asks if Kimiya can lend him some cash. Kyuzutani leans closer to Kimiya, trying to pressure him by asking if they are buds. Kimiya stares at him silently, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Kyuzutani laughs off the request, telling Kimiya he was just joking. Kyuzutani mentions that Kimiya bumped into some desks earlier and knocked things over. Kimiya looks surprised to hear this. Kimiya puts a hand on Kyuzutani's head and forces him to bow, apologizing to the female students for the earlier disturbance. Kyuzutani apologizes for upsetting the girls, admitting he totally spaced out. The female students watch the scene unfold, whispering that the blonde student seems to be a nice guy after all, and that he is kind of cute. Kyuzutani notices the girls looking at him and tries to engage them further. Kimiya points out that Kyuzutani has a piece of rice stuck to his chin. Kyuzutani reacts with excitement, licking his lips and declaring his luck. Kimiya and Kyuzutani walk up the classroom stairs together, with Kyuzutani joking that Kimiya should let him know if he notices anything else on him. The female students watch them unimpressed. Kimiya puts his earphones back and ignoring Kyuzutani as he tries to tell him a story about walking his dog the previous night. Kyuzutani complains that Kimiya is not interested in talking to him. Kyuzutani asks Kimiya what he is listening to and wonders if he is ignoring him, threatening to cry if Kimiya keeps acting this way. Kimiya tells Kyuzutani that he is listening to a J-pop song, which prompts Kyuzutani to recall that Kimiya mentioned being into a new group. Kyuzutani jokes about Kimiya becoming an idol fan after being such a serious bookworm, while Kimiya confirms that the group is somewhat underground. Kyuzutani asks if the group is underground and popular, leading Kimiya to ask if he actually has any idea who they are talking about. Kyuzutani asks who Kimiya's favorite member is, promising to see if he recognizes them. Kyuzutani asks for the name of the idol Kimiya supports, prompting Kimiya to mention Yurumin. Kimiya struggles to pronounce the name, awkwardly stumbling over the syllables while talking about Yurumin. Yutani is confused by the name, wondering why they are suddenly talking about an Olympic athlete. Yutani suggests the idol must be a track and field athlete, while Kimiya tries to move past the confusion. Yutani expresses excitement to see the idol, and Kimiya offers to show him a picture of Yurumin on his phone. Yutani leans in to get a good look at Kimiya's phone screen. Yutani sees the photo of Yurumin on the phone, which shows her with a distorted and eerie expression. Yutani panics, shouting at Kimiya to give him a warning before showing him such a creepy ghost-like photo. Kimiya calmly admits that Yurumin is a bit unphotogenic, but maintains that he finds the way she looks in the photo to be cute. Yutani stares at Kimiya in disbelief, demanding to know exactly what he is looking at, that he finds so adorable. A student sits at a desk studying while the surrounding classroom remains quiet and empty. The student looks confused and asks aloud what that noise was. Mogi realizes she messed up as she works on some paperwork, and a classmate asks if she wants to go grab lunch. Mogi tells her friend to wait up as she prepares to leave. Mogi responds to her friend's request to go to lunch, telling her to wait a moment. Mogi tells her friend there is no need to rush as she needs to put her things away first. Mogi accidentally knocks a paper off her desk, causing it to flutter to the floor. Mogi reaches for the paper, but accidentally hits a pencil, causing it to roll off the table and strike her on the head. Kimiya watches from the sidelines, sarcastically asking if she is some kind of Rube Goldberg machine. Mogi hides her face in shame while her friend reminds her that she told her not to rush. Mogi's friend remarks that she is on a whole different level and is quite a handful to deal with. The two friends discuss getting Starbucks drinks on the way back, but Mogi declines, stating she has other plans. Kimiya and Yutani walk through the school hallway, with Yutani complaining that 1 grain of rice just was not enough to satisfy him. Yutani begs Kimiya to buy him something to eat because he is starving, but Kimiya just sighs in frustration at his persistence. Kimiya holds out a merchandise exchange ticket in his palm. Yutani happily accepts the ticket, telling Kimiya he got it from a convenience store lucky draw, while Kimiya observes him with a neutral expression. Yutani excitedly shouts that he will definitely repay Kimiya for the favor, telling him to just wait. Yutani cheers and runs off while Kimiya watches him go. A staff member looks at the ticket Yutani just handed him and remarks that the voucher is no good. Kimiya thinks to himself that the ticket expired the previous night and calls Yutani a dunce before heading off to work. Co-workers at the karaoke house discuss Kimiya's shift, noting that things always go smoothly when he is working. The co-workers wonder why Kimiya chooses to work at a karaoke place, noting that he explained his reasons during his interview. Kimiya explains to his co-workers that this job pays better than others and is conveniently close to his home. A co-worker agrees that the explanation sounds just like him, noting that he is honest to a fault. Kimiya daydreams while working, imagining a promotional message for a new single from his favorite group. The group Merry Universe introduces themselves and welcomes everyone to the karaoke house. Kimiya stands and clenches his fist in determination, feeling a surge of motivation. After his shift, Kimiya thinks about how he needs to earn more money to keep supporting his favorite group, noting that there is another concert the next day. Yurumin sits in a room and turns on a device, determined to practice and get better at singing. Yurumin practices her singing while feeling frustrated by Kimiya's earlier lecture and remembering how she once blanked on the lyrics. She pauses to visualize her performance and compose herself. Kimiya approaches Yurumin and enthusiastically praises her performance, asking when she became such a prodigy. Yurumin looks pleased by the sudden compliments. Kimiya showers Yurumin with praise, calling her a diva and a goddess, and declaring that she is the best in the universe. Yurumin closes her eyes and accepts the praise with a satisfied, flushed expression. Yurumin mentions that there are no Merry Universe songs on the karaoke jukebox, so she decides to turn the system on herself. Kimiya looks shocked when he realizes she is playing her own group's debut song. Kimiya recognizes the faint beat of the group's debut song Love You Galaxy and looks surprised. Yurumin sings into the microphone, showing off that she has mastered her own vocal parts. Kimiya stands in the doorway, staring at the scene in disbelief and wondering how this is possible. Kimiya struggles with the reality of the situation, wondering if he is having auditory hallucinations as a fan. Yurumin sings and shakes maracas with high energy while Kimiya stands by, having just missed the chance to fully process the performance. At the concert the following day, Yurumin sings into the microphone while performing on stage. Kimiya watches Yurumin intensely from the crowd while she continues to sing, looking flushed and focused. Kimiya meets with Yurumin afterward and gently points out that her voice sounded hoarse during the performance. Yurumin blushes and leans in close to Kimiya, appearing flustered by his observation about her voice. Yurumin admits she sang too much the previous day, and Kimiya hands her some lozenges to help with her throat. Kimiya sits on a crowded train listening to music and thinking about the upcoming concert in Shibuya. He notices an official video has been uploaded online and decides to visit a supermarket to buy condiments before the show. Kimiya watches the video on his phone, feeling overwhelmed and thinking about how adorable the idol is. Kimiya stares at his phone screen with a serious expression. The screen displays a warning post about a guy spotted taking creep shots accompanied by a picture of a suspicious person. Eru tells the group that they are getting stuck in a rut as performers. Eru explains that they are repeating the same format and becoming stereotyped, which is causing fans to lose interest. The group reflects on their 6-month anniversary since debuting and realizes their performance has become stale. Yurumin feels like she is just starting out while the others discuss whether they are already used to being idols. Yurumin wonders if her bandmate has lost interest, but then prepares to step up and motivate the others. Yurumin stands up and excitedly declares that it is time for them to step up their game for their fans. Eru asks Yurumin what their average crowd size is, and Yurumin guesses that it is around 20 people. Eru confirms the low turnout, pointing out that their current audience would barely fill a single classroom. Eru acknowledges that their relationship with the current fans is important, but they need to aim higher. Eru looks out at a vision of a much larger concert crowd, declaring that she wants to see a stage much greater than the one they have now. Eru explains her belief that the purpose of idols is to make as many people as possible happy, noting that seeing the crowd smiling at them on stage is what truly matters. Eru intensely declares that they will burn brightly from the bottom to the top, leaving Yurumin and the other members startled by her sudden passionate outburst. One of the members admits she is not as fired up as Eru, but she agrees that getting a big stage with more fans would be a great way to build hype. The group asks Yurumin for her thoughts, but she admits she has never really thought about it before. Yurumin reflects that she has always been solely focused on Kimiya, realizing her narrow perspective as an idol. Yurumin recalls how she gave her absolute best during performances just to get Kimiya to acknowledge her presence. The other members tease Yurumin, noting that she has her own dedicated fan and should be satisfied with that, though they emphasize that having more fans would be better. Eru puts an arm around Yurumin, encouraging her to keep working hard so they can gain more fans. Yurumin smiles to herself, thinking about how happy she would be if she could attract new fans. The group plans a pep rally for when Popo-chan arrives, while in the background, Kimiya stands alone and wonders how the idol would feel about the current situation. Yurumin fantasizes about becoming famous and seeing a sea of black penlights matching Kimiya's theme color waving in the crowd. Kimiya stands alone, holding out his hand and declaring his support for Yurumin. A shot of the bustling city streets is followed by a close-up of Yurumin looking determined. Kimiya stands outside a venue looking at a poster featuring various idols. Kimiya hides his face under a cap as he arrives at the location, observing the surroundings with a serious expression. Kimiya tells Yurumin that she really went all out today, and she agrees, noting that she felt much louder than usual during the performance. Kimiya mentions that she went out of key a few times while singing, which makes Yurumin snap at him in frustration. Kimiya observes that despite the mistakes, she is definitely improving little by little. Yurumin looks at Kimiya with a thoughtful, slightly blushing expression. Yurumin defends her performance, claiming she is always practicing, while Kimiya watches her with a blank expression. Yurumin points out that if she continues to improve, she will eventually attract more fans than just Kimiya. Kimiya wonders how he will react if she truly becomes popular, while Yurumin muses that they won't be able to talk as much if that happens. A new fan approaches and interrupts, asking if they are finished talking because they have been at it for a while. The new fan introduces himself to Yurumin, reaching out to shake her hand. Kimiya watches the exchange with a guarded expression as Yurumin politely greets the man. A staff member steps in to announce that the session is over, and the new fan smiles as he prepares to leave. Kimiya notices the man and thinks he looks familiar, while Yurumin says goodbye as the man walks away. Kimiya continues to reflect on the man's familiarity, while the man remarks that the group is not bringing in much money. Kimiya looks at the man with a sudden sharp realization. Kimiya views a warning post on his phone about a suspicious individual, realizing the man he just met is the same person from the alert. Kimiya identifies the man as the same individual from the warning post. The other fan asks Kimiya if that is indeed the person who was cautioned about on social media, noting how rare it is to see him. Kimiya mentions that they cannot act on mere rumors, but expresses concern about Yurumin's safety given the reports of a man causing problems at various venues. The fan observes that Mary Uni doesn't have many staff or dedicated fans, suggesting that this lack of oversight might be exactly what the man is exploiting. Kimiya looks on with alarm as he sees the man placing a hand on Yurumin. The staff member announces that the session is over while the fan cheers, oblivious to the situation, thinking that the staff failed to notice the man's behavior. The fan turns around to speak to Kimiya, but Kimiya has already vanished from his spot. Kimiya confronts the staff member, demanding a 1-minute talk ticket for Yurumin, just in case the man actually touched her. Kimiya watches Yurumin and questions why she hasn't moved, noting that she usually would have been much more standoffish toward a stranger. Kimiya realizes something is wrong and steps forward while the staff tells him it is his turn to talk to Yurumin. Yurumin greets Kimiya as if they are meeting for the first time, seemingly confused or disoriented. Yurumin asks if Kimiya is new, and he awkwardly responds before the man who was just talking to her steps away. The man introduces himself to Yurumin, saying he just watched her performance and plans to become a new fan. The man cruelly mocks Yurumin, asking her about her representative color, and laughing that no one was waving any glow sticks for her, telling her she is not needed there. The man condescendingly tells Yurumin that he is doing her a favor by supporting someone as pitiful as her, leaving Yurumin terrified by his behavior. The man leans in with a sinister grin and tells Yurumin that she needs him. Yurumin is visibly terrified. Yurumin snaps back, asking who would ever need someone like him and asserting that she paid good money to be here as a customer. Yurumin stands her ground, telling the man that he is no good with customers and needs to think about what is good for the group. She remembers her goal of reaching a big stage and gaining more fans while the man watches her. The man tells Yurumin she is pathetic in a cute way and claims he will be back soon. A staff member interrupts to end their time, and the man waves goodbye as he walks away. Yurumin stands alone, her heart pounding as she whispers Kimiya's name in distress. Kimiya approaches Yurumin and asks if she is all right, worried about whether the man did anything to her. Yurumin confirms that the man did not touch her, but Kimiya remains tense and continues to press her for details. Kimiya tells Yurumin that the situation is dangerous and they should alert the staff, while Yurumin asks if he thought she looked pathetic and pitiful when they first met. Yurumin continues, suggesting that he only patronized her with his support because he pitied her. Kimiya looks startled and confused as he tries to process what she is asking him. Kimiya firmly tells Yurumin that he would never think of her in such a way. A staff member tells Kimiya to move along because his time is up, while the man from earlier watches the interaction with a smug expression. Kimiya clenches his hand, feeling frustrated by the situation. Yurumin stands nearby, crying and silently pleading for Kimiya to save her. Kimiya looks on with a sharp, determined gaze. Yurumin pulls on Kimiya's sleeve, pleading with him to save her. The man in the cap tells Kimiya that he needs to switch out, asking him if he is listening. The man tells Kimiya to follow the rules about taking turns before asking questions and refuses to explain his earlier comments to Yurumin. A staff member approaches the group and demands that they go outside if they are going to continue arguing. The man holds up a phone showing a social media post that exposes him, while a voice informs him that he has been banned from several other venues for unsolicited touching and recording without consent. Kimiya tells the man that he just attempted to do something, while a staff member reacts in shock. The man sneers. The man asks Kimiya if he is not ashamed to be white knighting for Yurumin like this. Kimiya questions if the man has any proof that he actually touched Yurumin, while the staff member and Yurumin listen in confusion. Kimiya states that something feels off, while the man claims the social media post is from an anonymous user and lacks credibility, calling the accusations hurtful. Bystanders whisper to each other, recognizing the man in the cap as the person warned about on social media and confirming they have seen him at other venues. The staff member asks Kimiya and the man to hold on for a moment, apologizing for the lack of verification. Yurumin tells the staff member that the man did not touch her, but said many mean things, while she looks visibly shaken. Yurumin lunges toward the man, reacting with a cry of surprise. Yurumin knocks into the man, causing them both to tumble to the floor. The man screams in panic, while Kimiya asks Yurumin if she is okay after her sudden fall. The man berates Yurumin for being useless and demands to know what she will do if her precious data is gone. Kimiya steps toward the man and asks why he is more worried about the data on his memory card than the camera itself. The staff member rushes over, noting that they have heard rumors about the man taking creep shots, while Kimiya observes the man's suspicious behavior. Kimiya confronts the man, pointing out that he has been holding his camera in strange ways to find the right angles and demands to know if he is taking videos. Kimiya demands to see the camera data right now while a staff member reaches for the device, and the man pleads for them to stop. The staff member peels back the cover to reveal the camera screen, noting that the recording is on, and confirms the man was indeed hiding the LCD screen. The staff member orders the man to come with them as they prepare to escort him away. Yurumin stands by as the staff member hauls the man away, blaming the entire situation on her tripping, while the man shouts that it is all her fault. The man lashes out in anger, accusing Yurumin of ruining everything, while Yurumin watches him with a startled expression. Yurumin hides behind Kimiya as the man is dragged away, her hands clutching Kimiya's shirt. Kimiya's glasses fall to the ground as he is caught in the commotion. Kimiya mutters about the man getting angry just because he was found out by an otaku and then attempting to hit a girl. Kimiya stares at the departing man, asking him if he is not ashamed of being so pathetic. The man groans in pain and frustration as he is escorted away. Kimiya wonders if he should have landed a right hook on the man, while Yurumin brings over a first aid box. Yurumin tells Kimiya that he is not the type to do such a thing, and the staff confirms he can handle the first aid himself. Yurumin looks at Kimiya and tells him to hurry up and close his eyes, noting that he is always watching over her. Yurumin acknowledges that Kimiya is always there to support and save her. Yurumin closes her eyes, whispering that it has always been Kimiya. Yurumin stands in the dressing room with a flustered, blushing expression, holding a bandage and a bottle, confused by the situation. Yurumin stands alone in the room, lost in her thoughts, as she replays the memory of her interaction with Kimiya. Yurumin sits up in her bed and reaches up to turn off her alarm. Mogi sits on her bed, crying softly, while her mother calls out from the balcony to let her know that breakfast is ready. Mogi walks into the kitchen and sits down at the table where her mother and brother are already eating. Mogi's mother tells her that good things might happen today, and her brother shows her a fried egg on his plate that has 2 yolks. Mogi's brother yells in shock as he drops his fork, while Mogi rubs her eyes and asks him if he mentioned Kimiya. Mogi's brother reacts with excitement, wondering if she finally has a boyfriend, while Mogi gets frustrated and demands to know what he is talking about. A bus pulls up to a station near the university. Kimiya stands on the bus while Yurumin watches him, thinking about what he usually does. Yurumin sits on the bus and reflects on how she knows nothing about Kimiya aside from the fact that he only talks about her. Mogi sits at her desk in a classroom, noting that the next concert is not until the following week. Mogi drinks from a juice box while wondering if Kimiya's glasses have been fixed since that incident. Kimiya stands very close to Yurumin, looking at her intently while she flushes and asks him what is going on. Kimiya pulls back slightly, apologizing and explaining that he is blind as a bat without his glasses, which leaves Yurumin speechless and flustered. Mogi sits alone at a table, head bowed, while a voice asks her what the matter is and if she is okay. Mogi looks up, blushing intensely, and demands to know why she is the one thinking about him all day. Mogi holds a small object while internally struggling with the fact that she is an idol and he is a fan, lamenting that she should have kept his heart captive. Mogi's friends ask if she screwed something up again, while Mogi rests her head in her hands, questioning why she is the one in a panic. Mogi looks at her friends, stammering as she tries to deny something. Mogi admits she just cannot seem to get someone out of her mind, while her friends watch her intently. Mogi's friends ask if that person actually exists, clarifying that it is a guy she is thinking about. Mogi's friend asks if her chest feels tight when she thinks about that guy, and Mogi reluctantly admits that it does. Mogi's friend reacts with excitement, gulping and telling her to hang on. Mogi's friend whispers that it is clearly puppy love, and then quickly covers Mogi's mouth to stop her from saying anything more. Mogi stares ahead with a blank expression as her friends define her as the heaven-sent child of clumsiness. Mogi looks shocked, realizing that even if her friends told her the answer, her clumsiness would likely cause her internal systems to fry. Mogi's friends question what they were whispering about, while imagining that they need to let her realize her own feelings. Mogi's friends cheer her on, telling her to let them know when she starts to feel her heart race. Kimiya's friend asks if there is something different about him today, guessing that he changed his glasses, while Kimiya looks on neutrally. Kimiya examines his glasses, noting that they are his spares, and essentially the same frames, while his friend remarks on how he could possibly tell the difference. The friend strikes a pose, declaring that any change to Kimiya will not pass him by because every single detail is crystal clear to his eyes. Kimiya sarcastically remarks that it is a shame he only has his friend to demonstrate that ability on, while his friend accuses him of being hurtful and using only one word to describe his observation. Mogi sits at a table and notices Kimiya while a friend beside her reacts to the scene. Mogi shouts Kimiya's name in surprise as she reacts to his sudden appearance. Mogi wonders if Kimiya could have been the person in question from the very beginning, while Kimiya stands nearby looking confused. Mogi flushes and stammers in agitation, blurting out Kimiya's name. Mogi sits with her friends, hiding her face, while a female symbol appears in her thoughts, indicating she is reflecting on her gender and identity in relation to the situation. Mogi's friends tell her they are leaving, but Mogi panics, thinking to herself that there is no way Kimiya would be around if not for the current situation, and wondering what is wrong with her. Mogi stands in a room full of desks and chairs, confirming with herself that the location is a good spot to be. Kimiya approaches Mogi, noting that it is dangerous for her to be walking around blind. Mogi recognizes Kimiya while his friend remarks that he is starving. Mogi thinks to herself that it would be the last thing to happen for Kimiya to be hanging out with a bleach blonde F-boy. Kimiya asks his friend who the hell he is, while the friend teasingly asks how many fingers he is holding up, prompting Kimiya to ask if his glasses have been eating at his brain. Fans at a concert cheer for Mary Uni, shouting about the Idol Express and full speed ahead as the performance continues. Eru, the leader of the group, greets the fans with a smile while holding her microphone during their performance. Eru practices a specific stage pose in front of a mirror, questioning if it looks right. Eru stays late at the studio, introduces herself as Nohori AI, age 22, and tells a bandmate she will inform the manager she is staying longer. Eru recalls her childhood in the North Kanto countryside, noting that she grew up strong-willed and often got into confrontations. Eru reflects on her decision to move to Tokyo to pursue her dream of becoming an idol. Eru presents herself as Cherry Red Eru, a member of Mary Uni, and declares that she is working hard every day to succeed. Eru laments that their fan count is not increasing despite her efforts, noting that she cannot solve this problem with her fists, yet she finds the challenge interesting. Eru marches toward a door with determination, swearing to reach the top, and mentions that she lets herself loose every now and then. In a flashback to a few months ago, the group discusses the lack of attendance at their venue, realizing that handing out flyers is proving ineffective. Eru explains that they only have permission to perform at that specific location, despite the difficulties they are facing. Eru observes that people are avoiding the venue because of a group of men loitering nearby, noting that it is making things worse for them. Eru decides to approach the men and ask them to move, while her bandmate reacts with shock and disbelief. Eru dashes toward the men while her bandmate panics, warning her that going over there by herself is dangerous after they had specifically printed out flyers. As Eru runs toward them, the men notice her approaching and wonder if she is looking for trouble or a good time. Eru confronts the men with a smile, telling them they are blocking the path and asking them to move their asses elsewhere. The man tells his companion to look at Eru, taunting her about what she plans to do while wearing such a short skirt, and asking if she thinks he won't hit a girl just because she is cute. Eru delivers a powerful knee strike directly into the man's gut. The man flies backward, clutching his stomach in pain as he cries out from the force of the blow. His companion panics, yelling at him that he should have known better than to look up a girl's skirt because it is a sacred boundary. The man looks up at Eru, trembling with fear as he recognizes her as the legendary battle god of North Kanto and realizes who she truly is. The man scrambles away on the ground in terror, stammering that he cannot believe she is actually there. Eru grabs the man by the face and firmly warns him never to speak that name again. Eru glares at him with an intense, terrifying expression, shouting that God is dead. Eris' companion rushes over to check on the man, asking if he is okay after the confrontation. Eru looms over the fallen man, telling him that if he has no place to belong, he should come with her. The man looks at a promotional poster of Mary Uni and stares in disbelief, gasping as he realizes the battle god of his nightmares is an idol. The man stammers in realization, asking if she is just trying to get fans while the air around them goes silent. Eru asks the group what they are supposed to call her, then aggressively grabs one of the men by the face, declaring that the next person to say battle god will face consequences. Eru strikes a confident pose, reciting her group's slogan about the Idol Express and their worldwide smile as she walks away. Eru winks at the camera, ending her broadcast by reminding everyone that it is their leader, Eru. A crowd watches the performance, cheering and calling out as the group continues their show. Eris' bandmates celebrate her performance, noting how strong she is, and decide to keep the incident quiet while teasing her about her intensity. The band members announce to the small group of fans that they are coming to watch their show, while the audience cheers, noting that their fan count has increased slightly. Rei performs on stage with a confident gaze while the fans admire her cool eyes and the narrative notes she is magnificently setting off for battle. After the show, the band members congratulate each other on a good job and suggest grabbing dinner, inviting Rei to join them. Rei politely declines, telling them she cannot join them today. As Rei walks away, her bandmates watch her, whispering that her behavior seems a bit suspicious, though they decide to just catch her next time. Rei's bandmate is shocked by the implication that she might be interested in romance, but quickly dismisses the idea as impossible. Rei's bandmates continue their conversation, mentioning that she said something was going on sale today while she heads toward a building in the city. Rei arrives at a store called Animecaps. Rei walks down an aisle lined with shelves full of books. Fuji Yashiko, an office worker, stops by the shop after work to find hidden BL gems, describing it as the greatest pleasure in her life and a revitalizing experience. Fuji reflects on her daily life, contrasting the joy of being around people with similar interests in the bookstore with her work life, where she deals with elitist coworkers and demanding managers who pile menial tasks onto her. Fuji suddenly senses someone nearby, mentally flagging the presence of foreign forces in her personal space. Fuji notices a cool girl standing nearby and is overwhelmed by her intense aura, wondering why someone so stylish is hanging around the BL section and nervously questioning if she is actually into the genre. Fuji examines a manga volume. Fuji comments that she has made a good choice, identifying the title as a sadok. Fuji pauses as she reads the summary of a Seike Nai Yukidoke, which tells the story of Shintaro, a poor man surviving gig to gig, and Mayu, a young business owner who hates people as they slowly grow closer. Fuji worries that just because the book is BL for beginners, it does not necessarily mean the girl is a fan like herself. Fuji thinks the girl could simply be a fan of one of the actors from the live-action adaptation, while the girl continues browsing nearby. Fuji picks up another manga volume titled Lonely Lost Boy. Fuji smiles contentedly, calling the book a must. Fuji reads the summary of Lonely Lonely Boy, featuring Yanagi, who lost his memories in an accident, and Izumi, a mysterious boy who claims to be his lover. Fuji observes the girl, wondering if she really is a BL reader after all. Fuji remains skeptical, noting that Lonely Lost Boy is more of a gag manga than a BL manga, before picking up a more explicit title. Fuji watches as the girl picks up a hardcore Ekai BL manga about a hedonistic Omega who goes around with everyone he sees. Fuji observes the girl, noting that she seems to be the most happy with this particular choice. The girl reaches for yet another book on the shelf, leaving Fuji in shock as she wonders what she will pick next. Fuji watches as the girl selects another intense Omgaverse BL manga. Fuji notes that the girl is heading to the register without a hint of hesitation, having selected a pile of hardcore BL manga. The girl asks for the books, and the clerk is shocked to see her actually purchasing the explicit titles. Fuji watches the girl from behind a bookshelf, thinking there is no way she could be as bold or shameless as her. The girl walks through the aisle while Fuji stays hidden, observing her and noting how proud the girl seems to be. The girl turns and asks Fuji if she is okay, noticing her crouching by the shelves. Fuji is mesmerized by the girl's cool appearance, wondering how someone so stylish could be interested in such explicit material, and asks the girl what BL means to her. The girl glances over her shoulder and casually replies that it is just a hobby. A social media post appears describing how a cool girl was seen at Animecaps buying hardcore Omega BL manga and noting the huge gap in her personality. During a performance, Eru interacts with the audience, blowing a kiss to a fan and jokingly asking who they are there to see. Eru greets a fan at a meet and greet event, commenting that it has been a week since they last met and suggests they take a heart-shaped photo together. A staff member snaps a photo of the fan and Eru posing together. Eru signs a paper for the fan, who mentions that he has recently gotten into puzzle games. The fan explains that he bought a difficult puzzle ring set and is completely stumped, leading Eru to jokingly ask if it feels like getting stuck in a swamp. Eru laughs, finding the fan's struggle with thinking games hilarious, and tells him it probably is not really her thing. Eru effortlessly solves the metal ring puzzles, simply stating that she did it on her first try. Eru suddenly calls out to her teacher Mutsuki, causing him to jump in surprise just as he was thinking about taking a cigarette break. Mutsuki yells at Eru, complaining that she scared him and probably shaved a few years off his life, while Eru laughs at his reaction and mocks his age. Mutsuki tells Eru to let him know beforehand if she is going to visit, looking visibly tired as he prepares a cigarette. Eru mentions she had a feeling he would be hitting her up for help, while Mutsuki hands her a folder. Eru playfully acts out a premonition, causing Mutsuki to remark that her help is a big help to him. Mutsuki hands Eru a research document, asking her to look at it, but she pauses in confusion. Eru explains that the document is a reagent compound procedure manual for freshmen, noting that she translated the original English thesis paper and emailed him a copy. Eru leans her chin on her hands and asks Mutsuki if he needs anything else from her. Eru asks if she was wrong to assume he needed help, noting that his desk looked like it needed tidying, while Mutsuki remains silent. Eru dismisses any further requests, telling Mutsuki there is nothing else she needs to do because she is the best, while Mutsuki acknowledges her genius. Mutsuki comments on Eru's academic success, noting that she finished her studies miles ahead of everyone else just to avoid attending class. Mutsuki asks Eru why she does not devote herself to a life of research instead. Eru listens to Mutsuki's question in silence. Eru tells Mutsuki that research got totally boring for her, effectively stabbing his ego, and follows up with a cheerful and dismissive attitude. Eru tells Mutsuki she is too busy nowadays as an idol, and he asks her not to call research boring right to his face, as it is his life's work. Eru tells Mutsuki that his comment is harsh, while he thinks to himself that her plan to become an idol is just another reckless thing. Mutsuki asks if she is on TV or something, while Eru tells him that they are still totally underground. Mutsuki points his finger at Eru and tells her to think about how smart she is and to put her mind to good use, while Eru asks if he is not going to support her. Eru holds up a concert ticket she brought for Mutsuki, asking if he will come to see the show. Mutsuki sighs and tells Eru that he is not her parent and has no right to stop her, before agreeing to take the ticket if that is what she wants. Mutsuki points out that he still does not know if he can actually make it to the show. Eru stands in silence while Mutsuki looks away, clearly conflicted. Eru leans in toward Mutsuki, teasing him for not being honest and questioning why he would take her ticket if he does not intend to see her perform. Eru cheers as she tells herself that everything is going according to plan, while Mutsuki quietly agrees to go. Yurumin and Kimiya stand facing each other, both looking serious. Yurumin and Kimiya stand apart from the crowd, having a moment alone. Yurumin mentions that it has been a while since their last concert, noting that with the staff issues and other events, it has been a couple of weeks. Yurumin tells Kimiya that she could not get him out of her head since then, and jokingly asks if he is a ninja since he wears nothing but black. Yurumin stares at Kimiya and thinks to herself that it is really him, while she notices for the first time just how tall he is, and Kimiya continues to give her feedback on her performance. Yurumin snaps out of her thoughts and Kimiya asks her if she is okay. Yurumin thanks Kimiya for saving her that time, realizing she had forgotten to say it until now. Kimiya tells Yurumin that she is welcome and that as long as she is okay, that is all that matters. Kimiya notes that it was a close call, and he adds that he got showered in disinfectant, which makes Yurumin cringe. Kimiya brushes off the comment by saying he is just joking, while Yurumin continues to look slightly annoyed. Yurumin blushes, showing a flustered expression as she processes the interaction. Yurumin is stunned, wondering if Kimiya was always this cool, while she stares at him with a flustered expression. Yurumin clutches her stomach, complaining that it hurts, and Kimiya asks her how she is feeling. Yurumin reacts with surprise as Kimiya checks on her while Kimiya looks concerned. Kimiya tells Yurumin she should never eat food off the floor and she snaps back asking if he thinks she is a baby. Yurumin gets angry at Kimiya telling him that he is pissing her off and acting like she would actually eat food off the floor. Yurumin thinks to herself that just as she starts to see Kimiya in a new light he goes and does something like that. Kimiya looks at Yurumin and tells her she is just so cute that he could not help himself, causing her to blush deeply. Yurumin and Kimiya stand in the hallway with a small boy nearby observing them. Yurumin looks down in contemplation. The next day, Kyuzutani greets Kimiya at a drink bar asking if he is a rapper while Kimiya looks at him with a deadpan expression. A smartphone screen displays a text conversation about a dog peeing on a pillow while a message bubbles up reminding the recipient that they have work to do later, but have not eaten yet. Kyuzutani holds up a menu and excitedly tells his companion that they should feast because he could eat a horse while wondering why the menu is all black. Kimiya reaches across the table and snatches the glasses off Kyuzutani's face, bluntly asking if he does not have any friends. Kyuzutani and Kimiya order shrimp, salad Torino-style doria, some savory chicken lamb kebabs and access to the drink bar from a server. Kyuzutani asks Kimiya why he always chooses orange juice at the drink bar. Kimiya tells Kyuzutani that he knows nothing, offering to enlighten him on his beverage choice. Kimiya explains that 100% fruit juice provides the best value for money compared to the other diluted options, while Kyuzutani looks annoyed at the explanation. Kyuzutani gleefully says he will show Kimiya what he means by imagination and lunges toward the drink dispensers. Kyuzutani mixes a strange concoction into his cup, joking that finding the best combinations is his style, while Kimiya calls him an absolute child. A young boy watching them laughs and calls the mixture of oolong tea and melon soda gross, while Kyuzutani claims it is a masterpiece of flavor innovation that separates the men from the boys. Kyuzutani tells the boy that his mixture is the way of connoisseurs, and then remarks to Kimiya that the boy has such thin skin. Kyuzutani asks the boy if he knows what people and his drink have in common, advising him not to judge things by their appearance alone. Kyuzutani takes a sip of his drink, cringes, and admits to himself that the mixture is actually gross, and he does not get the appeal. Kimiya watches as the boy and Kyuzutani interact at the drink bar. Kimiya sits alone at the table thinking that since the other guy asked him to come but is not even sitting down, he is probably right to cut out early. A voice remarks that Kimiya's friend is quite a lively person. A young woman approaches Kimiya and asks if his name is Kimiya. The woman smiles and asks Kimiya if she can sit with him. The woman introduces herself and again asks Kimiya if she can sit at his table. Kimiya looks up, clearly surprised by the sudden interruption. The woman sits down anyway, joking that she did not even wait for his permission. The woman tells Kimiya she has wanted to talk to him for a while, wondering if bumping into him at the restaurant is fate, or if she is simply loved by the gods. Kimiya thinks to himself that the brat sitting with him is just mixing drinks while the woman stares at him expectantly. The woman smiles and greets Kimiya while his companion reacts in shock to her presence. The woman introduces herself as Kimiya's girlfriend but quickly corrects herself, saying she was just kidding. The woman jokes again, claiming that she is actually his stepsister, while Kimiya attempts to clarify who she is to his friend. The woman introduces herself as Baby Pink, Papachian idol in the same group as Kimiya's favorite idol Yurumin, while the others express surprise that she speaks Japanese well. The fan expresses his surprise and Kimiya stares at him, exhausted by the fan's reaction to being complimented. Papachi asks Kimiya why he is acting so robotic and asks how she can help him. Kimiya tells Papachi he is leaving while she leans in close, suggesting they talk more freely about their preferences regarding the opposite sex. Kimiya thinks that idols and their fans are not supposed to fraternize in private, wondering what would happen if management or Papachi's fans saw them together. Kyuzutani dismisses Kimiya's concern as impossible, insisting that it would be disrespectful to turn away such a cute girl who wants to eat with them. Kimiya replies that he would rather be called disrespectful than risk the chance of never being able to see Yurumin again. Papachi listens closely as she leans in near the table. Kyuzutani apologizes to Papachi for Kimiya's behavior, saying that he is just too serious about things. Kimiya covers his mouth, stating that he merely wants to reduce any risk, while Papachi looks stunned. Papachi leans over the table, staring at Kimiya and asking if he really considers talking to her something akin to being wronged. Papachi bows her head and asks Kimiya to forgive her, while Kimiya and Kyuzutani watch in surprise. Papachi expresses her concern that they are not supposed to be meeting like this outside of concerts. Kyuzutani whispers to Kimiya that Papachi is quite the honest type. Papachi performs on stage with her group yawning as she admits she always had the impression she was the aloof type. Papachi tells Kimiya that she caused problems and forced him into this situation, while Kimiya wonders if she is not as she appears. Kyuzutani tells Papachi that they do not have to be otaku, but stops himself as he looks at her. Kimiya tells his friend he just wants to say one thing. Kimiya declares that just as he has been watching Yurumin, all this time he is watching Papachi just as closely. The idol praises the fan for cheering with all his might, telling him that she has been watching him and finds his support lovely. The idol reaches across the table and takes the fan's hand in a firm, friendly grip. The idol leans in, locking eyes with the fan as she insists that he must come to see her at their next concert. The idol stands up to leave, flashing a bright smile and waving goodbye, while a close-up shows the heart-shaped design on her bag. The fan's companion stammers in shock, asking if that was just pure charisma or riz. The fan looks thoughtful and holds up his hand, seemingly lost in his own world. The fan holds a small ring in his palm, realizing that the idol wants him to return it to her. The fan arrives at the building where the idol's group operates. The idol walks through the city, thinking to herself that, as expected, the fan only has eyes for Yurumin, though she wonders about his true intentions. The fan reflects on whether the idol's words, expressions, and affection were truly meant for him, feeling overwhelmed by the possibility. The idol laughs while mentioning that sharing is caring, glancing back at the fan as she speaks. Backstage, the group members check the clock, noting they are late and have less than an hour until showtime. A group member bursts through the door, apologizing for being late to the session. Two girls walk through a corridor, appearing frustrated and tense. The idol asks her bandmates if they were screwing around, and they explain that they simply bumped into each other at the door. Eru sternly demands an explanation for the group's tardiness. One member claims her grandmother had a bad fall, while the other sheepishly admits she accidentally knocked over a row of bikes at the bike stands like dominoes. The member who claimed to be helping her grandmother admits the truth is that she just overslept, leaving the other girl looking flustered. Eru tells them she is not actually angry about them being late, but she is frustrated that they lied to her about it. The girl who lied calls Eru an old lady and tells her to quiet down. Eru gasps in shock at being called old. Eru mentally struggles with the old lady paradox, wondering if she should get angry at being called old while deciding she cannot let the girl get away with it. Eru and another member tower over the girl, who cries out for someone to help her. The other group members tell Eru to do something about the situation, noting that there is no way the girl can get away with it. Eru muses that the girl is quite the honest type, adding that she only knows how guys become closer. Eru directs them to the changing rooms, and the girl realizes they still need to get ready for their performance. Eru remarks that the girl is in her rebellious phase and worries about her, while the other members watch them. The group observes the girl interacting with fans, noting that she always goes at her own pace and sometimes gets a little too close to them. Eru stares at the girl and wonders if what she heard is actually true. The group members go to their respective lockers to prepare for the show. A girl asks someone if they were up late last night, while another girl thinks to herself that she should say something, because it is rare for her to be alone with Popo-chan. Popo-chan laughs and admits she could not get a wink of sleep because she was thinking about seeing Kimiya today, while the other girl awkwardly tries to respond. The other girl is visibly stunned to hear the name Kimiya mentioned. The girl panics, repeatedly asking why Kimiya is involved and questioning if she means that specific Kimiya. Popo-chan walks toward the lockers, telling her that Kimiya is a great guy who loves his fans with his whole heart. Popo-chan keeps walking while the girl stands frozen, blushing and stammering as she struggles to process the information. Popo-chan asks the girl if it feels warm and safe to have someone who loves only her, while the girl listens in confusion. Kimiya stands with his hand held out as if offering help. The girl thinks to herself that she wants Kimiya too, and she wonders why. Popo-chan leans against the lockers, telling the girl that she should not be so sure that Kimiya will support only her. The girl is shocked that Popo-chan is already done changing, while she worries that Kimiya might start supporting someone else. Popo-chan smiles and tells the girl she will excuse herself. The girl rushes toward the lockers in a hurry. The girl stands by the lockers, agitated by the thought that Kimiya might support someone else, and tells herself to hang on. The girl tries to calm herself down, telling herself there is no way Kimiya would just jump ship so easily. Popo-chan smiles to herself, reflecting on how she could not sleep at all because she was so excited to see Kimiya today. Yurumin adjusts her hair, telling herself it is fine, while Kimiya stands before her as her bandmates cheer and whisper about their interaction. A staff member directs the flow of people for the meet and greet, while the crowd whispers that Kimiya would never abandon his support for Yurumin. Kimiya hands a ticket to a staff member for Popo-chan, while the staff member is taken aback by the request. Popo-chan smirks, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Kimiya walks toward where Yurumin is seated as the crowd behind him chatters. Kimiya bows his head slightly as he approaches Yurumin. Yurumin looks up at Kimiya, appearing visibly nervous and overwhelmed. Yurumin stares at Kimiya with a wide-eyed, panicked expression. Yurumin shouts Kimiya's name in surprise while Popo-chan stands nearby waving her hands. Popo-chan greets Kimiya with a sly smile. Popo-chan tells Kimiya that they meet again, informing him that she left his ring at the lost and found desk for him to pick up later. Popo-chan leans toward Kimiya and guesses that he was planning to make her line up and hand it to her directly. Kimiya looks at Popo-chan and she asks him if he decided to become her fan after all. Popo-chan points out that Kimiya has not even visited Yurumin yet, expressing her delight that he chose to see her first. Popo-chan tells Yurumin that she came there because she needed to see her, while mentally declaring that Kimiya is hers. Popo-chan tells Yurumin that she needed to see her and to tell her clearly that she came here to claim Kimiya. Popo-chan reaches out toward Kimiya, about to finish her sentence by stating that she will never be his fan. Kimiya looks down with a serious expression, listening as Popo-chan declares that she will never be his fan. Popo-chan smiles brightly, her eyes wide as she makes the bold declaration. Yurumin looks flustered and confused, asking Popo-chan what she means by her comment. Kimiya adjusts his glasses and calmly states that he has no time to look at others because he promised to support Yurumin with the strength of 8 billion people. Yurumin is baffled, wondering what in the world he is talking about, while Kimiya continues to describe her as his North Star and guiding light through the darkness. Popo-chan stands her ground, stating that either way she is and forever will be a lifelong Yurumin stan, and warns her to refrain from repeating her behavior from the previous day. Kimiya asks Popo-chan what she would do if she ran out of money, or if she were to get tired of Yurumin, while Popo-chan laughs at his use of the word forever. Yurumin sits on the floor alone, staring at her phone in a daze as she wonders what would happen if someone much more appealing appeared. Yurumin stares at her phone screen, which displays a post about 2 people standing together, and worries about the possibility of Kimiya finding someone more appealing. Yurumin looks at Kimiya and tells him that words like forever are far too easy to just say. Yurumin thinks to herself that such promises are nothing but empty lip service and feels foolish for believing them. Popo-chan laughs, telling them she was just kidding, while Kimiya looks at her with a look of disbelief. The woman tells Kimiya that people change, eventually noting that all these promises might just be empty words in the end. She reaches out with her hands and says that even without knowing what the future holds, she remains certain of everything she has received from Yurumin in the past and present, vowing to remain devoted to her forever. Kimiya looks directly at the woman and states that he possesses both the determination and the love necessary to turn those words into reality. The conversation is abruptly interrupted when someone strikes the woman, causing her to cry out in shock. A moment earlier, a hand reaches out and makes contact with the woman. The woman sits alone in a chair, shaking with agitation as she wonders why Kimiya is present and complains that she cannot hear the conversation taking place. She stares intently at the scene, worrying about the possibility that Kimiya might have truly abandoned his support for her. She retreats into her thoughts, reflecting on past memories involving Kimiya. She reassures herself that there is no way he would do that, convinced there must be a specific reason for his actions. She sits on the chair and wonders what possible reason he could have for going out of his way to spend money just to see her. She looks down and asks Kimiya if he has decided to become her fan. Kimiya stares at her as she reacts in alarm, reminding her that he promised to support her with the strength of 8 billion people. She reflects on his previous promises, questioning if those words of love and his vow to always watch her were genuine. She looks up with an intense, tearful gaze. Kimiya and the woman stand together with their hands clasped firmly in each other's grasp. Yurumin stands up and turns around in shock as the sudden commotion unfolds behind her. Yurumin gasps in surprise as she turns to face Kimiya and the other woman who are now standing directly in front of her. Yurumin shouts in a panic that Kimiya belongs to her. Yurumin realizes she has just shouted her true feelings out loud and freezes in total mortification. A staff member pulls Yurumin away as she cries and continues to make a scene while others yell at her to stay in her own lane. The woman looks at Yurumin and comments that the outburst was unexpected while Yurumin awkwardly tries to compose herself. Kimiya looks around and notes that their time for the interaction has officially expired. A fan walks up to the woman and asks if she is okay after getting barged in on during her conversation. The woman looks visibly annoyed and frustrated by the interruption. The woman tells the fan that the whole situation was ridiculous and completely unacceptable. She apologizes to the fan, explaining that she was only thinking about how important it is to know when to cut one's losses in love and war. A staff member instructs a dejected Yurumin to sit down and behave while she waits for her father. Yurumin agonizes over her earlier outburst, wondering how she will ever be able to face Kimiya again after claiming him so loudly. Kimiya approaches Yurumin and tries to bring up their conversation from earlier, leaving Yurumin in a state of total internal collapse. Yurumin hides her face in her hands and crouches down by her chair in sheer embarrassment as Kimiya stands before her. Kimiya kneels on the floor looking down at Yurumin with genuine concern, calling out her name as she remains huddled beneath a chair. Kimiya asks if her stomach hurts again while Yurumin remains curled up, bitterly demanding to know why he lined up for Popo-chan in the first place and telling him to go do that somewhere else. Kimiya explains that he felt he had to speak his mind, leaving Yurumin agitated and unwilling to hear his reasoning. Kimiya clarifies that he simply handed an item belonging to Popo-chan to the staff and made sure to inform her of that fact. Yurumin visibly relaxes, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she keeps her face hidden. Kimiya adds that he was explaining his vow to support her with the strength of 8 billion people, while Yurumin continues to cover her face. Yurumin jumps up shouting that he scared her for a second and laughs in relief, exclaiming that she is seriously glad he cleared that up. Kimiya tells her he wasn't lying, but Yurumin teases him for acting like such an upstanding citizen, noting that he could have just told her that directly. Kimiya thinks to himself that he doesn't want to see her look that miserable ever again, while Yurumin smiles and continues their conversation. Kimiya bows deeply to Yurumin, apologizing for worrying her. Kimiya states that regardless of the situation, he should have come to her first above all else. Kimiya reflects on his earlier declaration that he belongs to her, while a flashback shows Yurumin shouting that he is hers. Kimiya asks if that is all, while Yurumin blushes and panics, backtracking to clarify that she only meant he is her fan. Yurumin regains her composure and points at Kimiya, declaring that he is hers in both body and soul and belongs to her alone. Kimiya covers his mouth, thinking that she is such a cute brat sometimes, as Yurumin continues to yell at him, calling him an idiot. The woman tells Kimiya to be sure not to lose the item again, and she thanks him as she opens a door. The woman walks away, wondering to herself if she had finally found someone who would truly love her while holding the small ring. She walks down the hallway, thinking to herself that the timing is perfect. She stops to face Yurumin, telling her that they need to have a conversation. Yurumin holds up a copy of the new print volume of her series, cheering and celebrating the release with Kimiya. Yurumin bows deeply to apologize and thank everyone for following the series, while Kimiya observes her with a neutral expression. Kimiya mentions that he plans to purchase 5,000 copies so he can keep Yurumin in his bookcase, causing a confused Yurumin to ask him if he intends to wholesale them. Kimiya points out that there are stores stocking merchandise, including a two-shot of himself and Yurumin, and directs fans to check the official social media page for details. Yurumin stares at the paper, blushing as she contemplates buying one of the items herself. A laptop screen displays a video of the idols performing, illustrating the dance along culture among fans. Kimiya watches a video online where a fan recorded the idols so others could memorize the dance moves and perform them in the otage style. Kimiya watches the performance video, repeatedly observing the idols' movements closely. Kimiya thinks to himself that Yurumin is beautiful and thanks her for her natural clumsiness. Kimiya decides he should practice the dance, while Yurumin advises him to focus on grasping the overall flow of the routine rather than getting bogged down in the minor details. Yurumin complains about having to receive dance advice from an otaku, while Kimiya asks if she understands what he is teaching her. Yurumin demands to know if Kimiya is claiming he can dance perfectly after all his talking. Kimiya calmly confirms that he certainly can. Kimiya suggests it would be easier to show her and tells her to play the music. Yurumin is left speechless, questioning if he is actually serious about performing. Kimiya begins to dance with impressive precision and skill. Yurumin is stunned by just how good he actually is. Yurumin is so overwhelmed by the performance that she imagines hearing the music out loud. The narrative notes that the song is playing only in her mind. Kimiya finishes and asks for her reaction, noting he did it just like that. Yurumin finds herself dazzled by his talent and admits he really can dance. Yurumin asks him to dance one more time so she can truly understand the moves. Kimiya agrees, but the venue staff steps in to stop them. Yurumin takes the stage for a real performance as the idol Kimiya supports. Kimiya watches from the crowd with intense focus. Kimiya reaffirms that she is the only idol he chooses to support. He stands among the other fans holding his light stick ready. Kimiya explains that the reason he supports her is simple: both her singing and her dancing are actually terrible. Yurumin trips and struggles on stage as the narrative highlights her lack of skill. Kimiya identifies her as a clumsy idol and shouts for her to watch her step. He yells encouragement to her from the front of the crowd. Yurumin looks down and notices Kimiya's presence in the audience, calling out his name in her head. Yurumin notices Kimiya is watching her again and thinks about how he always critiqued her clumsiness. She tells him to watch closely because she has improved despite almost falling only 10 seconds earlier. Yurumin prepares to hit Kimiya with a killer wink, only to realize he is already walking away. She panics, wondering where he could possibly be going. Yurumin breaks character on stage and yells into the microphone for Kimiya not to go. She commands him to stay right where he is. Yurumin realizes she made a scene and tries to turn her shout into a nonsense song lyric. The narration notes that she is incredibly bad at covering up her mistakes. A fellow fan asks Kimiya if he is alright, pointing out that he dropped his glow stick. Kimiya suffers a complete collapse, effectively dying from a massive overload of fan service. Kimiya asks Yurumin if she is familiar with the concept of a pin bag. Yurumin asks if he is referring to the bags covered in idol badges, noting they are rare in the underground idol community. Yurumin mentions seeing them often in Ikebukuro, and Kimiya brings up the new merchandise Mary Uni released recently. The merchandise consists of various badges featuring the idols taken during their live shows. Yurumin starts to suspect Kimiya has something to show her, and he confirms her intuition. Kimiya unzips his backpack to reveal a grid of identical badges featuring Yurumin's botched wink, declaring it to be his answer. Yurumin screams in horror at seeing a bag filled with nothing but her own face, while Kimiya insists he just wants to spread the joy. Yurumin laughs and calls it a pain bag instead of a pin bag, though she admits to being secretly pleased that he went to the effort of making one. In any case, Yurumin continues to look down, still bothered by the specific image he chose. Yurumin demands to know why her badge has such a strange design, suggesting it looks like she is poisoned, while Kimiya insists that her stubbed toe wink is the best. Yurumin tells him to stop using that name and admits she messed up that performance, but she informs him she has been practicing her wink specifically for him. Yurumin considers surprising Kimiya with a fanservice wink just to see if she can make him get flustered. Yurumin leans in close and calls Kimiya by name, getting ready to launch her surprise attack. Yurumin winks at Kimiya and repeatedly asks him what he thinks of her improved technique. Kimiya notes that she only recently got the hang of it and often throws out subconscious winks during performances. Yurumin is shocked that he noticed something she was doing without realizing it. Kimiya looks her in the eye and explains that he would obviously notice because she is the only person he has eyes for. Yurumin is completely flustered by the blunt confession and retreats as Kimiya continues to stare at her. Yurumin wonders why she is the one getting flustered, while Kimiya simply repeats that her wink was good. Kimiya begins to cry, telling Yurumin that she has really come a long way. Yurumin is bewildered by his sudden emotional outburst. Another girl approaches Yurumin and tells her that they need to have a talk. The girl formally apologizes to Yurumin for cutting into her line earlier. Yurumin is surprised by her sudden formal tone and polite behavior. The girl tells Yurumin not to be worried and heads out the door, noting that she had never seen an idol cut in line like that before. As she leaves, the girl declares that she does not care about Kimiya anymore, leaving Yurumin in a state of shock. Yurumin reminds her that she claimed to want him before the concert, but the girl dismisses the outburst as a joke. Yurumin stands in silence and watches the girl walk away with a neutral expression. The girl asks herself why she even brought him up in the first place. A girl wearing a mask and hoodie watches the crowd from a balcony, glad to have found a seat away from others. Backstage, the other idol tells Yurumin that she did not pick Kimiya out specifically. The masked girl looks down at the fans and recognizes individuals who took photos with her recently. She notes that it is expected for them to be there. The masked girl reflects on her desire for something real instead of just being someone's number one. She looks back at her time on stage with her group members. Yurumin and Kimiya stand in the hallway, continuing their serious conversation as they face one another. Papachi recalls a moment of genuine laughter and interaction, though the memories are slightly distorted in her mind. Yurumin is confused by Papachi's mention of the real deal. Papachi walks away thinking about her exhaustion with lies and her desire for someone who loves her more than anyone else. Papachi suddenly changes the mood, telling Yurumin it will cost 500 yen to hear the rest of the story. Yurumin is stunned that she would have to pay to get more information. Yurumin shakily pulls out a 1,000 yen note, but Papachi tells her she was obviously joking. Papachi thinks to herself that she wants no part of the romantic atmosphere between Yurumin and Kimiya. She reaffirms her decision to stay away from him and walks off, leaving Yurumin relieved. Papachi turns back and asks Yurumin if she loves Kimiya a bit too much. Yurumin is completely caught off guard by the blunt question. Papachi grins, telling Yurumin that she has finally realized her own feelings for Kimiya. Yurumin stammers in denial, unable to process the accusation. Papachi laughs and tells Yurumin that she has the face of a maiden in love. Yurumin is deeply embarrassed as Papachi walks away, satisfied with her observation. Papachi suggests that since Yurumin only has one fan, she should just get together with Kimiya and quit being an idol. Yurumin calls the suggestion mean, feeling the sting of the comment. Yurumin realizes that despite having Kimiya's support, she has no intention of quitting her idol career. Yurumin declares that she enjoys being in Merry Uni with everyone and wants to get to know all her group members better, including Popo-chan. Yurumin and Papachi walk down the hallway together, their footsteps echoing as Papachi softly says Yurumin's name. Papachi watches Yurumin, noting how small, pure, and straightforward she is. She reflects on the unbending, devoted love that Yurumin receives from her fan. Papachi tells Yurumin that she is going to have to turn her down. She reflects to herself that Yurumin is her absolute polar opposite. Yurumin asks if Papachi perhaps knows something she doesn't. Papachi retorts that since Yurumin wants to know, she definitely won't tell her anything now. Papachi flashes a bright, cheerful smile and bluntly tells Yurumin that she hates her. Papachi follows up by wishing Yurumin the best of luck with her love for Kimiya. Yurumin is left standing in a daze in the background. Papachi continues to tease her about getting together with him and leaving the idol life behind. Yurumin panics and demands to know why she is trying to jinx her. The two of them are suddenly interrupted by someone else's presence. Yurumin looks over in a start. Two other group members are waiting by the lockers. One asks if they aren't doing any overtime today, while the other jokes about them dashing to clock out as soon as possible. Yurumin is surprised to find Eru there. Eru tells Yurumin that she saw exactly what she was doing. Eru sternly accuses Yurumin of showing too much favoritism toward her number one fan and for cutting into someone else's lane at the event. Papachi starts to sneak away while Eru looms over a terrified Yurumin with a demonic intensity. Eru delivers a light scolding punch to the top of Yurumin's head. Papachi watches the interaction and tells Eru not to go too crazy with the punishment. One of the bandmates mentions that since she was in the lane next to Yurumin during the meet and greet, she happened to overhear something the fan said. She tells the others that the fan told Yurumin to refrain from doing things like she did the day before. Papachi asks what that could possibly mean. Papachi asks for clarification, wondering if Kimiya really said something like that to her. The bandmate who overheard the remark stares back silently with a slight knowing smile. Papachi realizes that the other girl is struggling to understand what Mutsuki is thinking. She comments that seeing Yurumin acting so strange was incredibly funny. Papachi asks Mutsuki what she and Yurumin were talking about before they arrived at the current spot. She tells Mutsuki that it is easy to tell when she is being dishonest or lying. Papachi points out that Mutsuki always raises her eyebrows when she tells a lie. Mutsuki tries to brush it off by saying they were just talking about the concert. Papachi thinks the situation is hilarious and decides she will never let Mutsuki know that her lie was discovered. Mutsuki looks confused and slightly irritated by the interaction. Kimiya and his companions sit at the counter of a restaurant during their meal. Kimiya stares at the Polaroid photo he took with Yurumin. He focuses on the message where she claimed that he belongs to her. The idols pose together for a group photo while one of them holds up a smartphone to take the picture. Staff members manage the lines as fans and idols interact in private booths during an event. Kimiya and Yurumin meet in the booth for their scheduled interaction. They acknowledge each other and trade greetings. Kimiya tells Yurumin that there is something he has been wondering about. Yurumin asks him what is on his mind. Yurumin looks around the room and remarks that the atmosphere feels a bit oppressive. Kimiya asks why she is suddenly bringing this up. Yurumin asks if the ceiling seems too low, but Kimiya tells her that it does not. Kimiya mentions that everything is the same as always. Yurumin thinks to herself that he is bending his neck in a very strange way. Kimiya suddenly apologizes and clutches his chest as if in pain. Yurumin reacts with shock and calls out his name. Kimiya adjusts his glasses and says he feels a strong need to deliver a punchline at that very moment. Yurumin is baffled and asks what he means by that. Kimiya turns his back and remarks that setting his previous thoughts aside, she sang beautifully out of tune during the performance. Yurumin is visibly annoyed and replies that she did not ask for his opinion. Kimiya continues his critique, noting that despite the tuning, she got every single lyric correct and calls her a genius. Yurumin crosses her arms and smirks, feeling a sense of pride. Kimiya quickly adds that at one specific moment, she forgot the dance steps and completely froze. Yurumin is caught off guard, her face showing pure shock and panic at being called out. Kimiya tells her that watching her try her absolute best on stage was dazzling and vows to support her forever. Yurumin blushes intensely, unable to hide her joyful reaction to his sincere praise. Yurumin trembles with embarrassment and tells Kimiya to stop switching between being harsh and being sweet because the inconsistency is confusing her. Yurumin points a finger at Kimiya and demands that he be concise and keep his comments short because he is embarrassing her. Kimiya simply acknowledges her request. Kimiya leans in and delivers a rapid-fire series of short compliments, calling her cute, astounding, and the #1 in the world. Yurumin covers her ears and screams for him to stop, claiming she is experiencing a sensory overload from his words, and apologizes for her earlier demand. Back in the dressing room, the group members sit around a table as they prepare for their next task. Yurumin asks the other girls how they manage to remember all of their fans' names. Eru explains that as the group's leader, she takes detailed notes on every conversation she has with fans and memorizes them every night to be prepared for future encounters. Mutsuki claims she has no special method and simply remembers everything about a person the moment she sees their face. Mutsuki laughs and points out that they do not actually have that many fans to keep track of anyway. The other members react with various levels of awkwardness to her blunt assessment. Papachi smiles and asks Yurumin why she did not bother to ask for her advice on the matter. Yurumin admits she assumed Papachi would just ignore the question. Papachi cheerfully says she will tell her anyway. One of the other bandmates observes the interaction, thinking that Papachi seems unusually eager to participate in the conversation, as she asks if she really understands her fans. Papachi declares that she remembers everything her fans say because she loves everyone who supports her. Yurumin watches her with a neutral, slightly skeptical expression. Papachi adds that she remembers everything they don't talk about as well. Mutsuki is taken aback and asks if such a comment is even legal. Papachi laughs and claims she was just kidding while Mutsuki gives her a noogie. Yurumin watches the exchange and thinks to herself that it didn't sound like a joke at all. Yurumin turns the question to another group member named Rei and asks for her take. Rei leans back and says the situation is actually quite easy. Rei tells Yurumin to think about things simply. She holds Yurumin's hand and explains that there are only 2 types of people in the world. Rei clarifies that people are either tops or bottoms. Mutsuki becomes flustered in the background and demands that Rei stop putting weird thoughts into Yurumin's mind. A young man sits in his entryway and greets his dog boss. He asks the dog if it wants to go for a walk. The man thanks the dog for bringing the lead. He fastens the collar around his own neck, stating he is doing it so he doesn't run away. The man stands happily with the leash attached to his collar, declaring it perfect. Boss looks on with a weary expression. The collar suddenly slips off the man's neck and hits the ground. Boss smirks at the man's misfortune as a text box notes that the dog wasn't responsible. While walking, the man thinks about how troublesome and selfish his dog is. He realizes that Boss only listens when he plays along with these games. Boss barks, prompting the man to look over. The man narrowly avoids stepping into a large puddle and remarks that it was a close call. The man asks Boss if the dog was trying to warn him about the puddle. A bystander notices the dog and comments on how cute it is. Boss suddenly sprints away, dragging the man behind him. The man yells out for Boss to stop. A little boy pets Boss and asks if he can ride him. The man thinks that it is impossible for such a small dog and worries about the child getting hurt. The man, drenched in water, tells the boy not to worry about his appearance. He smiles and suggests that the boy ride on his back instead. The man tells Boss to move aside for safety as he prepares to give the boy a ride. He admits to the child that he does not usually do this. Boss watches with a satisfied expression as the man carries the boy. The 5 group members sit together on a bench and pose for a photo. They are surrounded by large mascot characters in the background. Yurumin sits at her desk and stares at her computer screen in confusion. She wonders what on earth she is looking at. Yurumin sits in a quiet lounge staring at her laptop screen in despair. She admits that she understands nothing about her current task because she failed to pay attention. Yurumin recalls being in bed when Aki-chan asked if she had completed the report due in 2 days. The memory of the sudden realization leaves her stunned. Yurumin expresses her gratitude to Aki-chan for the reminder, realizing she would have been in serious trouble otherwise. Aki-chan casually tells her not to worry about it. In the present, Yurumin lets out a loud groan of exhaustion as she continues to struggle with her work. Yurumin continues to type on her keyboard while reviewing documents filled with charts. She reflects on her packed schedule of lessons and dance practice, noting how incredibly tired she feels. Yurumin explains that she chose the college lounge to avoid falling asleep around others. She also notes that her seat is directly in front of the air conditioner, thinking the freezing air will kill her if she drifts off. Yurumin pinches her own leg to stay awake during the struggle. She remains determined to win this battle against her own sleepiness. Yurumin declares that the victory will be hers as she focuses on finishing the report quickly. She resumes typing at her rapid pace. Kimiya's friend looks at a video on his phone showing an idol group performance. He asks for an explanation of what he is seeing. Kimiya identifies the girl in the video as his favorite idol. He reminds his friend that he was the one who expressed interest in seeing her perform. Kimiya tells his friend to watch the footage closely, explaining that it is a rare video he was permitted to record during a concert. The friend points at the screen and asks if one of the idols looks possessed. Kimiya calmly confirms that the girl in question is Yurumin. Kimiya notes that the footage is from Yurumin's debut and that her dance style has changed since then. His friend remains unconvinced, suggesting the issue goes beyond mere dance style. As they walk together, the friend asks if this is why Kimiya is her only fan. Kimiya agrees that it is likely the case and admits he is not surprised by it. The friend states that seeing such a performance in his dreams would make him cry. Kimiya asks if that would be a good dream, but the friend shouts that it would be a nightmare. An object drops to the floor as a man walks away. Kimiya picks up the item and returns it to the man, who thanks him. Kimiya notes he gained a karma point, prompting his friend to ask what that means. Kimiya explains that gaining karma is about consciously doing good deeds. His friend asks if he's become enlightened and comments that he's acting weird. Kimiya admits his goal is to have better luck getting Yurumin photo tickets. His friend tells him that he sounds incredibly greedy. Kimiya's friend waves goodbye as he exits the building. Kimiya decides it is time to go home, but stops when he notices something in the room. Kimiya sees a girl slumped over a table asleep on her laptop. He notices a cardigan has fallen to the floor beneath her chair. Kimiya thinks she looks like she is eating her laptop and assumes she is a typical student cramming before a deadline. Kimiya picks the cardigan up from the floor, reflecting that this is not an uncommon sight. Kimiya figures the garment fell while she was sleeping and decides to return it. Kimiya thinks she looks cold and likely wore the cardigan for warmth. He tells himself that doing this counts as a good deed for his karma. Kimiya quietly steps toward the sleeping student. Kimiya drapes the cardigan over the girl's shoulders to keep her warm. Kimiya walks away quickly as the girl remains asleep on her laptop. A display inside a train announces that the next stop is approaching. Kimiya tells himself to forget about the girl in the lounge. He looks at his phone and thinks about how much she resembled Yurumin. Kimiya thinks that her hair color might just be trendy right now. He concludes that the rest of the world is finally catching up to Yurumin. Yurumin wakes up and groans as she notices her laptop is closed. Yurumin wonders if she put the cardigan on herself while sleeping. She yawns and notes that she managed to sleep deeply thanks to it. A text box states that Yurumin handed in her assignment with 1 minute to spare. She looks at the university and reflects on sleeping too much. Kimiya checks his random Polaroid ticket and sees that he got Eru. Kimiya plans to give his ticket to a fan named Mr. Everest later. He asks another fan who they pulled for their random Polaroid. The fan sadly reveals that he got Yurumin. Kimiya is surprised he didn't get Eru and notes how lucky the other guy is. Kimiya jokingly imitates a fan who doesn't want to see Yurumin. The fan is confused by Kimiya's comment and asks what he means. He wonders if Kimiya is actually excited to use the ticket. Kimiya thinks about how he is the only fan who lines up for Yurumin. He wonders if the other fan is like him and wants to avoid her notice. The fan explains that nobody else enters Yurumin's lane because it is reserved for the true Yuru Oda. Kimiya listens as the fan says they aren't allowed there. The fan says watching Kimiya and Yurumin interact is like watching a comedy duo. His friend agrees that it's fun to watch them from the line. Kimiya walks through the city at night heading to meet the other fan. He thinks about giving the ticket to the dedicated Yuru Oda. Kimiya sits at her restaurant with the other fan who is busy with his phone. Kimiya thinks about how strange the situation has become. Kimiya wonders why he is Yurumin's only fan despite her being so cute. Mr. Everest looks at a photo and agrees that she is probably cute. Kimiya questions if his very existence has isolated Yurumin from gaining other fans. Mr. Everest tells him that isn't true at all. Kimiya argues that others would still line up regardless of an ultra otaku being there. Mr. Everest explains that everyone is actually just watching over the two of them. Kimiya admits it's fine even if he's the only one. Mr. Everest starts to cry from jealousy, noting that Kimiya gets Yurumin all to himself. Kimiya suggests that generally people should be happy when idols get more fans. Mr. Everest agrees but doesn't think Yurumin is currently thinking about that. Mr. Everest asks Kimiya for his thoughts on a specific scenario. He asks what would happen if Yurumin actually had more than just him. Mr. Everest continues his question while picking at a plate of yakitori with chopsticks. Kimiya adjusts his glasses and thinks deeply about the possibility. Kimiya explains that if Yurumin had more fans and felt more secure about herself, he would simply go back to the way he was before. Mr. Everest asks Kimiya if he really thinks he could go back to watching from the shadows at this stage. Kimiya reflects on how Yurumin is clumsy with her words, which makes her straightforward but prone to causing misunderstandings. Kimiya thinks to himself that Yurumin doesn't need him specifically and shouldn't be conceited. Mr. Everest suggests he should just enjoy things while they last since no one knows when they will change. Mr. Everest declares his own resolve to get as many fans for Eru as possible. He says he has decided to aim for 300 fans all by himself. Kimiya is stunned by the number, pointing out that Eru only has about 20 regular fans right now. Mr. Everest insists the first step for an underground fan is deciding who to support. Someone approaches the table and addresses Everest by name. Eru promises Everest that she will try her best to be the kind of person they discuss. Everest listens as she tells him he can't lose sight of their conversation. Eru says she wants to be an idol Everest can be proud of. Everest is deeply moved and declares that he puts all his trust in her. Everest explains his plan to help the group by handing out CDs and proselytizing to people. Kimiya listens and acknowledges the idea of proselytizing. Everest confirms that his plan is the right way forward. He makes a firm gesture to show his resolve. The two men agree to do this together and raise their hands in a D vow. The scene shifts to a view of the city under the night sky. Kimiya sits on his floor and looks at his phone while considering the app TikTok. He learns it is an app used to short videos. Kimiya admits he usually only uses Chitter for social media. He downloaded this app because he was told to, but he still doesn't quite understand how it works. Kimiya recalls Everest saying that many idols got famous on the app and that he uploads videos of Eru there. He looks for Everest's videos on the screen. Kimiya notes that since he gave a video a high rating, the app is recommending other idol videos to him. He sits back in his chair and continues to press like on the feed. Kimiya tells himself that it is not that he particularly likes idols. He stares at his phone with a serious expression. Kimiya sees a video of Yurumin performing her clumsy dance style. The video has nearly 30,000 likes and thousands of comments. Kimiya identifies the video and tells himself that he found it. Kimiya suddenly reacts with total shock as he looks at the phone. He stares at the screen and questions if he is really seeing Yurumin. Kimiya is overwhelmed by the sight of Yurumin's viral video. He remains in a state of disbelief as he looks at her performing on the screen. Loud music and chanting play from the phone as Kimiya stares at it in silence. He remains motionless while the video continues to run. Kimiya thinks that Yurumin is cute, but quickly stops himself to reconsider. He stares at his phone while a smaller version of himself looks on with a neutral expression. Kimiya notices the video has 5,000 comments and a title claiming demonic possession has been confirmed. He wonders why someone would give the video such a strange title. Kimiya reads through comments calling Yurumin's face the reason they live or comparing her performance to an exorcism. He questions if the commenters actually mean she is an angel on Earth. Kimiya sees a comment containing a spell meant to summon demons and mentally tells everyone to stop doing that. Kimiya scrolls through more frank comments on the app. He notices a user mentioning they are getting into her clumsiness and thinks that this person truly understands her. Kimiya reads more comments from people saying they dig Yurumin's style and find her cute. Kimiya watches the video of Yurumin performing on stage as a comment declaring support for her appears. Kimiya imagines himself telling Yurumin directly that he supports her. Kimiya gazes intensely at the screen of his phone. Kimiya kneels on the floor while clutching his phone, telling himself to stay chill despite the viral surge. Kimiya wonders who actually uploaded the video. He remains deep in thought while looking at his mobile device. The scene shifts to a large building during the day as someone mentions that this is the same thing shown before. Kyuzutani reacts with total shock while looking at his phone, shouting that Yurumin is going viral. Kyuzutani laughs and shows Kimiya that people are calling Yurumin a demon. Kimiya reflects that he originally thought Kyuzutani might have been the uploader, but realizes that is not the case. Kyuzutani sits on a bench next to Kimiya and remarks that the viral attention is actually a pretty good thing. Kyuzutani notes that Yurumin is getting more famous. Kimiya looks down at his phone and remarks that it took everyone far too long to realize how cute she is. Kyuzutani suggests that Kimiya can now brag about being a fan before she was popular. Kimiya thinks to himself that he really did support her before it was considered cool. Kimiya looks away and states that bragging doesn't matter to him at all. Kimiya reflects on how it was weird for him to be her only fan in the first place. He looks back at his phone and decides that Yurumin must be happy about the current situation. Kimiya tells Kyuzutani there is no need to brag. He concludes that as long as Yurumin is happy, that is good enough for him. Kyuzutani feels a sense of familiarity and asks Kimiya what that specific feeling is called. Kimiya suggests it is déjà vu, though Kyuzutani struggles with the word and asks if it is called Dijanbu. Kyuzutani suddenly has a realization and reacts with a start. The scene shifts back to high school outside classroom 1-3. Someone mentions the name Okuda. A younger Kyuzutani asks Kimiya what he is doing standing around. Kimiya explains that other students were already occupying his seat by the time he finished at his locker. Kyuzutani asks if he should tell them to move, but Kimiya insists it is fine. Kimiya explains that he does not want to get in their way or risk backlash for making a fuss. Kimiya remains standing while the other students sit and talk nearby. Kimiya walks toward the back of the room, stating he is fine where he is. Kyuzutani looks at him with disbelief. Kyuzutani asks Kimiya again if he wants the other students to move. Another student runs into the room and calls out to Kyuzutani, mentioning he just returned from the bathroom. The student whispers to Kyuzutani that he saw the lunch lady at the entrance and people are already lining up. The students immediately sprint out of the room to get the jumbo pork cutlet curry. Kimiya watches from the doorway as they disappear. Flashback to high school shows Kimiya sitting at his desk as Kyuzutani holds up 3 fingers and continues to talk. Back in the present, Kyuzutani sighs and says he wants some curry. Kimiya looks at him and asks if that feeling is what he meant by Dijanbu earlier. Kyuzutani notes to himself that Kimiya always holds his feelings in, and it has been a long time since he prodded his friend like this. He looks at Kimiya and says he understands the situation with Yurumin. Kyuzutani asks when the next concert is held. He thinks to himself that this might finally be the time for him to step up. Kyuzutani points a finger and suggests that he come along to the next concert as well. Kimiya stares at Kyuzutani in confusion and asks him what he just said. Kyuzutani stands in front of a live house called Liz M and notes that idols perform events at places like this. Kyuzutani mentions to Kimiya that he only has a single ticket and asks if that is acceptable. Kimiya remains silent and ignores his friend's question. Everest runs toward them shouting for Yuru Oda-san. He catches his breath and says he is glad he caught them before the venue opened. Kyuzutani leans in and puts his arm around Kimiya's shoulder with a wide grin. Kimiya looks visibly uncomfortable with the physical contact. Kyuzutani greets Everest and introduces himself as more or less Kimiya's friend. Everest admits he was surprised and thought Kimiya had been caught up in something strange. Everest sincerely apologizes for his surprise. Kyuzutani asks if his name is really like the mountain and Everest starts to explain his actual name. Kyuzutani shows off his communication skills by shaking Everest's hand and introducing himself. Kimiya watches the two of them interact. Everest suddenly stops the pleasantries and holds up his phone. He frantically asks Yuru Oda if he saw the viral post about Yurumin. Everest exclaims that Yurumin is getting famous. Kimiya confirms that he saw the video on TikTok and calmly remarks that the development is good. Everest wonders why Kimiya is having such a weak reaction to the news. He questions why he and Eru fan is getting more excited about Yurumin's viral success than her own #1 fan. Kyuzutani is amazed by the massive crowd gathered at the venue. Everest notes that there are about double the usual number of people present today. Kimiya looks down in silence as he processes the situation around him. A fan in a hoodie walks past and calls out for Queen Yurumin. Kimiya and his companions take notice of the new arrival's enthusiasm. The fan declares that the era of Yurumin has finally arrived, moving from the Reiwa era to hers. Kimiya hides his face in his jacket and cries with overwhelming joy while Everest watches him and feels happy for his friend. Kimiya tells himself that this is a time to be glad and that his emotional reaction is exactly how a fan should feel. He looks toward the stage as the atmosphere builds. Kimiya stands still, struggling with his internal thoughts despite the positive turn of events. Everest suggests they head to the front for the concert, but Kimiya insists on watching from the back. Everest is confused as Kimiya admits to feeling a sense of unease. Everest asks why Kimiya wants to stay back when they have a new fan like Kyuzutani with them. Kimiya argues that it is because so many other people are already occupying the front. Everest points out that Kimiya is usually always at the very front of every show. Kimiya tells him not to worry about them and cuts off Kyuzutani as the latter tries to speak. Everest reflects on Kimiya's tendency to watch from the shadows and looks at him with concern. Everest tells Kimiya that he doesn't need to be so considerate of other fans. He tries to encourage Kimiya to take his rightful place at the front. Everest heads off toward his usual spot. Kyuzutani tells Kimiya that he shouldn't use him as an excuse to avoid the front row. The concert begins as the lights hit the stage. Kyuzutani asks Kimiya if he can see properly through his glasses from their position in the back as Yurumin appears. Yurumin starts her performance on stage. Kyuzutani shouts out. Kimiya observes Yurumin performing and notes that she seems a bit off. He reflects that she usually handles her mistakes much better than she is right now. Kimiya notices that Yurumin's complexion is pale and wonders if she is feeling ill. He watches her struggle to keep up on stage while she clutches her microphone. Kimiya looks at the crowd and realizes that none of the new people are waving penlights for Yurumin. The lack of glowing lights makes her section of the audience look dark. Kyuzutani and Everest notice that the new attendees are just standing there with their arms crossed. They wonder why these people even bothered coming to the show if they weren't going to participate. Kimiya shouts Yurumin's name from the back of the room to encourage her. On stage, Yurumin is clearly exhausted and gasping for air. The idols announce themselves as Merry Universe to the large audience. Kimiya remains in the back row while the rest of the crowd watches the group. The new attendees express their disappointment, complaining that Yurumin is just regular level bad. They grumble that they came to see the crazy level incompetence they saw in the viral video. A fan yells that the performance is boring. The mood in the venue continues to sour as the new fans lose interest in the idols. Yurumin looks dejected and overwhelmed by the negative feedback coming from the crowd. Kyuzutani looks over at Kimiya, noticing his friend's intense focus. Kyuzutani admits that since they are so far away, he can't even tell which idol is Yurumin anymore. Kimiya looks at him with growing irritation. Kimiya strikes Kyuzutani on the head and calls him an idiot for shouting her name when he can't even identify her. Kimiya continues to scream Yurumin's name with all his might. Yurumin's expression changes as she hears a familiar voice calling out to her from the very back of the venue. Kimiya watches the stage intently, his eyes reflecting the stage lights through his glasses. Yurumin breaks into a tearful but genuine smile on stage. She hears the support of her #1 fan reaching her through the noisy crowd. The regular fans in the front row are surprised to hear Kimiya's voice echoing from the back of the room. They turn around and realize he is the one leading the cheers. The regular fans in the front row shout Kimiya's nickname Yuru Oda-san, urging him to convey his feelings. They scream with tearful intensity while Kyuzutani looks on in shock. Papachi comments on the loud voice from the crowd and asks Yurumin if she is happy. Yurumin blushes and admits that she is. Kimiya grabs Kyuzutani's head as his friend asks if this spot is finally good enough. On stage, Papachi encourages everyone to sing together and keep the energy high. Yurumin sings into the microphone with everything she has, shouting the lyric "Love You Galaxy." Kimiya looks down with a shadow over his eyes and tells himself that of course it isn't enough to stay in the back. Kimiya hands his backpack to Kyuzutani and tells him to hold his stuff, adding that his friend owes him one. He thinks to himself that it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Kimiya watches Yurumin give her absolute best performance on the stage. Kimiya looks at Yurumin, wanting to see her gaze directed at him in that specific way. Kimiya adjusts his glasses with a look of pure determination. He questions why he even exists if he doesn't take action and move now. During the fan meet and greet, the staff member taking a Polaroid asks Kimiya if he could shift a little closer to the idol. Kimiya refuses the request, stating flatly that he is fine right where he is standing. The staff member snaps the photo. The resulting Polaroid shows Yurumin making a peace sign while Kimiya is barely visible at the very edge of the frame. Yurumin looks at the photo and complains that she won't be able to tell who is in it. Kimiya points to a previous shot and remarks that the otaku was in the way last time, prompting Yurumin to shout that the person was him. Kimiya explains that he doesn't want to waste a ticket but prefers to be out of the shot as much as possible. Yurumin looks at him in disbelief and demands to know what the point of a two-shot is then. Kimiya asks Yurumin if she, as a real otaku, doesn't think about the sanctity of the shot at all. Yurumin is left blushing and stammering, unable to give a clear answer. Yurumin asks Kimiya if he wants her all to himself, but he immediately shuts the idea down. Kimiya explains that having such thoughts toward an idol he supports would be extremely disrespectful. Kimiya says that as her only fan he must know his place. Yurumin is left trembling and thinks to herself that he is the ultimate paragon of otaku. Yurumin suggests that it would be fine if he wanted her just a little bit. Kimiya looks at her with total confusion. Back at the concert, Kimiya stands in the back and holds his penlight. He tells himself he has to be there and questions why he even exists otherwise. Kimiya decides that it is the duty of fans to support with all their might and that there is no time to be weak. He begins to run toward the front of the stage. Kimiya pushes through the massive crowd while other fans shout out the names of the different idols performing. Kimiya shouts Yurumin's name with everything he has. She looks down into the audience and is shocked to see him there. Everest smiles as he hears Kimiya finally getting closer to the stage as he should be. A regular fan yells that Yurumin shouldn't be looking so dejected next to Eru-chan. He shouts that Kimiya should be at the front instead of some newcomer. Another regular fan screams for Kimiya to hurry up because the mood is making it impossible to focus on his own favorite idol. The narrative describes how the earnest wishes of Yurumin and Kimiya bring about a sense of unity as their breathing synchronizes. The regular fans of Mary Uni who have watched the two grow closer over time become a single united force. The entire venue seems to shout for the dedicated fan to go forth. The massive crowd parts like the Great Sea, creating a direct path for Kimiya to walk straight to the front of the stage. Papachi calls for everyone to join in. Kimiya looks toward the stage, taken aback by the sudden energy of the crowd. Kimiya thinks about the words he needs to say. He reflects on finally finding his princess and admits to himself how much he likes her. Yurumin trips while running across the stage. Kimiya thinks to himself that the sole reason for his birth was to meet her. Yurumin lands on the floor and makes a strange sound into the microphone. Kimiya vows to stay by her side through life. Kimiya grips his penlight firmly. He identifies her as the person he loves most in the world. Kimiya and Yurumin lock eyes across the short distance between the stage and the front row. He tells her that he loves her. Kimiya calls out Yurumin's name. She blushes deeply and reacts with a surprised sound. Kimiya tells Yurumin to stand up. She reacts with a confused and flustered noise. Kimiya points out that the song isn't finished yet and she needs to get up. He promises to stay right there watching her until the end. Yurumin looks down for a moment, hiding her face while she remains on the floor. Yurumin looks up with a heavy blush and a tearful smile, showing her renewed resolve to perform. The concert ends and the fans call out to Kimiya using his nickname. They cheer for his return to his proper place at the front of the stage. Kimiya apologizes for causing the regular fans to worry. The other veterans tell him that the front is where he belongs and that they can't focus on their own idols unless he is there. Kimiya thanks the group for their support. He looks down and tries to compose himself after the emotional exchange. The front row regulars give a thumbs up and smile. They promise Kimiya that they will all watch over him and his support for Yurumin together. Kimiya and Kyuzutani walk through the venue hallway after the show. Kyuzutani stretches his arms and comments on the high energy of the performance. The fan who previously pulled Yurumin's Polaroid ticket suddenly rushes forward and grabs Kimiya by the shirt. He shouts Kimiya's nickname with intense, frantic emotion. The fan breaks into tears, declaring that Kimiya is a total Chad and that his support for Yurumin was deeply moving. Kimiya watches him with a perplexed expression, wondering who the man even is. The fan insists that Kimiya take his ticket and bows deeply while holding it out. Kimiya is caught off guard by the sudden and forceful gesture. Kimiya looks down at the card and confirms that it is a random two-shot photo ticket for Yurumin. Kimiya asks the fan if he is absolutely sure about giving the ticket away. The man gives a determined and satisfied look, standing firm in his decision to let Kimiya have it. The fan runs off into the crowd, shouting that Kimiya needs to go see Yurumin and prove the mocking newcomers wrong. Kimiya is left standing there holding the ticket as the man disappears. Kimiya decides to pass on using the ticket himself and offers it to Kyuzutani instead. Kyuzutani is surprised by the offer. Kimiya mentions that he originally intended to give a ticket to Everest but changed his mind given the circumstances. Kimiya observes Everest in the distance, looking incredibly happy and content. He notes that the man seems satisfied enough as it is and thinks he is a genuinely nice person. Kyuzutani is confused by the terminology and asks for clarification on what a random ticket is. Everest mentions he hasn't seen Kyuzutani around the venue before, and Kimiya introduces him as a friend. Kimiya explains that the ticket allows for a one-on-one meeting and a photo with Yurumin. He describes the direct interaction fans can have with idols during these underground meet and greets. A staff member directs fans toward the meet and greet area. Everest encourages Kyuzutani to participate, telling him that it is perfectly fine to have his picture taken if it helps support Yurumin. Kimiya thanks Kyuzutani for his support during the event. Kyuzutani looks ahead while humming a tune, casually acknowledging the thanks. Kyuzutani wonders aloud if he should buy a ticket of his own, suggesting he might want to see Papachi because of her appearance. Kimiya asks what he would do that for and bluntly calls him an idiot as they walk together. Everest waves goodbye to Kimiya and wishes him good luck as he heads toward the bonus event. Kimiya waves back while the hallway remains busy with other fans. Kimiya looks at the ticket in his hand and feels glad that he purchased more before they were sold out. He reflects on the fact that he is likely no longer Yurumin's only supporter. Kimiya considers the possibility that he and Yurumin might not be able to talk as freely as they used to now that she is gaining more attention. Kimiya grips his bag strap and tells himself that he should view their past interactions as a special time. He prepares himself to return to a more standard relationship between an idol and a fan. Kimiya walks past the venue staff, vowing that he will not waver in his dedication regardless of how many new fans appear. Kimiya continues toward the meet and greet area, reaffirming that supporting Yurumin is his true reason for being. Yurumin stands alone in her designated booth while the other group members have active lines of fans waiting to see them. Kimiya stops and stares at the empty booth in total shock. The newcomers walk away while complaining that Yurumin was a major letdown despite her potential. The staff member calls for the next person to come forward. Yurumin shouts Kimiya's name in surprise as he finally reaches her booth. Kimiya looks at her with a neutral expression. Kimiya asks why no one else is lining up to see her. Yurumin frantically yells that she is the one who wants an answer to that question and admits the situation isn't entirely unexpected. Kimiya asks what happened to all the other attendees who were there earlier. Yurumin confirms that there were people present just a short while ago. Yurumin expresses her belief that those people won't be coming back again. Kimiya asks what she means by that while recalling her intense expression on stage. Before the show, the idols looked out at the audience and were amazed to see the room so full. Eru celebrated the success while the others reacted with various levels of shock and awe. Papachi remarks that it was a good idea to create the TikTok account themselves. She explains that using a regular account instead of an official one gave the video a more amateur feel, which Ray calls a sneaky move. Yurumin watches her groupmates receive praise while she stares out at the audience. She feels overwhelmed by the sheer number of people who have gathered. Yurumin wonders if all these people are truly there to see her. A staff member encourages her, but she only sees a dark mass of judgmental eyes staring back from the shadows. The pressure becomes too much for Yurumin to handle. She starts sweating and feels completely disoriented as her vision begins to spin. Yurumin recalls her numerous stumbles on stage and during the event. Kimiya notes that she fell down quite a bit, causing her to snap at him to shut up. Kimiya asks if she is just bad at dancing. Yurumin becomes defensive and agitated, claiming it shouldn't matter if her coordination is off. Kimiya realizes that Yurumin was likely too harsh with the newcomers. Yurumin slumps over in despair, mentioning that her behavior made Eru very angry. Kimiya asks if anyone actually used the nickname Queen Yurumin. She confirms it and recalls being surrounded by intense fans who wanted her to lead their metal-loving group. Yurumin explains that the people who visited her lane were either looking for a different kind of fun or tried to recruit her into a cult. Kimiya listens as she notes how everyone ended up leaving her. Yurumin realizes that the only person who consistently buys a massive amount of tickets just to talk to her is Kimiya himself. Kimiya becomes thoughtful while Yurumin watches him with a startled expression. He remarks that something has just occurred to him. Yurumin suddenly recalls Kimiya shouting his love for her from the audience earlier. The memory makes her heart race as she stares at him. Yurumin tries to dismiss the memory, convincing herself that he didn't mean it in a romantic way. Kimiya remarks that her current behavior is typical for someone like her. Yurumin asks if he's just going to call her clumsy again. Kimiya looks at her and asks if being clumsy isn't actually her best quality. Kimiya asks for permission to continue supporting her. Yurumin lets out a strange noise as they stand together in the booth at the end of their time. Yurumin tells Kimiya to just do what he likes and stay right in front of her before anyone else can. Kimiya immediately begins to critique today's concert performance. Yurumin yells in frustration that he is starting his lectures already. In a different setting, Ray stands on the street looking at her phone. A man approaches her and says she is totally his type. The man continues to hit on Ray until a voice from the distance calls out her name. Mogi arrives and apologizes for being late. The man asks if they are friends, and Ray claims they were just about to become more than that. Ray puts a hand on Mogi's shoulder. Ray kisses Mogi on the cheek to get the man to leave them alone. The man stands frozen in shock as Ray tells him that is just how things are between them. The two girls arrive at the entrance of a themed cafe. Inside, Mogi complains about the kiss and admits she thought Ray was going to do it for real. Ray ignores the drama and focuses on her food. Ray feeds Mogi a spoonful of dessert to stop her talking. Mogi finds the food delicious and thinks about how easily she can be managed. She notes that the decor of the Boys Love collaboration cafe is quite intense. Ray admits she doesn't know much about the genre but came along for the merchandise. Mogi continues to eat her meal. A commentary note describes Mogi as someone who talks too much. She is seen scolding a groupmate for eating too much and warning her to watch her weight as an idol. A commentary note describes Papachi as being too noisy. She excitedly tries to take a photo of Ray. A commentary note describes Mutsuki as having no interest in her surroundings. She looks bored while drinking a beverage. Mogi tells Ray she can call her for help anytime. Ray is surprised by the offer, and Mogi mentally notes how easy Ray is to handle. The two leave the cafe feeling stuffed and satisfied. Mogi stops suddenly when she spots something unexpected nearby. Papachi runs up to Ray and Mogi, greeting them as a rare duo. Mogi is startled by the sudden appearance. Mogi explains they were just having a drink at a cafe. Papachi laughs and says Ray is the same as always. Mogi asks Papachi what she is doing there. Papachi explains she is just passing time until their 6 o'clock meeting at the office. Papachi excitedly reveals she spent her free time playing mahjong. Papachi complains that the local old men she played with were suspicious, and their hands were too easy to read, making the game boring. Mogi is impressed by the mahjong skills, but admits she doesn't even know the rules for card games. She suddenly trips over a low guardrail. Mogi falls backward into a row of bushes while Ray and Papachi watch in shock. Mogi sits in the foliage and admits she tripped. Papachi laughs at the clumsy display while Ray checks on her. Papachi offers Mogi a hand and calls her unpredictable. Mogi looks flustered after her fall. Mogi asks for help out of the foliage. Papachi laughs and tells her she is the best just the way she is. The group walks through a station plaza. Mogi wonders what to do next and suggests shopping as she notices something on a large monitor. Mogi spots a concert broadcast on the giant screen and asks what it is. Papachi looks at an informational board and identifies the event as the World Dance Festival. Ray notes that she has seen the group dancing before and suspects they are underground idols in the same field as them. Mogi is shocked by the information. The girls observe the massive stage and the dense crowd. Papachi thinks it looks like fun while Mogi admits she would freeze up, and Ray calculates the potential profit. Mogi and Papachi watch the performance on the big screen. Papachi shouts that the girl in the middle is incredibly skilled while Mogi finds the display amazing. Mogi struggles to see over the crowd and tries to push her way forward. She apologizes as she attempts to navigate through the sea of people. Mogi is stunned to find Eru standing among the crowd in a disguise. A narration note mentions that the member with the most ability often presents herself as a pristine type of idol. Eru focuses her gaze on the screen and observes that the group performing is currently attracting a significant amount of attention. Papachi exclaims that it is quite a coincidence to run into Eru there. Ray observes the group and thinks about the concept of synchronicity while noting that Eru looks cute in her glasses. Mogi asks Eru why she is at the festival. Eru replies that her reason for being there should be obvious. Eru explains that she came specifically to check out their competition. Eru continues that studying the performances of other groups is educational. She notes that the more information they have on their rivals, the better they will be. Eru assumes the others came for the same professional reason and praises their admirable dedication. Mogi and Ray look extremely guilty and nervous. Mogi apologizes and admits they were actually just walking past, realizing they cannot tell Eru the truth. Papachi performs on stage while the lyrics describe a little devil and a bombshell. She declares to the fans that she is right there in their hearts. A hand reaches for a phone on a nightstand in a messy bedroom. A girl groans from under the covers as she tries to wake up. The girl checks her phone, which has a heavily cracked screen. The display shows that it is 9:16 a.m. on Sunday, August 19th. The girl opens her eyes and stares blankly at the phone while lying in bed. The girl's mother yells at her from behind a door to hurry up and get ready for the day. The girl stretches and complains that it is far too early to wake up as she groans in protest. Hanoka eats a meal while someone in the next room tells her to help with the shop today. Hanoka complains that the request is already annoying. Hanoka retorts that the apron is lame and the kitchen is too hot. She asks who the other person is talking about, adding that she has never even stepped foot in that kitchen. Hanoka tells the person not to raise their voice and insists that they are actually louder than her. She claims they only want her on her feet all day and reminds them she is only helping until the late afternoon because she has plans. An elderly person walking a small dog looks up at the shop and remarks that it is as lively as always. Someone ties the strings of an apron around their waist. Hanoka serves a gingered pork set to a customer. When she recognizes the man as an elderly regular, he greets her and comments that it has been a while. The elderly man tells Hanoka that she has gotten much bigger since he last saw her. Hanoka freezes and tells him that his remark constitutes sexual harassment. Hanoka tells the man she will let his comment slide because he is a regular. She points toward the self-service area and tells him to take whichever bowl he likes. Hanoka asks the elderly man how the meal was. He tells her it was great and offers his compliments to the chef. Hanoka laughs and calls the man out for making difficult requests. She tells him that next time he should bring a hot guy with him. Hanoka tells the man that the shop is currently losing customers. The man scolds Hanoka for being disrespectful, but she fires back that he is the one being disrespectful by calling the shop dainty. An observer notes that these two are always the same. A young man sits at a table and eats. He tells someone he does not know anyone as young as him, adding that he would be more motivated if there were more young people around. The elderly man tells the person at the counter that he will tell her off later, explaining that she is just being open with him. Hanoka stands nearby and calls out that she is coming with a cheerful, high-pitched voice. Hanoka approaches the young man and asks if he would like a refill of water. Meanwhile, a caption notes that she is a nice, cute girl. The young man holds up a strand of hair between his fingers and asks if Hanoka sees it. Hanoka looks at the hair with a blank, confused expression. The man tells her he found the hair in his bowl and says he is disgusted. Hanoka stares back at him with a silent, intense look. The man complains that the main meal was terrible too, and asks if she really expects people to pay actual money for such food. The elderly regular stands at the counter nearby looking worried and apologetic. Hanoka looks down, her hand twitching slightly as she thinks about how the man called the food trash. The man smirks and tells Hanoka that he would normally say he won't pay for the meal. Hanoka grips the man's hair and pulls his head back, leaving him unable to finish his sentence. Hanoka smiles with a dark, menacing expression as she asks the man if he actually found that hair in his bowl. Hanoka tells the man that he certainly has the face of a liar. The man retorts by asking if she is calling him a liar. Hanoka keeps her smirk and tells the man that she knows he is lying because she is a liar too. She adds that she could tell he was expecting the question, and the man slams his hand onto the table. The man yells that he is the victim and tells Hanoka to be more mindful, demanding to know if there is a problem. A large, muscular figure steps up behind Hanoka and asks if there is a problem with his staff member. The man looks at the massive figure in terror, wondering if he is looking at a living Gundam. Hanoka looks up at the large figure and exclaims that it is her mom. Hanoka smiles brightly and points out that the only people who could have touched the bowl are her or her mom, noting that the dish is self-service. The man wonders aloud about who has longer hair. Hanoka watches him, looking visibly disheveled. A group of girls gathers in front of the restaurant, surprised to see the place. They ask if Hanoka is really here, if this is where they are meeting her, and note that it has a certain charm. The man runs away, shouting that he refuses to come here ever again and calling Hanoka a dine and dasher. Hanoka tackles the man, grabbing him by the arm as he tries to flee. Hanoka looks up to see her groupmates standing over her and the man she just caught. Hanoka sits with her groupmates on a bench, expressing her disbelief that they came to her house to pick her up. She remarks that the timing worked out perfectly. One of the girls tells Hanoka that her mother was amazing and says she wants to become her disciple. Someone else tells her not to even think about it. The girls discuss the restaurant, noting that it is homely and amazing. One girl mentions she did not know Hanoka's family ran a restaurant and comments that the apron was adorable. One of the girls tells Hanoka that it is admirable how she helps out at home even though she cuts out on practice all the time. She adds that Hanoka cannot really say no to her mother. The girls remark that Hanoka's mother is strong and kind, with one saying she needs to learn her ways. Hanoka complains that hearing about her mother is seriously annoying and tells the girls to give it a rest. She holds out a container of food that her mother gave them. Hanoka tells the group to make sure they give back the Tupperware. One of the girls asks what they are supposed to do about the neighbors, while another notes that she has never seen Papachi act this way. Hanoka demands to know who blabbed about her address. A girl points to someone else, explaining that Mr. Shrimpfield asked him for it. The group arrives at a modern office building where someone greets them by saying good work. The manager, Ebihara Kyosuke, greets the 5 girls and says he is glad to see them all together. Hanoka calls him Shrimpy, prompting him to look startled. Hanoka confronts Ebihara, asking if he told them her address and pointing out that such information is personal. Ebihara cowers and stammers in response. Papachi tells Ebihara it is karma, while Ebihara apologizes and retorts that Papachi is always late anyway. Ebihara suggests that everyone take a seat for the time being. Someone offers snacks to the group while they are seated at the table. Ebihara offers the group kelpies or barley tea, apologizing to them for having to travel all the way to the office. Ebihara opens the refrigerator to get drinks, telling the girls he does not want them getting heat stroke. The air conditioner hums and Ebihara remarks that it has been very hot outside lately. Ebihara asks if the girls would like some cassella cake as well, prompting one of the girls to ask if he is acting like their grandmother. Ebihara laughs and says he was only trying to break the ice, but Hanoka retorts that there is no ice left to break and asks what they are doing there. Ebihara clears his throat and prepares to start the business meeting with the group. Ebihara holds up a piece of merchandise and happily tells the group they need to help pack it. Eru asks if he called them all the way there just for that, while Ebihara panics and begs her not to hurt him. As they work, a box of merchandise tips over and spills its contents across the floor. Hanoka sighs and remarks that the spill is going to make the job take even longer, while the others apologize and scramble to clean it up. One of the girls thinks to herself about how someone would normally react in a situation like this. Kimiya gives a thumbs up while kneeling by the boxes, telling Ebihara he appreciates the tip. Hanoka thinks to herself that this is exactly what the manager would say. Ebihara smiles while holding a folder and remarks that Yuru Oda would have enjoyed that little slip-up. Ebihara asks what his name was again, and Hanoka blushes while confirming it is Kimiya. Hanoka looks at the back of Ebihara as he walks away, commenting that he is a dependable manager and she is glad he attends every show. Hanoka adds that she means she is glad he comes for his sake, noting that he seems to love being there. She gazes at him looking flushed. Hanoka stares intensely at Kimiya, telling him she loves him. Hanoka looks down with a deep blush, looking overwhelmed. Hanoka tells Ebihara not to worry about it, adding that she is certainly lacking as well. A girl in the background mentions they could use a few more fans like Kimiya. Ebihara stands in the shadows sweating and remarks that he feels somewhat rewarded when he sees passionate fans like Kimiya in the crowd. Hanoka looks at Ebihara, thinking about how happy she is that he was able to show everyone her appeal. She reflects on how he supports the group while the idols sing and dance on stage. Ebihara points a finger and reminds Hanoka that he is their manager. Hanoka looks at him and jokingly asks if he is acting like he is their manager. Hanoka calls out to Ebihara to hurry over and he rushes to help her with the boxes. She calls him Shrimpy again, and Ebihara mutters to himself that he must be lacking in the respect department. Hanoka tells Ebihara he does everything for them, but she scolds him because the prints he is holding are off-center. Ebihara yells back, asking what the hell she is yapping about. Ebihara cries and tells Hanoka that he is hungry and wants shrimp fried rice. A girl steps forward and tells Ebihara she will help him. A worker announces that they are finished and thanks the others. Ebihara calls out that there is one last thing, but the girls talk about going to Pachai's place for food. One of the girls tells the others not to dare leave without her. Ebihara happily announces that Merry Universe is going to have an offline meetup. The girls stare at Ebihara in shock and repeat his mention of an offline meetup in disbelief. Ebihara confirms the event is the meetup with the fans, and the girls crowd around to get the details. Ebihara smiles broadly and notes that it is the first outing event for Merry Universe. Hanoka tackles Ebihara and scolds him for not telling them about the event beforehand. Ebihara cries out in pain and begs her to stop. A girl realizes that an offline meetup means she will get to meet Kimiya somewhere other than a stage venue, causing her to blush and tremble with excitement. Meanwhile, Hanoka wonders to herself why she was worried about them not focusing on work. The girls ask where the meetup will be held while Hanoka looks on with a happy expression. A few days later, Kimiya arrives at the venue and waves hello to the idols. Kimiya notes that there are a lot of newcomers recently. One of the idols grumbles that he is here again and mentions that he even bought her new towel. The idol notes that everyone has more fans now despite the viral video attention cooling off. The idol stares intensely at Kimiya and smiles, noting that she still only has one fan. Fans nearby whisper about talking to the famous Yuru Oda, while Kimiya wonders aloud why he is the only one who is a fan of her, suggesting it is like some supernatural force is working against her. The idol grins at Kimiya and tells him that he is very appealing. The idol blushes and says that it is cute how he cannot do many things. The idol continues to praise his hard work and practice, but Kimiya flusters and tells her to stop. Kimiya wonders if he should act like he expected that, while the idol thinks to herself that his love is simply too much. Kimiya asks if he said something embarrassing, his expression completely blank. The idol complains that she is getting played by him again and wishes she could make him flustered. The idol thinks to herself that she is glad she can see his many different faces and wishes she could find his weakness. Kimiya mentions seeing the official announcement regarding the upcoming offline meetup. The meetup event is set to take place at a beach. The idol questions why they are having a BBQ and photo shoot in this heat, but tells Kimiya she is willing to spend time with him since he always supports her. The idol excitedly suggests they bring float rings and race to see who swims the fastest. Kimiya apologizes to her. Kimiya explains that he cannot swim because of his poor eyesight. The idol smiles, wildly delighted to have finally found a weakness she can use to get one up on him. The idol mocks Kimiya for not knowing how to swim at his age and declares that the tables have turned. Kimiya looks at her and tells her what a shame it is, laughing at her reaction. Yurumi laments that it is incredibly shameful she cannot swim, expressing doubt about whether she will have any fun at the offline meetup. Kimiya leans over her, noting that even he is capable of swimming. Kimiya explains that he simply did not go at all because he feared an otaku like him would only kill the vibe. Yurumi reacts with shock and shouts in disbelief. Yurumi cries and asks why he is being like that, exclaiming that she would be left alone to grill meat and that it would taste only of her salty tears. Kimiya notices Yurumi has suddenly become very supportive. Yurumi flusters and tells him not to worry about it, insisting that swimming is not the only activity they can do at the beach. A staff member interrupts them to announce that time is up. The crowd stirs as people begin to leave. Kimiya and Yurumi stand in silence for a moment after their conversation ends. Kimiya wonders if Yurumi hates the beach, but she replies that it is not high on her list of things she likes. Yurumi admits she is unsure how she should have fun there. Yurumi adds that she is not exactly an outdoor person. Yurumi mentions it has been years since she last visited the beach, and that going was not her idea in the first place, then asks Kimiya if he is actually coming to the offline meetup. Kimiya looks at her and asks what the hell was with her getting all serious just a moment ago, confirming that of course he will be there. Yurumi sighs in relief, telling herself that is just how he is. She then shouts that even if she spontaneously combusts, she will be there while dropping something on the floor. Kimiya tells her he will be sure to bring a float ring and asks if they should float in the water together. Yurumi giggles and replies that she will go along with it if he puts it that way. Yurumi asks Kimiya if he really does not know how to have fun, promising that he will enjoy himself if he is with her, his oshi. Yurumi strikes a pose and tells Kimiya that he will have fun no matter where they go, adding that she will practice swimming every day until she gets it right. Kimiya thinks to himself that her seriousness is actually a bit scary. Ebihara announces the Merry Uni offline meetup, explaining that he wants to go over the schedule for the day. Ebihara tells the group that since the event is at the beach, everyone needs to bring their swimsuits. Yurumi panics, worrying that Kimiya will see her in a swimsuit. The girls discuss their swimsuits, agreeing that they should pick ones that suit their characters, and Yurumi decides she needs to get a cute new one. Ebihara lists his requirements for their choice of swimwear, specifying nothing too revealing or bikini-like, and insists on suits with plenty of coverage. The girls ask if string types and high-rise cuts are forbidden, and Ebihara confirms they are not allowed. Ebihara admits they need to be cautious about photos, while the girls complain that finding a cute swimsuit that meets all these criteria will be difficult. Ebihara tells the group he is only imposing these rules to protect them. Ebihara says he does not want the group to go down the route of relying on sex appeal just to make sales. The girls stare at Ebihara, collectively calling him Shrimpy. Ebihara blushes and asks what they mean by that route, acting confused while the girls tease him. Kimiya considers the swimsuit he wants to wear, while Yurumi worries about what to do, noting she still has her old-school swimming uniform but wants something cuter. Yurumi thinks to herself that she does not want Kimiya to think she is cute, but rather she wants to make him flustered and take the upper hand. A group of girls asks Yurumi if she plans on buying a new swimsuit, to which she replies that she thinks so, but is not sure what kind to get. One girl suggests a girly swimsuit with lots of frills, but Yurumi notes that would be too similar to their usual stage outfits. One of the girls remarks that Kimiya would call her cute regardless of what she wears, but Yurumi silently doubts that sentiment. Yurumi imagines herself covered in seaweed and shells, shouting that she does not want to be seen looking like a stinky seaweed Venus. A girl reaches out and grabs Yurumi, excitedly shouting that she wants to see the look. The girl offers to go shopping with Yurumi, while another girl sighs, noting that she always makes jokes out of everything. Yurumi hesitantly agrees to go shopping and tells the group she will pick out something that suits her. A caption indicates that the story continues in Chapter 32. The calendar shows scheduled events for the 18th, 19th, and 20th. Yurumi shops for clothes in a store, looking through racks of items. A group member asks Yurumi if she is ready to go pay for her selections. Yurumi holds a hanger in her hands and focuses on her goal for the upcoming beach meetup. Yurumi decides that she must finally make Kimiya lose his poker face. Yurumi thinks about how she discovered Kimiya cannot swim during their last meet and greet, concluding that at the beach, she can finally do something better than him. Yurumi browses through racks of clothes, determined to go all out and find a cute swimsuit to entice Kimiya, though she doubts she will actually succeed. She worries that he is the type who might just ask to see her pants instead. A group member notices Yurumi and asks if she has decided on a swimsuit yet. Yurumi holds up a revealing outfit and exclaims that there is no way she can wear something like that. The group member playfully calls her a ramen and picks up a string bikini while Yurumi frantically insists it is not what she thinks. Yurumi and her group member sit together while discussing their plan to make Kimiya flustered at the offline meetup. The group member notes that Kimiya is usually too dense to be bothered by anything, though she acknowledges that his inability to swim is his only clear weakness. Yurumi muses that if she seriously asked him, Kimiya would do anything for her, reaffirming that his biggest weakness is his dedication to her as a fan. The group member asks Yurumi if she wants to know the quickest and most effective way to fluster Kimiya. Yurumi listens intently as she leans in. The group member tells Yurumi that all she needs is skinship. The group member elaborates on the power of skinship, suggesting that gentle, subtle physical contact is the key to getting a reaction out of him. The group member asks Yurumi if she wants to see the kind of face Kimiya makes when that happens, and Yurumi eagerly agrees. The group member laughs and tells Yurumi that the offline meetup is going to get much more interesting. Yurumi pumps her fist, reminding herself that she is an idol and Kimiya is an otaku, while her group member cheers her on to show him her idol spirit. Yurumi strikes a pose and tells Kimiya to just wait for her. The calendar shows a block of time marked for a live event and a trip home. Kimiya says goodbye to the idols, telling them he will see them at the next concert as he heads off in the opposite direction. A smartphone displays a calendar marked for August, counting down the days as a building is shown in the background. Someone bids farewell, saying they will see the others next time. Kimiya receives a call and checks his phone, noting that there are 4 more days left. Kimiya walks through a station, telling the person on the other end of the line that he is on his way and should arrive by night. Commuters wait on a train platform as a train pulls into the station. Kimiya arrives home and opens the door, where his mother greets him with a welcome home. Kimiya's mother looks at him and says his name, and Kimiya replies that he is back. Kimiya's mother covers her mouth in shock, crying out that she cannot believe he actually came back home. Kimiya tells her she is exaggerating since they just spoke on the phone. Kimiya's mother tells him that is only because he almost never contacts them. Kimiya's mother grabs his shirt and tells him he cannot show himself in front of his father dressed like that. Kimiya's father sits at the table reading a newspaper as his wife tells Kimiya to wash his hands and get changed because dinner is ready. Kimiya's brother greets him, saying he is back and welcoming him home. Kimiya's brother tells their father about the megabank project he is working on, and his father replies that it sounds like he is doing well. Kimiya's father tells him he trusts that he is making good progress with his studies. Kimiya's father states that getting into Rishu University is a given, while Kimiya replies that he is confident he will get all As, even though the first semester results have not been announced yet. Kimiya's father dismisses his confidence by claiming the university must have lowered its standards, adding that he will not accept anything less than first place in all tests and expects Kimiya to graduate at the top of his class. Kimiya thinks to himself that his father is just like Hiroichi. Hiroichi tells their father that Kimiya is doing his best and suggests they let him enjoy his student years as he likes, then asks Kimiya if he is on summer break. Kimiya answers yes. Hiroichi encourages Kimiya to cut loose and have fun while he is a student, warning him that he will be lucky to even get a 3-day weekend once he enters the workforce. Hiroichi tells Kimiya he is envious of his student life and asks why they do not switch places, leaving Kimiya speechless. Kimiya stands in his room looking around at his bookshelves and feeling suffocated. Kimiya reaches for a book on his shelf and lies down on his bed, feeling as if he is drowning in the suffocating atmosphere of his home. Yurumi calls out to Kimiya, her voice filled with excitement. Kimiya opens his eyes while lying in bed, startled by the sound of Yurumi's voice. A soft, bubbling sound fills the air. Yurumi appears in her stage outfit, posing while Kimiya watches her in the background. Yurumi practices her swimming strokes in a pool while her instructor tells her to copy what he does, instructing her to raise her elbow and move with her shoulders. Yurumi asks if swimming is scary, and her instructor tells her that she has the form right and all she needs is one thing. The instructor tells her that all she needs is courage. Kimiya looks toward the beach, exclaiming that they have finally arrived. The group arrives at the beach, but one member notes with disappointment that it is perfectly overcast, remarking that this is not good at all. One person expresses concern that they can only see trees and fields, asking if this is the right place. A friend replies that it was cheaper to rent a car, while thanking Mr. Everest for driving. A staff member approaches and welcomes them to the Merry Uni offline meetup. One of the group members wonders if he is a staff member. The staff member asks if they got there without getting lost, explaining that they had to rent everything in this remote location because it was all they could afford. One of the girls mutters that he is spilling all the beans. The staff member tells the group that everyone is getting together over there and motions for them to follow him. The staff member happily points out that all the group members are already there. One of the idols calls for everyone's attention and thanks them for coming to the special Merry Universe offline meetup, while another idol jokes that it is mega cloudy outside. The idol leading the event excitedly announces that they will start with a BBQ, followed by a swimsuit reveal, encouraging everyone to get hyped and have fun. The idol strikes a pose, declaring that they will take back the summer as Kimiya arrives and greets Yurumi. Yurumi stops Kimiya and asks if he is listening, noting that she used to think of clothes as nothing more than sewn-together cloth. Kimiya exclaims how wrong he was to think that, marveling at the gap between her regular clothes and her current outfit, adding that every fiber touching her skin looks lovely. Yurumi shouts at him to keep it short. Yurumi blushes as Kimiya tells her she looks like an angel. Yurumi blushes deeply and tells Kimiya to hold it, clearly embarrassed by his comment. Yurumi thinks to herself that she needs to lay the pressure on because her mission is to make Kimiya lose his stony face, while another idol offers to help with the BBQ. One of the idols asks Kimiya if the meat is already done, while another idol grills nearby. Kimiya tells her that is it, and she happily asks for a piece of the cooked meat. Yurumi plots to touch Kimiya's shoulder nonchalantly while looking up at him with pleading puppy eyes to get him flustered and gain the upper hand. Yurumi lunges toward Kimiya, but he instinctively dodges, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward. Kimiya asks Yurumi if she was playing football by herself, questioning what that movement was supposed to be. Yurumi is visibly flustered, gasping for air as she fixates on the meat. Kimiya asks what is the matter, while Yurumi is stunned that he managed to dodge her move so effectively. Yurumi decides to switch to plan B, which involves slightly touching hands while passing plates, and asks Kimiya if he wants to try grilling meat too. Yurumi struggles to remove some vegetables that have become stuck to the grill mesh. Yurumi cries out in frustration, realizing she is going to be stuck with only making noodles. Yurumi sulks as she realizes she is not allowed to touch the BBQ. Kimiya hands Yurumi a plate of meat, telling her he has some for her. Yurumi asks why the meat is so black, and Kimiya explains that it is the meat she burnt earlier. Kimiya eats the burnt meat and thanks Yurumi for the food, while she shouts at him, asking why he would eat something burnt to a crisp. Yurumi frantically tells Kimiya to spit it out right now, but he remains silent. Kimiya tears up, claiming that, beyond the bitterness, he can taste a great pairing of kindness and texture, leading Yurumi to think he is just spouting nonsense. Kimiya tells Yurumi it was delicious and thanks her again for the food, leaving her looking frustrated. Kimiya tells Yurumi to pay closer attention to the sound of the meat cooking and to be quicker about flipping it next time. Yurumi thinks to herself that he manages to find faults even while saying thanks, which reminds her of their interactions at concerts. Kimiya and Yurumi stand by the grill with their plates. Yurumi realizes that she is having a lot of fun. Near a changing room, Yurumi reflects on how she kept failing at the barbecue. She tells herself it is fine because she will have plenty of other chances today. Yurumi focuses her resolve, determined to close the distance and win against Kimiya. A group of people gathers on the beach as the event continues. Kimiya thinks about how wonderful offline meetups are. He notices that Yurumi is very hyped for the outdoor activities and tells himself to be careful not to get carried away. Kimiya decides that he will have to keep more distance between them than he usually does. A staff member announces that the wait is over. The narration describes the meetup as a battle of offense and defense between the idol who wants to touch and the fan with a strong guard. The announcer shouts that it is time for the unveiling of the swimsuit edition. Rei tells Pachai that her ribbon is twisted and Pachai thanks her. The announcer declares that the swimsuit reveal is starting. Kimiya watches as the announcer prepares to start. He thinks about how Yurumi is worried, specifically about his reaction to her swimsuit. Mutsuki and Papachi reveal their swimsuits to the cheering crowd. The manager notes that they look cute, even though he asked them not to show so much skin. Eru and Rei present their swimsuits next. The manager gives them a thumbs up and notes that they look amazing. Yurumi reveals her swimsuit and asks Kimiya what he thinks. Kimiya tells her that she looks very cute and the outfit suits her well. The manager thinks that this amount of skin is acceptable. Yurumi is surprised because she expected Kimiya to react the same way he does when she wears regular clothes. She asks him where he is looking and realizes with excitement that he is actually blushing. Yurumi strikes a pose and offers Kimiya special fan service, seeing this as her big opportunity. Kimiya begins to stutter out a response. Kimiya delivers a verbose explanation admitting he might be misunderstanding the situation but stating her swimsuit is cute. He claims its lack of overt sex appeal reinforces her youthful appeal, which combined with her clumsy and honest nature makes her the person he lives to support. Kimiya admits he has trouble knowing where to focus his eyes. Yurumi begins to crumble away from the intensity of his speech as he calls out her name. The staff member announces that the unveiling time is over. Yurumi hunches over in defeat and curses Kimiya in her mind. Papachi hands Yurumi a t-shirt to cover up with. Yurumi laments that the swimsuit plan was a failure and that she lacks the courage to initiate physical contact. Yurumi puts on the shirt and apologizes to Papachi. She decides to give up on her schemes and just try to enjoy the rest of the event as it is. Yurumi feels increasingly depressed as Kimiya continues to avoid her. The staff member announces that it is time for the activity everyone has been waiting for. The staff member announces free time has begun. The idols excitedly suggest various activities including beach volleyball championship matches and building sandcastles. Kimiya approaches Yurumi with a deflated float ring in his hand. He tells her he brought it as promised and offers to inflate it for her. Yurumi is initially confused by the float ring, but then decides she wants to float around. Kimiya tells her that with the ring even she can have fun in the water. Kimiya suggests they both bring their float rings out. Yurumi suddenly realizes she completely forgot to bring hers. Yurumi shakes with distress as she admits she forgot her ring and won't be able to float. Kimiya offers her his own ring to use instead. Yurumi points out that Kimiya cannot swim himself, but he insists he doesn't mind because she expressed a desire to float. He tells her that fans want to see every side of their favorite idols and encourages her to use the ring. Yurumi floats in the water alone and admits she feels bad about it. Kimiya sits on a concrete ledge nearby and tells her not to worry, stating he is perfectly satisfied watching from there. Yurumi asks Kimiya about the gear he is wearing. He explains he brought prescription goggles just for the occasion, reminding her that he previously claimed his poor eyesight was the reason he couldn't swim. Yurumi suggests that if Kimiya has his goggles he should be fine. She notes that they are somewhat helpful. Kimiya asks if it is not scary to be unable to breathe underwater. Yurumi wonders to herself if he really does not know how to hold his breath. Kimiya apologizes for being gutless. He remembers a past moment of being scolded and told to watch Hiroichi and learn. Yurumi tells Kimiya that everyone has one or two things they cannot do. She asks him if his inability to swim is really that upsetting. Kimiya remains silent as he looks ahead. Kimiya tells Yurumi she is very convincing. Yurumi spins around in her float ring and tells him to shut up. Kimiya reminds Yurumi that she is the one who always says it is fine not to be perfect. Yurumi agrees and decides to give him a special lesson. Yurumi tells Kimiya to watch as she demonstrates how to hold her breath, claiming she is known as a mermaid. Kimiya notes he has never heard her called that as she suddenly slips out of her float ring. Kimiya calls out Yurumi's name as she disappears into the water. Bubbles rise to the surface where Yurumi submerged. Kimiya realizes he cannot see well enough to tell what is happening. He wonders what Yurumi is trying to show him. Kimiya remembers that Yurumi gasped right before she went under. He calls out her name again in a panic. Kimiya screams Yurumi's name as his heart pounds. Kimiya calls out for a staff member on the beach who asks him what is wrong. Kimiya remembers a previous lesson where he was told his swimming form is correct and that he only lacks one thing. Kimiya reaches for his glasses, realizing that the one thing he needs is courage. Kimiya leaps from the concrete ledge and plunges into the water to save the submerged idol. A staff member watches from the shore, shouting in alarm at his sudden move. Kimiya hits the surface and dives deep while the staff member continues to scream for him. He abandons his fear of the water to reach the spot where Yurumi disappeared. While underwater, Kimiya remembers being compared to his older brother during a school assembly. He recalls the stinging comments from his peers about how the two of them were nothing alike. The memory of his family's disappointment and the constant pressure to learn from Hiroichi fills his mind. He reflects on the isolation he felt and the worry that he was hated for being unable to meet expectations. Kimiya searches the water through his goggles, thinking about how much he hated himself for his failures. He pushes through the self-loathing, determined to find Yurumi. He thinks about how Yurumi is different from him because she faces her own impossibilities head-on. He recalls watching her practice tirelessly to overcome every obstacle in her path. Inspired by Yurumi's strength, as an idle Kimiya reaches out and catches her hand beneath the surface. He resolves to follow her example and overcome his own limitations. Kimiya hauls Yurumi to the surface, holding her tightly as they break the water. Yurumi looks distressed and weeps as she gasps for air. Yurumi takes a sharp, desperate breath as soon as her head is above the water. Kimiya asks if Yurumi is okay while she looks at him in shock. She shouts his name as they stay afloat together. Thinking she was in mortal danger, Kimiya frantically asks if she can breathe. Yurumi turns bright red from the close contact and screams his name again. Yurumi pulls back and yells that she was not drowning at all. She points to her head and explains that she only went underwater because her hair tie had come off and she went down to get it. Kimiya stands in the shallow water with a blank expression as his brain tries to process the situation. He repeats her words back to her while he slowly realizes he made a massive mistake. Kimiya stands in the water, realizing that the area is actually quite shallow. He sighs with relief, noting that Yurumi is safe. Yurumi blushes intensely as she realizes that Kimiya is still holding her in his arms. Kimiya begins to speak while Yurumi stares at him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Kimiya runs a hand through his wet hair and admits that he is just so glad she is okay. He looks genuinely relieved that she wasn't in any real danger. Yurumi gazes at him, her eyes wide as she processes his sincere concern for her safety. She grips her own shoulder, feeling the weight of the moment and the intensity of his reaction. Yurumi looks up at Kimiya with tears in her eyes, softly calling out his name. Kimiya suddenly snaps back to reality and wonders what he was doing. He realizes his body moved on instinct before he could think, and he quickly lets go of her. Yurumi falls back into the water with a loud splash and screams at him, asking what the big idea was. Kimiya looks devastated as he realizes the gravity of his actions. He panics over the fact that he touched her without paying for a specific fan service interaction. Overwhelmed by shame, Kimiya bids her farewell and thanks her for everything as he begins to walk away into the deeper water. Yurumi calls out to him in confusion as he tries to leave. Yurumi pouts and looks frustrated as she watches Kimiya attempt to make a dramatic exit. Yurumi lunges forward and grabs Kimiya's arm to stop him from leaving. Yurumi tells Kimiya that she won't let him go anymore, holding onto him firmly. Kimiya looks back at her, surprised by her sudden resolve. Kimiya tries to move away quickly, but Yurumi remains annoyed and won't let him escape the awkward situation. A staff member nearby blushes and sweats, having witnessed the entire intimate exchange between the fan and the idol. In the distance, Kimiya submerges himself in the water to hide his embarrassment. A group member hears a scream and asks if something happened. Ebihara watches from a distance and remarks that the two of them seem to be getting along swimmingly, unaware of the chaos that just unfolded. Wet feet leave prints on the sand as the group moves back toward the shore. Kimiya approaches the staff member to offer a sincere apology for his reckless behavior. He bows, deeply expressing his regret for the scene he caused. The staff member scolds Kimiya, telling him not to dive in so suddenly because it is dangerous. He then warns Yurumi to be more careful too. Yurumi giggles at Kimiya for getting in trouble and mockingly agrees to follow the rules. Yurumi huffs and claims she was planning to teach Kimiya how to swim, but declares he does not need the lesson anymore. As she walks away, Kimiya simply thanks her for the lesson she already gave him. Yurumi pauses and looks back at Kimiya with a sharp, lingering gaze. The 5 idols of Merry Universe lean in and look down together. The story moves into chapter 36. In a flashback to the office, Ebihara excitedly announces that the offline meetup will take place at the beach and will feature a BBQ. The group celebrates the news with everyone expressing their excitement about the trip. Eru is the only one who remains quiet, causing the others to ask what is wrong. Ebihara asks Eru if she is perhaps not that into the idea of a beach trip. Eru replies that she is not against it, but she is just a little worried. Eru asks the manager if he has actually done the proper finances for an event of this scale. Ebihara apologizes for making her worry and insists that everything is fully accounted for. While eating together after a concert, another fan shows Kimiya a post on his phone. He asks Kimiya if he saw the news about Merry Universe holding an offline meetup. The fans talk about the rarity of getting to hang out with idols outside of a venue. They look at the high participation fee and wonder if enough people will actually show up given the current scale of the group. Kimiya and the regular fan agree that they must attend the meetup even if they are the only 2 people who show up. They pledge their absolute support for the idols. Across the city, all the regular fans see the announcement and commit to going to the beach event individually. They all feel a personal responsibility to be there for the group. The morning of the offline meetup arrives with clear skies over the city. The idols prepare for the day's activities. The girls tease the manager for wearing a t-shirt covered in shrimp designs, calling them pajamas. He gets defensive, asking if it is wrong to have a simple design related to his name. The manager points out that one of Matsuki's suspenders is hanging off. He tries to help her fix her appearance before the fans arrive. Matsuki retorts that it is a specific fashion style and mocks the manager for having no sense of style. He is shocked that she would talk back to him like that. Kimiya bows and thanks Mr. Everest for providing the transportation for the trip. They prepare to load into a rental car to head to the remote beach location. Mr. Everest warns the others that he becomes a different person when he gets behind the wheel. Kimiya asks him to please focus on driving as safely as possible. Mr. Everest's facial expression shifts into a mask of intense concentration as he prepares to start the engine. He tells the group they are ready to depart. Kimiya realizes that Mr. Everest only meant his physical appearance changes, as his actual driving style is very relaxed and steady. He watches the road as they travel. While the manager is driving the idols, the girls complain that they can't see the sea anywhere. The manager insists he is following the navigation system exactly. The navigation system on the phone stops moving, leaving them stuck in the middle of farmland. They decide to pull over and ask a local worker for help. The manager calls out to a farmer asking for directions to Nishihama Beach. The farmer notes that they look like they are very lost. The group follows the farmer's directions, heading straight down the road to find a signboard. They remark on how kind the local person was to help them. The BBQ preparations begin once they reach the site. Matsuki is assigned the task of making the fried noodles and enthusiastically accepts. Matsuki carefully reads the recipe while preparing the fried noodles, noting the exact amounts of cabbage and pork needed. The manager remarks that he expected her to be more energetic about the task, rather than so focused on the instructions. Matsuki smiles and explains that checking the measurements is only logical. She admits that she actually enjoys following manuals and official instructions despite what others might think. She suddenly points at a fan's bowl and yells that he has 4 grams too much food. The fan is completely bewildered, wondering how she could possibly determine such a precise weight just by looking. Ray watches the fans eating and suggests that there is something even more delicious than the meat itself. She bluntly tells them to feed someone. A fan flushes red and asks if she is referring to the classic idol fan service of being fed. Ray points toward a different man and clarifies that she wants the fans to feed him instead of her. From Kimiya's perspective, he watches 2 male fans feeding each other meat with their chopsticks. They both seem to be enjoying the food immensely, commenting on how delicious and good it tastes. Ray gives a thumbs up and declares the situation to be nice. Kimiya remains confused in the background, but Ray decides that as long as the fans are happy, everything is fine. Kimiya stands outside the women's changing room to keep watch. Inside, one of the girls questions the decision to wear swimsuits immediately after eating a large meal. The conversation inside turns to Eru, with the others praising her impressive muscle tone. Eru proudly states that she toned up specifically for this meetup, earning her the title of Stoic Queen from her groupmates. Kimiya overhears someone asking to fondle Pachai because her chest is so large. Pachai jokingly agrees to the request, but only for a fee of $1 million per time, leaving Kimiya startled by the bluntness. Kimiya turns away and blushes, closing his eyes as he hears comments about how heavy and perky they are. He tells himself he shouldn't be listening or watching as the girls continue their private talk. At the volleyball net, a fan excitedly tells Eru that he is honored to play a match against her, accidentally calling her a demon first. Eru smiles and warns him not to have high expectations for her performance. The fan secretly believes that volleyball will be a weakness for her despite her reputation. He decides he won't hold back as a man and vows to secure a victory against her. The match ends instantly, with Eru standing victorious and looking completely possessed by competitive spirit. She shouts for her next opponent, her energy levels reaching their absolute maximum. The fan lies face down in the sand, utterly crushed by her overwhelming power. A bystander notes that her performance is exactly why people call her the demon, while Eru challenges anyone else with guts to step up. Papachi asks a fan to build her a sandcastle modeled after Heimji Castle. The fan admits that such a request is quite difficult. Papachi encourages the fans to work hard on the castle. She privately admits that she has no interest in the actual sandcastle. Papachi reflects on how much she enjoys watching her fans sweat and exert themselves for her sake. She tells the group she can't get enough of their efforts. Mutsuki presents a perfectly detailed sand replica of Heimji Castle. The fans are left in total disbelief at her construction skills. A character checks their watch and observes that there is still plenty of time left to enjoy the event. A staff member suggests that the group should head into the ocean. One of the regular fans reaches out to stop him. The fan shakes his head rapidly in refusal. The staff member looks back at him with a confused expression. The fan gestures with a thumbs up toward Kimiya and Yurumi, who are still in the water together. He decides to let them have their moment alone. Kimiya and Yurumi walk along the shoreline together after their time in the water. Yurumi carries the float ring as they head back toward the rest of the group. On the car ride back home, the idols are exhausted and fall asleep against each other. Mutsuki eagerly asks Yurumi for an update on her plan to fluster Kimiya. Yurumi gives a peace sign and suggests that the encounter might have ended in a draw. Yurumi refuses to give any more details, stating that the whole thing is a secret because it is too embarrassing. Mutsuki continues to press her for more information as the sun sets over the ocean. Kimiya bows deeply to thank everyone for their support, but Yurumi stands behind him wondering who exactly he is talking to since he is her only fan. To celebrate the new year and a new volume release, Yurumi takes charge of writing the annual message. She grabs a massive calligraphy brush and prepares to paint on a large sheet of paper. Yurumi finishes her calligraphy with a confident flourish and brags about her good work. Kimiya stands in the background watching her with a completely blank expression. Kimiya is shown in a sequence of various outfits from casual shirts to hoodies, maintaining a stoic and unchanging face throughout the year. Yurumi loses her balance and accidentally kicks over the bucket of black ink. The liquid splashes violently across the floor and ruins her work. Ink covers Yurumi's face and clothes as she stands frozen in shock after the accident. A group of identical Kimiyas react with intense shock and vocal distress to the calligraphy disaster unfolding in front of them. Kimiya leans in close with a depressed look, asking if there is really no new chapter again this week. Kimiya confronts a small blob representing the author, asking for clarification on the news that the series is taking another break. The author blob tries to explain that time was spent working on the latest volume instead. Kimiya points a finger and reminds the creator that work was supposedly finished last week. Kimiya explodes in a rant, claiming that being kept apart from Yurumi for 14 days is equivalent to death for an otaku. He demands to know if the author understands how serious the situation is. The author blob prostrates itself on the ground, apologizing profusely and accepting the need for punishment. Kimiya delivers a cold and scathing critique of the situation. In the corner, a tiny Yurumi weeps about being ignored. Yurumi screams in frustration that she hasn't had the chance to perform in a concert in ages. She shouts that she is supposed to be an idol. A large handwritten apology note fills the space. A middle-aged man stands outside the Glit building checking his phone to confirm he has the right address. This begins Chapter 37. Mutsuki stands in a cluttered research lab and scolds her teacher for his lack of cleanliness. She tells him that he needs to tidy up his workspace a little bit every day. The teacher admits he lacks the ability to clean up while Mutsuki mocks him for not even trying. She prepares to leave the office. Mutsuki announces that she is finished with her assistant duties for the day. She stops, suddenly remembering that she almost forgot something important. Mutsuki holds out a ticket for a Merry Universe live event and presents it to her teacher. The man stares at the ticket in complete silence. Mutsuki calls herself a good girl for helping out and providing a free ticket, but the teacher reminds her that assistance is expected from a student in her position. Mutsuki pouts while the teacher ignores her and continues drinking his coffee. Mutsuki grabs the teacher's attention and insists that since she always gives him these tickets, he must actually attend the concert this time. She then makes a quick exit. A glasses-wearing student enters the room and asks about the girl who just left. The teacher explains that it was Mutsuki and assumes they haven't met. The student is stunned to learn the girl's identity, recognizing her as the genius from the Hanma seminars. He looks at the prestigious awards on the wall bearing her name. The teacher reveals that Mutsuki has given up on her research. The student is surprised that such a famous genius is a gal and mentions that she smelled nice. The teacher drops the news that Mutsuki is now part of an underground idol group, leaving the student in disbelief. The student expresses concern about the sketchy reputation of underground idols and wonders why an accomplished researcher would choose that path. The teacher notes that the student's views sound like personal bias. In the present day, the middle-aged man adjusts his cap and enters the building. Meanwhile, the student continues to gossip about the censored activities idols supposedly do for money, causing the teacher to choke on his drink. The teacher adjusts his cap with a grim look. He resolves to make Mutsuki quit the idol group. He leans against a wall, recalling his previous stance of not interfering because he is not her parent. He feels that a talented girl like her shouldn't be stained by such an impure industry. He remembers Mutsuki calling out to him with a wide, happy smile during their time at the lab. The teacher sighs and looks away, his expression heavy with worry. He heads down the stairs, deciding to investigate the facts of the situation for himself. Wearing a mask and cap, he enters the small venue. He observes that the room is tiny and there aren't many people present. He notices the audience consists entirely of men and realizes there are no seats. He stares down at his feet, realizing he has to stand the whole time. He panics at the thought of standing for an entire hour, citing his age and back pain. He reaches out to tap a nearby fan on the shoulder to ask a question. Kimiya looks back as the teacher asks if there really are no chairs in the place. Kimiya confirms that if none are visible, then there are none. Kimiya asks if he is okay because he looks unwell. The teacher apologizes for the sudden question and explains that his back is in bad shape. He admits this is his first visit and he didn't know he'd have to stand throughout the show. He expresses concern that he won't last until the end. Kimiya informs the other regular fans that this man is a first-timer. The regular fans whisper among themselves in shock, wondering if the man's back can handle the circumstances of the performance. Kimiya walks away and returns shortly after carrying a folding chair. Kimiya offers the chair to the teacher and tells him to sit down. The teacher is stunned by the royal treatment but offers his thanks. Kimiya mentions that first-timers can't leave because they might be made uncomfortable during the performance. The teacher wonders if the fan was just about to say something concerning. Kimiya tells him he'll have to watch from the back, and the teacher says he doesn't mind that at all. Kimiya warns him that choosing the wrong spot results in death, which the teacher calls an exaggeration. He argues that simply watching singing and dancing can hardly be fatal. Kimiya clarifies that he means death by cuteness, beauty, charm, or adoration, claiming he's personally escaped many such deaths himself. The teacher wonders what on earth this guy is talking about. Kimiya explains that once the concert begins, the fans lose all rationality, making the back the only safe area in the room. The teacher envisions the crowd full of jumping people and crazed dancing fans acting like maniacs during the show. He pictures a shirtless man with candles on his head swinging sticks around. He thinks that level of behavior is losing far too much rationality. The teacher concludes that the idol world is dangerous no matter the truth of the matter. He asks about the stick-like things Kimiya mentioned, imagining someone fighting like Son Goku with a staff. The teacher asks Kimiya who he came to see today. He nearly says Mutsuki's full name before catching himself and calling her Mu-chan. Kimiya admits he finds it enjoyable to watch her tease other members like Yurumi and notes that her follow-up comments are incredible. The teacher realizes that Mutsuki's personality as an idol is the same as it was in the research lab, as she's always been like that. Kimiya deduces that the teacher is a fan of the color green and offers to lend him a piece of gear to use if he likes. Kimiya pulls a penlight from his bag and hands it over. The teacher stares at the stick-like object in confusion. Kimiya encourages him to shake the light in time with the music so they can enjoy the show. The teacher feels he can't refuse the kindness but insists to himself that he isn't one of these fans. The teacher sits on the folding chair and accepts the penlight from Kimiya. He wonders what is going to happen to him now. Hanma Shaoji, a university professor, stands in the crowd clutching a penlight. He looks apprehensive and wonders what is about to happen to him. Kimiya tells Hanma that he will collect the penlight after the show and moves to a different spot in the venue. Hanma remains seated on his folding chair and skeptically repeats the instruction to enjoy the performance. Hanma focuses his gaze, determined to expose the reality of the underground idol industry. He hopes that by being there, he can find a way to convince Mutsuki to quit her job. The music suddenly begins to play and the idols rush out onto the stage to greet the audience. Hanma looks on as the first shout from the stage rings through the room. Mary Uni appears on stage and Mutsuki shouts to the crowd asking if they are ready to get hyped. Hanma stares at her taking in her stage presence while the fans cheer and call out her name. The fans explode into a synchronized chant of nonsensical words. Hanma is caught off guard by the sheer volume and intensity of the crowd's reaction. Hanma is baffled by the strange lyrics being shouted and wonders what they mean. On stage, Mutsuki continues her performance and tells the audience to start with a big bang. As the performance continues, Hanma begrudgingly acknowledges that Mutsuki is actually quite talented at singing and dancing. Hanma clenches his fist around the penlight and feels a sense of disappointment. He thinks about how much better it would be if she applied that same level of passion to her academic studies. Mutsuki gives a playful wink toward the audience. Hanma watches intensely from the back, his face hidden behind his mask and cap. Hanma notices a fan shouting Mutsuki's name at the top of his lungs. He wonders if the idol actually noticed the specific fan in the crowd. Hanma looks at the fan nearby who is shouting with astronomical passion. He realizes that everyone around him is deeply in love with the performance. The idols continue their energetic set as Hanma watches the group of fans jumping up and down in front of him. He identifies them as the jumping people Kimiya mentioned earlier. The stage lights flare as the other members sing. Hanma looks at the crowd of people waving their penlights and recognizes them as the stick-waving people. Surrounded by the chaos of the concert, Hanma wonders how the crowd has become so riled up. He is amazed at how completely absorbed everyone is in the performance. Kimiya shouts loud encouragement from the front row while Yurumi, looking flustered on stage, screams back at him to hurry up and love her. Hanma watches from his chair and notes that the calm young man he met earlier has completely transformed. The entire audience raises their penlights into the air, continuing their synchronized support as the performance reaches its climax. Hanma slumps in his chair as the show concludes, admitting that he saw nothing suspicious during the performance. He thinks to himself that the idols did a good job but still has lingering concerns. Kimiya stands over the professor and asks him how he felt about his very first concert. Hanma struggles to find the words to respond. Kimiya asks Hanma to return the borrowed penlight and tells him he can leave the folding chair where it is. Hanma looks down solemnly and explains his presence. He says he came to see for himself whether underground idols are part of a legitimate and respectable industry. Hanma states that Mutsuki is his student. He reveals he had heard rumors about idols being forced to provide questionable extra services to attract customers. The professor explains that, as someone responsible for teaching and guiding her, he intended to make Mutsuki quit being an idol if the rumors turned out to be true. Kimiya firmly tells him that nothing like that happens at this venue. He admits he doesn't know about other groups but defends the integrity of the place he knows. Kimiya shouts with conviction, stating that whatever happens elsewhere is completely separate from what they do. Hanma is taken aback by Kimiya's intensity and remarks that he sounds like a gutsy mother protecting her child. He looks at the other emotional fans and wonders how they all ended up looking like that. Hanma observes the idols on stage and the fans in the background cheering with their penlights. Mutsuki beams with a bright, genuine smile from the stage. Kimiya asks Hanma how Merry Universe looks to him now after seeing them perform. Mutsuki strikes a final pose on stage. Kimiya tells the seated professor that what he is looking at is the true reality of their group. Hanma removes his cap and apologizes for his earlier rude comments. Kimiya asks for confirmation that he is a teacher, and Hanma admits it before Kimiya suggests that since he is already there, he should stay. Kimiya suggests that they both head over to the meet and greet session. Hanma looks confused by the sudden proposal. Mutsuki enthusiastically greets the fans at the event while Hanma watches her from the side, observing her interactions. Hanma finds himself standing in the queue for Mutsuki, feeling nervous about his presence there. Kimiya explains where the line is and offers him a spare Polaroid ticket, insisting that he isn't trying to turn the professor into a regular fan. A staff member tells Hanma to stand next to Mutsuki for their two-shot photo. Hanma panics, internally realizing that his reconnaissance mission has led to a direct face-to-face encounter and an awkward photo opportunity. Mutsuki notices that Hanma is a new face and tries to start a conversation. Hanma remains silent behind his mask. Mutsuki asks what brought him to the event and jokes about him being nervous. Hanma reaches into his pocket while remaining quiet. Hanma hands a small piece of paper to Mutsuki, catching her by surprise. Hanma walks away immediately after handing over the note. A staff member tries to call him back, noting that he still has time left for his session, but Mutsuki is distracted by the slip of paper. Mutsuki stares at Hanma's retreating form and begins to recognize him. She remembers her teacher's silhouette, his eyes, and the faint scent of tobacco, realizing that the strange fan might actually be her professor. Mutsuki reads the handwritten note which says that he is rooting for her. She smiles and blushes, feeling certain about the sender's identity. Kimiya asks Hanma about the photo he was supposed to take. Hanma adjusts his hat and looks away, having left before the picture was even snapped. At school, Yurumi approaches her friend Dake and offers to let her in on a secret. She mentions that something special is coming up on September 9th. Yurumi makes a dark, intense face as she dramatically reveals that it is her birthday. Aki bluntly states that she already knows because Yurumi has told her many times before. Yurumi laughs nervously while Aki tells her to rest her throat. Aki tells Yurumi that she sounds like an old drunkard whose throat has been scorched by alcohol. Yurumi denies having gone out drinking, insisting that she cannot even consume alcohol. Yurumi mentions her mother once told her never to drink in public again after the first time she tried it. Aki points out that Yurumi definitely did something during that occasion. Aki warns Yurumi that if she ignores her condition, it will turn into a cold, just as Yurumi lets out a sneeze and complains about her sore throat. Aki hands Yurumi a tissue and tells her to blow her nose. Aki asks if it is almost time for Yurumi's supplementary lecture, and Yurumi thanks her, prompting Aki to jokingly ask why she is calling her mother. Aki mentions she has a little secret she wants to let Yurumi in on. Aki tells Yurumi that the classroom she is about to enter is currently haunted. Aki claims the room is haunted by ghosts coming from the graveyard located right next door. Yurumi reacts with shock to the news while Aki continues to tease her with a smile. Yurumi yells at Aki to stop teasing her like that as Aki announces she is heading off to join her group. Yurumi decides to sit as far away from the window as possible because of what Aki said to her. Yurumi shivers and notes that she feels cold despite the summer season, attributing it to the air conditioning. Yurumi remarks that the teacher currently in the room looks rather scary. Yurumi laments that she cannot focus on her work under these conditions. Yurumi rests her head on the desk, groaning in discomfort. Yurumi looks up and realizes that it has become dark outside while she was asleep. Yurumi sneezes and decides she needs to go home quickly to take some medicine. Yurumi stands by the door, struggling as she tries to pull the handle. Yurumi screams that the door will not open. Yurumi panics, realizing that she has been locked inside the room. The scene shifts to the dark classroom, echoing the earlier warning that the space is haunted. Yurumi looks around, terrified by the realization that she is in a haunted location. Kyuzutani asks a classmate what he thinks of the new greeting he invented, which the other student dismisses as incomprehensible and creepy. Kyuzutani comments that it was a good idea to reach out, while the other student explains he is only there today because of a qualification course, then tells Kyuzutani not to act like an idiot. The student asks Kyuzutani why he is there, and Kyuzutani replies that he is helping with the Cultural Festival Executive Committee. The student sarcastically notes that Kyuzutani only got hooked into the project for a free food ticket. Kyuzutani gets excited about going to eat, while the student notices an advertisement for a balloon birthday event on his phone. Kyuzutani questions if it is a birthday festival or a concert, and the student confirms it is a birthday festival for Yurumin next month. The student tells Kyuzutani that while the festival is fine, he needs to show more interest in the cultural festival as well. Kyuzutani reacts with shock to the sudden realization that they are late. Kyuzutani screams in shock as someone inside the room desperately shouts for help while rattling the door handle. Kyuzutani grabs the handle and asks in surprise if someone is trapped inside, while the person on the other side yells for him to open the door. Yurumi cries from behind the door as Kyuzutani discovers that it will not open. Kyuzutani wonders if someone locked them in, while his companion argues that no one would lock a student inside, as Yurumi continues to sob and scream about being scared of getting cursed. Kyuzutani tells the person inside that their screaming sounds scarier than the situation, so they should relax and wait while he finds someone to help. Kyuzutani reaches out toward the door, asking Yurumi to please calm down. Kyuzutani suggests that the door is likely not a push-to-open type, while Yurumi realizes from the other side that she recognizes his voice. Yurumi yells out as she manages to unlock the door, and the handle turns. Yurumi bursts out of the door and runs straight into Kyuzutani, catching him completely off guard with the collision. Kyuzutani stands there in stunned silence while the student who accompanied him looks on in utter disbelief. Yurumi hangs her head in deep embarrassment, barely able to speak. Yurumi screams an apology and bolts down the hallway, leaving Kyuzutani and his friend laughing hysterically at the absurd encounter. Kyuzutani wipes his face with a cloth, remarking that they seem fine now and calling the strange event good karma, while Yurumi sighs in relief at having escaped. The student asks Kyuzutani what the person was like, and Kyuzutani replies that he thinks it was a girl, though he could not see her clearly. Yurumi cries out in relief that she got away without anyone seeing her face, still feeling embarrassed by the situation. A server delivers a ginger ale and a lemon sour to a customer. The server says he will go set up room 102. A coworker notices that the server's voice is coarse and asks if he is doing all right. The server insists he is fine and tells his coworker to let him know immediately if he is not feeling well, as that would be a problem. The coworker looks toward the server with a questioning expression. The coworker asks when the server is next on shift, and the server replies that he is working tomorrow and the day after. The coworker notes that the server looks dead tired, while the server admits he has been working every day lately. The server cleans a table, thinking to himself that being an idol otaku requires a lot of money. The server lists the expenses associated with being a fan, such as concert tickets, merchandise, and meet and greets, while continuing to clean. The server prepares a spray, connoting that Yurumin's birthday is coming up next month. The server mentally reviews his preparations for the birthday, including ordering a flower stand, signing an album, and arranging balloons, flowers, and a cake. A group of people discuss how others promised to help with the event, but failed to follow through. The server resolves to see the project through to the end by himself, acting as the only fan Yurumin has. The server acknowledges that he is the sole member of the birthday committee responsible for all the party arrangements and decorations. The server focuses on his work, determined that everything will proceed smoothly because it is all for Yurumin. Kyuzutani lets out a sneeze while cleaning a screen. 1 week later, the karaoke house called Payon Kara remains open for business. A coworker asks Kyuzutani if he is sick, but Kyuzutani insists that he is fine. The coworker tells Kyuzutani not to push himself because tomorrow is his first day off in a while, offering to take over his work. Kyuzutani thanks his coworker for the help, and the coworker tells him to clock off and go get some rest. Kyuzutani grimly reminds himself that he cannot rest today because it is the day of Yurumin's concert. Evening falls over the city skyline. Kyuzutani drinks water in his kitchen while thinking about his fever and his aching joints and throat. Medicine sits on the counter, leaving Kyuzutani to reflect on how he should be healthy for the event. Kyuzutani feels frustrated that he cannot seem to get over his cold, which is beginning to affect his mental state. Kyuzutani leaves his apartment while thinking that he cannot rest now of all times because he has to support Yurumin with everything he has as her only fan. Yurumin smiles dreamily to herself, lost in happy thoughts. A group member notes that Yurumin is in her own world because her birthday is coming up, while Yurumin tells them to shut it. The group member warns Yurumin that she tends to mess up when she gets too caught up in her own head, and another member teases her for acting like a mother. The group member reminds Yurumin to stay focused because today is just a regular performance, and Yurumin enthusiastically agrees. A staff member opens the dressing room door and tells the group of idols to get ready. Yurumin steps onto the stage as the audience cheers, thinking to herself that this is her first birthday since becoming an idol. Yurumin performs her solo, feeling confident that Kimiya will point out every one of her mistakes. Yurumin recalls Kimiya telling her that those very mistakes are what make her shine the most in the world. Yurumin scans the crowd while on stage, feeling excited and hoping that Kimiya is there to enjoy the show. Yurumin pauses during the performance as she realizes Kimiya is not among the fans in the front row. Yurumin stumbles and loses her balance during the dance routine while her fellow idols continue the performance. Yurumin looks around, visibly worried, as she continues searching for Kimiya in the venue. Yurumin wonders where Kimiya is, her expression growing increasingly distressed. Yurumin looks around the empty back area of the venue, confirming that Kimiya is not there. Yurumin jumps up in the middle of the performance, confirming to herself that he is definitely not in the crowd. Yurumin twists her ankle and falls during the dance, thinking that she is losing her stride because Kimiya is not there to cheer her on, noting that he has never missed a single concert or been late. The idols recall how before he was known he would show up to see them even on rainy days. He reminds them to be careful not to get blown away on windy days, which earns a sharp retort from Yurumin to give it a rest. They remember how he still showed up to see them even during a typhoon, even when the concert had been cancelled. Yurumin realizes she zoned out during the performance and hit the wall, remembering that he always stands in the front row where she would notice him. Yurumin struggles to regain her focus while the audience watches her from the seats. Yurumin wonders where Kimiya is, feeling sad that he is not coming. Yurumin continues her song while her fellow idols notice her chanting his name in her head. Yurumin sings the line calling Kimiya to come to her. A fellow idol asks what is wrong while Yurumin snaps back in frustration. The other idol looks at Yurumin in confusion, wondering why she is acting this way. Yurumin realizes she messed up the lyrics and feels embarrassed in front of the crowd. The fans in the crowd remark on how jealous they are that Yuruoda got such great fan service. Yurumin glances down, feeling awkward after her slip-up. Yurumin wonders why she had to mess up at such a time as this. A fellow idol teases Yurumin, saying it is a shame her boyfriend did not hear her little love call. While in the meet and greet prep room, a fellow idol suggests Kimiya might be bored of Yurumi, prompting Yurumi to insist it was not a love call, and to declare that if he is going to love anyone, she wants him to love her. Yurumi stares intently at the idol who teased her, thinking to herself that Kimiya is definitely not bored of her. The other idol dismisses Yurumi's somber reaction as acting like a tragic heroine. The idol reminds Yurumi that it was just one time he did not show up, warning her not to get down over every little thing, or there would be no end to it. Yurumi cries, agreeing that it is rare for someone to attend every single concert, while the idol comforts her and notes that Yuruoda was not there today either. The idol looks at Yurumi and asks if she realizes just how lucky she is to have such a dedicated fan. Yurumi asks the idol if she is trying to cheer her up, but the idol snaps at her to stop making that face because it is ticking her off. The idol asks Yurumi if she should really be acting so carelessly right before the meet and greet. Yurumi sits alone on a chair, thinking to herself that she knew this empty turnout would happen. 10 minutes later, Yurumi gestures toward a chair while other fans interact with different idols nearby. 20 minutes later, Yurumi sits alone with her arms crossed, remaining silent. An idol approaches Yurumi and tells her it is her turn, while Yurumi wonders where Kimiya is and laments how long she has been waiting. A fan approaches Yurumi and bows, and the other idol notes that the fan is clearly disappointed because Yurumi looks so down. The fan tells Yurumi he is both an Eru fan and a Kimi-Yuru fan, claiming that getting between the two of them would be worthy of the death penalty, which causes Yurumi to yell at him for his strange comment. Yurumi thinks about how Yuruoda usually has perfect attendance at concerts, even if he has to crawl his way there, and muses that his absence today is truly odd. The idol notes that Kimiya has been looking very busy recently with preparations for the birthday event and admits she is a little worried about him. The other idol asks if she has any idea what happened to him, but Yurumi questions why she is asking her. The idol tells Yurumi that she should know because everything Kimiya does is for her sake. The idol suggests that perhaps something urgent came up and tells Yurumi not to get so down, encouraging her to cheer up. Yurumi walks alone on the street, suddenly remembering that the guy is active on Chitter. Yurumi decides to check her followers list to see if he posted anything. Yurumi's foot suddenly hits something on the ground. Yurumi gasps in pain as she trips and falls to the ground, bewildered by what just happened. Yurumi looks up, eyes widening in shock at what she sees. Kimiya is sitting on the ground, disheveled and covered in stains. Yurumi recognizes his voice and asks in a panic what he is doing there. Kimiya gasps for air, whispering that he is thankful he managed to make it to the concert, but Yurumi tells him he did not make it because the concert is already over. Yurumi stares at him, her expression shifting as she takes in his condition. Yurumi notices Kimiya is sweating profusely and suggests he needs help, even jokingly offering to call for Shrimpy. Yurumi asks why his clothes are so torn up, while Kimiya offers a weak apology. Kimiya collapses onto the ground, struggling to remain conscious. Kimiya lies on the floor, thinking that his body feels incredibly heavy and that he just wants to fall asleep right there. Yurumi stares at the ground, worried that there will be no one left for her. Kimiya struggles to stay awake, thinking to himself that he cannot let her become that sad again. Yurumi kneels beside Kimiya, realizing in disbelief that he actually crawled his way there just to see her. Yurumi looks down at him, whispering an apology with tears in her eyes. Yurumi insists that Kimiya is not a failure as a fan despite his claims about his disgraceful appearance and missing the concert. Yurumi watches over Kimiya as he lies on the ground telling him that missing a concert happens every now and then. Kimiya thinks about how he felt like it was his mission to go there, but mostly he just wanted to see her. Kimiya whispers that he just wanted to see her tears streaming down his face. Yurumi gazes at him quietly, noting that was all he wanted. Yurumi calls Kimiya an idiot, her face flushed with emotion as she stares at his exhausted, stained state. Yurumi cries as she admits to Kimiya that she missed him. Kimiya suddenly coughs up a significant amount of blood, shocking Yurumi. Yurumi panics while fumbling with her phone, trying to remember the number for an ambulance, as the other idol remarks that an Oshi's dara can sometimes become a blade. Yurumi grabs Kimiya's phone, but he weakly tells her not to do that. Yurumi is overwhelmed and starts to panic, while Kimiya attempts to calm her down, offering to pay the fee for his actions. Kimiya wheezes that he has already called someone. Yurumi asks who he called, but Kimiya is unable to provide a coherent answer. Yurumi reacts with sheer shock at the turn of events. Yurumi pleads with Kimiya not to die while she stays by his side. A young man suddenly leaps into the room, startling Yurumi. The young man, Kyuzutani, kneels down to check on Kimiya, asking him if he is feeling all right or if he is feeling good. Kyuzutani introduces himself, and when the young man asks who he is, he proudly declares that he is Kimiya's bestie. Yurumi observes the young man, noting that he sent her his location info with a message to come here, and mentions that he looks familiar. Yurumi suddenly realizes that this is the person who accompanied Kimiya to the concert that one time. Kyuzutani points at Yurumin in surprise while she adjusts her hair, confused by his reaction to the concert mention. Kyuzutani asks why she is with Kimiya, and Yurumin wonders in horror if that is how he recognizes her. Yurumin reacts with confusion and excitement, imagining the two of them on a date, while asking if that is what is happening. Kyuzutani remarks that Kimiya is more dead than on a date right now, while Yurumin stammers in embarrassment at the thought. Kyuzutani tells the group they should not waste time and offers to give Kimiya a lift home in his car. Yurumin looks over at Kimiya, thinking that, while Kyuzutani seemed a bit weird at first, he is dependable since he is Kimiya's friend. Kyuzutani clarifies that by car he actually means his bicycle. Yurumin objects that he cannot carry someone on death's door on a bicycle, but Kyuzutani insists she should not underestimate his bike, Chiyoko. Kyuzutani urges Yurumin to calm down, insisting they need to get Kimiya home right away. Kyuzutani shouts that they need to call a taxi, leaving Yurumin stunned. Yurumin watches as Kyuzutani helps Kimiya into the back of a taxi. Kyuzutani tells Yurumin to put their stuff in the car while she wonders why Kimiya called this guy, only to realize he was just the first contact in his address book. Yurumin tells Kimiya to get inside the car as well. Kyuzutani says he will guide the way by riding his bicycle, Chiyoko. Yurumin yells at Kyuzutani to wait as he begins to pedal away while she sits in the car next to an unconscious Kimiya. Yurumin panics and orders the driver to just follow that bicycle. The driver thinks to himself that this situation feels just like a scene from a drama. Yurumi is usually shy around boys, but she adopts a Tsukomi role whenever she deals with the foolish Kyuzutani. Yurumi stares up at the apartment building in shock as they arrive at their destination. Yurumi stands outside the car and mutters to herself that she has arrived. The driver keeps pace with the bicycle, ensuring they reach the location without any trouble. Kyuzutani asks Yurumi to grab his backpack for him while he helps someone else out of the car. Yurumi reaches into the vehicle to retrieve the bag after he steps away. Yurumi notes with surprise that Kimiya lives in a completely ordinary apartment building. Yurumi wonders aloud if Kimiya lives with his family, to which Kyuzutani replies that he lives by himself, adding that this is exactly why he came to pick him up. Yurumi feels relieved that she does not have to meet his family yet, as they approach the building entrance. Yurumi panics, questioning why she was even considering marriage-related family introductions, before reminding herself that Kimiya is just her fan, and she must not let anyone find out she is visiting his home. Yurumi fears that if word gets out about her meeting a fan in private, she will be roasted by the public. Yurumi consoles herself by thinking she is not famous enough to attract that kind of negative attention. Yurumi imagines herself being confronted by Shrimpy and the other idols, and decides that she is definitely dead if they find out. The two arrive at the third floor of the apartment complex. Kyuzutani searches for the apartment key while Yurumi stands nearby, anxiously repeating that she needs to go home. Kyuzutani asks Yurumi to open the door and she agrees, thinking to herself that she will leave immediately after he gets inside. Yurumi walks into Kimiya's home, noting that she has finally arrived. Yurumi blushes and exclaims that the room looks much more lived in than she expected. Yurumi observes a glass left on the counter, thinking that the gap between her expectations and reality is refreshing and carries a certain charm. Yurumi moves to let Kyuzutani pass by so he can enter the room with Kimiya. Yurumi realizes that she has officially stepped inside Kimiya's apartment. Yurumi stands by the door, startled, when Kyuzutani asks for her help with Kimiya. Kyuzutani urges Yurumi to hurry as he supports Kimiya in the doorway. Yurumi agrees to help him. Yurumi enters the room carrying her backpack while Kyuzutani helps Kimiya stand. Yurumi observes that the furniture is utilitarian, just as she imagined, and realizes with a jolt that this is her first time being inside a boy's room. Kyuzutani asks Yurumi to pull out a futon, and she complies while noting that the home has a unique aroma. Yurumi smells the futon and finds it has a reassuring scent rather than a bad one. Yurumi suddenly yells at herself to stop, realizing she just sniffed the futon, as if it were a natural thing to do. Yurumi watches Kimiya sleep, thinking to herself about his habits. Kyuzutani notes that Kimiya sleeps for 8 hours straight, questioning if he is still a grade schooler, while Yurumi stares at the sleeping boy in disbelief. Kyuzutani explains that he discovered this habit during a high school field trip, leaving Yurumi surprised, because she always thought Kimiya was very put together. Kyuzutani recalls how Kimiya was the only one in their room who refused to wake up for breakfast, despite being out late with the others the night before. Kyuzutani mentions that he eventually had to carry Kimiya to the bus, and Yurumi finds it fascinating to hear stories about Kimiya's high school days. Kyuzutani offers to be called Kimiya's courier since he is used to carrying him, and Yurumi is stunned that he is happy to be known as such. Yurumi reflects on their long friendship while Kyuzutani checks Kimiya's temperature. Yurumi apologizes to the sleeping Kimiya, worrying that staying in the room any longer will make her look like an immoral girl who sneaks into fans' homes to sniff their bedding. Yurumi frantically wonders if the apartment has a thermometer or ice packs while Kyuzutani searches in the kitchen. Kyuzutani asks Yurumi to look after Kimiya while he goes out to buy supplies, leaving Yurumi shocked by the sudden request. Kyuzutani leaves the apartment, immediately telling Yurumi to watch over his friend as the door slams shut. Yurumi sits alone in the room with the sleeping Kimiya, completely panicked by the situation. Yurumi sits on the floor and realizes with a flushed face that she is truly alone in the room with him. Yurumi stares at the sleeping Kimiya and repeats to herself that she is alone in the room with him. Yurumi kneels on the floor, spiraling as she realizes she is stuck alone in Kimiya's room while he is sick. Yurumi repeats to herself that she is an idol and he is her fan, telling herself that she is not going to do anything weird while she sits beside him. Yurumi exclaims that he needs to stop breathing so seductively. Yurumi thinks that the longer she stays in the room, the weirder she acts while she sits on the bed and decides she has to go home. Yurumi realizes that Kyuzutani took the key with him and panics, wondering where it is and noting that even if it were here, she could not take it with her. Yurumi concludes that she has no choice but to wait for him to return and wonders if she really cannot leave until then. Kimiya coughs while lying on the futon and Yurumi watches him, concerned. Yurumi watches Kimiya and thinks that he will be desperate if she leaves him in this state. Yurumi declares that she will nurse Kimiya, boasting that she is dependable when it comes to taking care of people because she looked after her younger brother. Yurumi notes that he is always looking after her, so now it is her turn to heal him. Yurumi tells Kimiya to prepare himself because she's going to heal him right up. Yurumi finds a towel in the kitchen and wets it, starting her mission to cool Kimiya's head to heal his cold. Yurumi removes Kimiya's glasses and places the wet towel on his forehead. Water drips from the wet towel onto Kimiya's face. Yurumi smiles, thinking that making a sick person soaking wet is a good way to help him cool down. Yurumi searches the cupboards and decides that her next mission is to make rice porridge for the sick Kimiya. Yurumi realizes there is no rice, but she finds a box of chocolate and assumes Kimiya likes sweets. Yurumi shuts the refrigerator, deciding she cannot feed a sick person chocolate and that she will leave the porridge preparation to someone else. Yurumi stands still, sighing as she tries to figure out what to do next. Yurumi remembers that she can use her phone, telling herself that this is just a small break and that she knows exactly how to handle this situation. Yurumi panics when she realizes that her third mission, wiping his body, would involve taking off his clothes. Yurumi is horrified by the idea of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as part of her fourth mission to keep him hydrated. Yurumi checks her phone for advice on managing a fever, reading that she should keep the patient cool and warm their cold hands and feet. Yurumi sits down next to Kimiya and decides that simply touching his hand is easy enough. Yurumi tells herself that touching his hand is just being a good nurse, especially since she has hugged him before. Kimiya drifts into a dream where he is surrounded by a crowd of tiny Yurumis. In the dream, the tiny Yurumis pull at Kimiya and tell him to run away with them. The tiny Yurumis clamor over Kimiya, declaring that he belongs to them. Yurumi holds Kimiya's hand and feels happy, thinking that he is already half-healed. Yurumi suddenly pulls her hand away, realizing that her actions will not actually heal his fever, and decides she should let him sleep instead. Yurumi leans over the sleeping Kimiya and teases him, commenting that he has never shown this vulnerable side of himself to anyone else before. Yurumi laughs, noting that she certainly cannot let anyone see her in a fan's home, especially not Eru. Yurumi panics and accidentally knocks her phone over, causing it to vibrate as a video call begins to ring. Yurumi is shocked to see Eru on the screen, who cheerfully greets her with a question about whether she is Yurumi. Yurumi holds the phone out and frantically asks Eru why she is calling, while claiming she is out eating with Popo Kai. Yurumi is stunned that it is a video call, while Eru asks if she wants to come join them. Eru explains that they were worried because Yuruota did not show up today, so they decided to get some food to feel better. Yurumi screams internally when Eru mentions that she is paying for the meal, while Eru tells her she does not actually have to come. Eru notices someone sleeping behind Yurumi and asks if there is someone there, causing Yurumi to shout that there is absolutely no one. Eru abruptly hangs up the call, leaving Yurumi to apologize and tell her she will take a rain check. Eru and her friend talk about how Yurumi was acting suspicious and acting in a cheeky manner. Yurumi collapses in relief, feeling that she barely managed to survive that situation without being caught. Yurumi notices how sweaty Kimiya is and decides that while she cannot wipe his whole body, she can at least wipe his face. Yurumi searches for another towel, having already used the one from the laundry, and wonders if there is one hidden somewhere else in the room. Yurumi slides open a cupboard door and stares inside in surprise. Yurumi opens the cupboard and finds a neatly organized collection of merchandise and a framed picture. Yurumi discovers an entire wall dedicated to pin badges of herself, along with boxes of files and figures neatly displayed. Yurumi realizes the room is filled with handmade prototypes, manager-made acrylic stands, and an excessive amount of merchandise that she never even knew existed. Yurumi drops to the floor in shock while staring at the overwhelming wall of pin badges. Yurumi gasps, realizing that every single badge on the wall features her face, and calls out in surprise. Yurumi stares at the display and recalls seeing similar badges in Kimiya's bag on a previous occasion. Yurumi shudders as she realizes the sheer scale of the collection is far more intense than anything she has seen before. Yurumi wonders why Kimiya would create so much merchandise using her likeness while he remains fast asleep. Yurumi looks through stacks of T-shirts and CDs, noting that there are dozens of each item. Yurumi stares at a massive army of acrylic stands featuring her image, dubbing it an entire army of Yurumins. Yurumi observes Kimiya sleeping at his table and thinks to herself that he truly keeps his surroundings neat and tidy. Yurumi watches Kimiya, struck by how careful and thorough he is, as she notices him clutching a badge in his sleep. Yurumi gazes at the framed photo of Kimiya and her placed carefully on the shelf next to her plush toy. Yurumi tells the sleeping Kimiya that he is an astonishing otaku before closing the cupboard door. Yurumi looks at Kimiya and muses that he pours all of his time and money into her. Yurumi reflects on the extent of Kimiya's dedication, noting his frequent concert attendance, his massive collection of photos and merchandise, and how he uses them to decorate his entire living space. Yurumi gently touches Kimiya's forehead and whispers that he really loves her. Yurumi gazes down at Kimiya while he continues to sleep peacefully. Yurumi sits beside him, blushing as she stares at his face while lost in thought. Yurumi worries that Kyuzutani is late, muttering that he should have returned by now. Yurumi loses her balance and begins to slip on the floor. Yurumi gasps as she falls forward toward the bed. Yurumi lands directly on top of the sleeping Kimiya. Kimiya suddenly wakes up and calls out that he is back, kicking off his sandals as he enters the apartment. Kimiya rushes into the room, calling out to Yurumi and asking how Kimiya is doing, only to stop when he sees her lying on top of him. Kimiya asks what is happening as Yurumi scrambles to get up and exclaims that she is leaving. Kimiya wonders aloud if she has a curfew, feeling guilty for keeping her there so long as he hears the door slam shut. Kimiya stands in his room looking at the sleeping Kimiya and wondering if Yurumi might have caught a cold as well. Yurumi, still blushing, deeply remembers the sensation of being pressed against him. Yurumi leans in and presses her face against Kimiya's as he continues to rest. Yurumi clutches her face and screams in surprise, complaining that her fall also caused her pain. Yurumi frantically tells herself that she just slipped and tries to convince herself that she is safe while wondering why she is making excuses. Yurumi realizes that Kimiya just happened to be where she slipped and questions who she is even making excuses to in her own mind. Yurumi stands alone in the room, lamenting that she is an idol who snuck into a fan's home, held his hand, and kissed his forehead under the guise of nursing. Yurumi runs down the street at night, swearing to forget everything that happened today and calling Kimiya an idiot for causing such a mess. Kimiya coughs in his sleep while lying on the futon. Kimiya wakes up and groggily tries to take his own temperature. Kimiya notices the wet towel on his head and wonders if Yurumi was the one who put it there, noting that it won't help his condition. Kimiya looks around his apartment, confused and questioning what is going on. Kimiya groans and tries to sit up as he begins to stir. Kimiya opens his eyes and contemplates his situation, wondering what is happening. Kimiya struggles to recall if he actually left his room. Kimiya checks his phone and sees text messages from Kyuzutani, realizing he was taken care of while he was sick. Kimiya walks to the washroom to splash water on his face, wondering if he really spoke to Yurumi and if he managed to make it to the concert. Kimiya stares at his reflection in the mirror with a serious, blank expression. Kimiya looks at the display and asks what the heck is going on. Kimiya reviews the 3D model he created in Blender, noting that this was his first time using the software and that the result was difficult to achieve. Kimiya explains that he asked a friend for help with the asset, and the process was incredibly challenging, before adding a small note apologizing that this information has nothing to do with the story. Yurumi performs on stage, calling out to the audience that her charm goes po and pon to the head, prompting an observer to call her a lethal weapon. Yurumi shouts to the crowd, breathlessly chanting her own name while the audience cheers back. Yurumi strikes a pose on stage, leading a fan to shout that her name is Yurumi, while another fan tells him to be quiet. The fan standing in the back wonders if he is at a hero show as he shouts encouragement to Yurumi. A fan expresses jealousy over the attention Yurumi is giving to someone else in the crowd, while others observe that the two people in question are always the same. Yurumi shouts from the stage for the fan to stop saying typically, while her fans comment that the two of them are having a full-on conversation during the show. A fan greets Kimiya, asking how he is feeling and mentioning he was surprised to hear that Kimiya had collapsed after missing the previous performance. Kimiya bows to apologize for causing worry, explaining that he is still on the mend. Kimiya claims that being at Yurumi's performance makes him feel revitalized, leading the other fan to suggest that it is just the adrenaline talking. The fan warns Kimiya that he should not push himself since he is still recovering. Kimiya mentions that things might be a little close regarding the preparations for Yurumi's birthday, and his friend asks how everything else is going. Kimiya explains that he is struggling to balance the budget and design while keeping costs down, but he believes things will be fine once he places the orders. Kimiya's friend insists that he will help, claiming that the workload is too much for one person, while Kimiya looks surprised. Kimiya's friend warns him not to repeat what he is about to say, mentioning that another otaku broke down from the pressure of the birthday committee, leaving Kimiya curious about what happened to that person. Kimiya insists that he wants to see the project through by himself as the only Yuruoda, though he thanks his friend for the concern. The friend asks if Kimiya is talking about the birthday committee, while another acquaintance listens in. The acquaintance remarks that they can rest easy knowing Yuruoda is in charge, calling him the most determined person around. Kimiya stares ahead, thinking about his own black eyes. Kimiya's friend expresses worry that Kimiya's love for Yurumi and his heavy sense of responsibility might be too much for him to handle. Kimiya's friend pats him on the shoulder, expressing sympathy, while noting that Kimiya has already collapsed once before from trying to do everything alone. Yurumi approaches Kimiya, telling him he would definitely win a nice person contest, which confuses him as he asks what kind of contest she is talking about. Yurumi turns away, unable to look him in the eyes, and asks how the concert was, but she dismisses his vague, cute report as sounding like an elementary school assignment. Kimiya critiques Yurumi's performance, noting that her pitch and rhythm are improving but her dance is shaky, and she loses breath, while Yurumi thinks that there is a lot more criticism than praise. Kimiya asks why Yurumi is looking to the side, and she quickly makes an excuse about sleeping in an awkward position to explain why she collapsed before the performance. Kimiya looks at his watch, remarking that he still vaguely remembers a few things from that time. Kimiya stares intensely at Yurumi, asking if she was the one there when he fell down. Yurumi blushes furiously and stammers a denial, desperately hoping Kimiya thinks he just saw an illusion because she is terrified that he will find out she was inside his house. Kimiya asserts that he definitely remembers those words and that what he experienced was no illusion. Kimiya feels a pang of guilt, thinking about how he made her sad and touched her without paying, and tells himself he must apologize. Yurumi thinks back to the moment she touched him, feeling a sudden jolt of embarrassment as she tries to hide her reaction. Kimiya wonders if Yurumi hates the memory of that time, worrying that he must have really troubled her. Kimiya tells himself that fans and idols meeting outside is strictly forbidden, and he decides to stop asking because he only wants to avoid causing her further trouble. Yurumi exclaims that she did not do anything while Kimiya apologizes to her. Yurumi stops Kimiya, telling him he does not have to go so far, while he insists he will stay on top of his health so he never misses another performance. Yurumi thinks to herself that she cannot let Kimiya return to the rough state she witnessed that day. Yurumi stands tall and assures Kimiya that she will be fine even if he is not there. Yurumi asks herself who she is really there for. Yurumi decides to keep the truth to herself, fearing that Kimiya will push his health too far again if he knows she was there. Yurumi stands opposite Kimiya, keeping her distance as she maintains her secret. Kimiya walks away while remarking that if that is what she says, then he will accept it. Kimiya tells her he won't come to see her for a while, leaving Yurumi completely stunned. The world feels like it is collapsing for Yurumi as she reacts in shock to his declaration. Kimiya, wearing a staff shirt, looks confused as he wonders what is happening. Kimiya walks away, repeating his statement that he won't be coming to see her for a while. Yurumi points at a staff member, completely bewildered and asking what is happening. Yurumi blames herself for the situation, muttering that it was her own fault. Yurumi panics, wailing that she has no idea what she is saying, while the staff member observes her distressed state. Yurumi cries out in despair, insisting she takes it back as her fellow idols watch her behavior with concern. Yurumi runs away and the staff member calls out for her to wait and come back. The other idols discuss whether Yurumi is going crazy again, wondering what is wrong with her. An idol explains that she heard Mogi messed up and that Mr. Glass's rose-tinted glasses broke. Yurumi laughs hysterically, mocking herself, while the staff member tries to calm her down by telling her she cannot leave her spot because Kimiya is the only one who comes to see her. Yurumi retreats into the restroom area, away from the stage and the crowd. Yurumi stands inside the restroom, finishing her thoughts as she tries to compose herself. Kimiya slams his head against the wall, realizing he should not have told Yurumi he would stop coming to see her, while thinking that going back to apologize would only make her feel more uncomfortable. Kimiya leans his head against the wall in silence. Kimiya's friend tells him that Yurumi was just worried about his health, while Yurumi, standing nearby, thinks to herself that she knows Yurumi did not mean any harm by her words. Kimiya's friend dramatically exclaims that he will lose his reason to live if Kimiya stops coming, and Kimiya tells him not to exaggerate. Kimiya stands by the wall, lost in thought. Kimiya thinks that he wants to be acknowledged, praised, and needed by Yurumi. Kimiya imagines holding a heart-shaped gem as he reflects on his overwhelming desire for Yurumi's approval. Kimiya's friend playfully tells him that Yurumi was going nuts looking for him, while Kimiya looks away. Kimiya rushes to a sink to splash water on his face, feeling disgusted by his own petness, while his friend warns him he is turning the place into a crime scene. Kimiya's friend tells him that even though the meet and greet is over, he cannot show his face to her now, and Kimiya wonders if he actually made it to the concert at all. Kimiya's friend yells at him to stop acting like a slogan and tells him he should have just said he would never forgive her if she did not get better. Kimiya's friend suggests they move somewhere else to avoid blocking the hall. Kimiya asks his friend to tell him exactly what happened. Kimiya's friend explains that he understands why Kimiya is upset given how sad Yurumi was when he was not there, and Kimiya admits he is in the wrong. Kimiya's friend questions if it is even possible for him to stay away from Yurumi, leaving Kimiya with a glazed expression, as he regrets his rash decision. Kimiya insists he will not quit being an otaku, declaring that for people like them who sacrifice their livelihoods to give everything to another person, there is no going back. Kimiya's friend sighs in relief, happy to hear that Kimiya is not giving up on his passion. Kimiya confesses that he felt a brief moment of resentment when Yurumi told him she would be fine without him even though he does so much for her sake, and he admits his earlier behavior toward her was impudent. Kimiya's friend drinks from a glass and reminds Kimiya that he already said this before while a server attends to a customer at a nearby booth. Kimiya muses that while fans are the worshippers and idols are the gods, he is realizing that the dynamic is more complex. Kimiya thinks that while keeping the boat from rocking is the standard way to handle the idol-fan relationship, he sometimes feels he wants to be more than just a follower. Kimiya's friend shouts that even idols go to the toilet, reminding Kimiya that idols and fans are all human beings. Kimiya's friend asks Kimiya if he is okay, while a server in the background complains about people talking about toilets in a restaurant. Kimiya thinks about how they should not just revere idols for their charming points, but also accept their faults, ugly sides, and the greed they feel toward their idols. Kimiya reflects on loving his idol in her entirety, accepting all aspects of her. Kimiya looks thoughtful as he concludes that this complete acceptance is what it means to be the ultimate otaku. Kimiya's friend tells him that what defines an otaku is different for everyone, and it is not about which approach is good or bad, adding that he wants Kimiya to be his own kind of otaku. Kimiya focuses intently on the idea of becoming the ultimate Yurumi otaku. Kimiya's friend encourages him, telling him he will definitely become the ultimate Yuru Oda, which leaves Kimiya feeling shy as a bystander watches them in confusion. Kimiya's friend tells him to get healthy first and promises that they will help him set things right with Yurumi, even though Kimiya is already worrying about preparing for her birthday party. Kimiya glances at his phone and repeats the word "we," looking confused as he wonders who else is involved. A group of regular fans arrives and calls out to Kimiya, cheering that he finally invited them over to join the effort. Kimiya's friend worries about whether they have enough funds, suggesting they crowdfund or make others pay, while noting that a partner group could provide signatures. Meanwhile, the friend also mentions wanting some beer. Kimiya pauses, wondering if his friend's suggestion was too much, while the friend thinks about his desire to handle it himself. The regulars offer to lend their help to Kimiya, and he bows low to accept their support. The group joins forces, cheering and raising their fists in solidarity, determined to make Yurumi's birthday a huge success. At the office after the meet and greet, Yurumi is confronted by an idol who aggressively asks her to explain what she did this time, while the atmosphere turns dark and ominous. The idol taunts Yurumi about her falling out with Kimiya, and while Yurumi tells her friend Pachai to be quiet, the other girls gossip about the situation. Yurumi hangs her head in shame as the other idol mockingly apologizes for her loss. Another idol tries to cheer Yurumi up, insisting that Kimiya will definitely come back, and that he only said those things in the heat of the moment. Yurumi remains sullen, and one of the girls remarks that the Yuru-holic fan will not be able to stay away for very long. Yurumi explains to the group that she only wanted him to rest because he had been looking ill for weeks, but her friends react with shock and exclamations of surprise. The other idols call Yurumi a klutz and an idiot, pointing out that Kimiya is the only one who comes to see her. An idol observes Yurumi, thinking that despite the drama, Kimiya's dedication to her birthday celebration remains unwavering. The idol imagines a bleak future where Yurumi performs at a deserted venue without any flowers or fans, calling it a bad end for her career. Yurumi worries that Kimiya might quit being an otaku entirely, which would be bad since he is an important source of income, and she wonders just how long for a while really is. Kimiya wonders if he will ever come back, feeling a desperate need to apologize as Yurumi cries over the thought of him abandoning her. Yurumi yells at herself to stop crying because it will not solve anything, while one of the other idols remarks that she is acting scary. The idol tells Yurumi that she should focus on what needs to be done right now and save herself reflection and regret for later. Yurumi tears up, telling herself she must make the birthday celebration a success for Eru. The idol gently places a hand on Yurumi's head and tells her to save those tears so she can cry with joy when the time comes. A staff member announces that they have a performance scheduled for the day after tomorrow, instructing everyone to catch Yuru Oda and makes sure they thoroughly apologize. The staff member announces that they have just received word and is glad everyone is present to hear it. The staff member informs the group that they have to cancel the next performance due to electrical issues at the venue. Yurumi panics, asking if the birthday performance is still on as scheduled. The staff member confirms the birthday show is at a different venue, leaving Yurumi to realize the next time she will see Yuru Oda is on her birthday. The calendar highlights September 9th as the date of Yurumi's birthday. The idols gather to discuss their plan, and Yurumi decides she needs to post about the situation on Twitter, though she worries about holding a birthday event with no people. The other idols try to reassure Yurumi that Mary Uni has plenty of other fans and someone is sure to show up, though Yurumi remains concerned that it will not feel like a real birthday celebration. Mogi asks the group what they want to do, while Yurumi looks at Kimiya standing in the distance, contemplating all the tasks she has to finish in 1 week. Yurumi stares intensely ahead, overcome with emotion, as she resolves to believe in Kimiya, tears welling in her eyes. Yurumi thinks about all Kimiya has done for her, determined to pay him back, because she knows he is still working hard on her birthday party preparations. Yurumi shouts with intense blushing resolve that she will give everything she has to that love. Yurumi feels a sudden wave of second-hand embarrassment as her fellow idols look on, watching her struggle to express her thanks for Kimiya's support. Yurumi stands before her group, demanding they practice intensely while asking for their help to show her resolve through her performance. The idols smile at each other, acknowledging the importance of their upcoming training. Yurumi shouts that they are ready to go. Yurumi announces that they will begin practicing every day starting tomorrow, leading the group to cheer in agreement while she remains visibly exhausted. A staff member asks if Yurumi has heard anything from Kimiya regarding the birthday celebration, prompting her to look down. The staff member remarks that Kimiya must have already placed the orders for the balloons and cake, while Yurumi worries that he is pushing himself too hard. An idol cheers, confident that Kimiya will definitely attend the birthday celebration, noting that the group will still have fun regardless. The group begins their intensive training mode, discussing their battle plans for the upcoming week. Yurumi falls during dance practice while Kimiya continues to work diligently at his computer nearby, oblivious to the ongoing rehearsals. Yurumi stares intensely, her face flushed and sweaty from her rigorous training session. Kimiya checks his schedule, which is marked with an X, while in the background, the other idols go for a run in the park. Kimiya listens silently, his face partially obscured as he processes the gravity of the situation. Yurumi looks on in surprise while an acquaintance hands a folder to a friend, seemingly preparing for the work ahead. Kimiya stands in the room holding a ping-pong paddle and watching the others as they gather to prepare. Yurumi sits alone at a desk, writing in a notebook as she plans for the future. A phone screen displays the date of September 9th, flashing as the time reaches 700. Kimiya kneels on the floor, checking his phone, while Yurumi reaches for her own device on the bed. Kimiya and Yurumi stand face to face, both looking determined as they realize today is the day. The page features a sketch of a man with his hands on his hips, labeled as the man who is always wondering what will happen. The city street is quiet, with a store in the background as the narrative shifts to the executive committee's responsibilities. Kimiya pulls on his shirt, reflecting on how the role of the executive committee is often a tough and laborious one. The volunteers work tirelessly between their jobs and school, pooling their own money to ensure the best possible stage is prepared. Kimiya stands with the group of volunteers, preparing to leave with his luggage, reflecting on the struggle they all overcame together. The group of volunteers stands in a line, forming a mysterious bond after their hard work. Kimiya addresses the group, offering his heartfelt thanks for everything they have done throughout the day. Kimiya tells them that they have all done a fantastic job, and the group cheers in response. Kimiya instructs his team to ensure the merchandise is set out correctly for the pre-sales, noting that flower stands will be brought in to coincide with that time. Kimiya tells everyone to handle their individual responsibilities as planned, adding that he will take care of the cake. Kimiya shows his phone to his team, instructing them to refer to the manual he prepared if they encounter any issues such as a lack of glow sticks or popped balloons. Kimiya clutches his wrist while the team gathers around, finalizing their preparations for the event. Kimiya and his team confirm they will make the birthday celebration a success. A man shouts out for Mr. Okuda, and Kimiya identifies himself as the person being sought. A large, intimidating man confronts Kimiya demanding to know if he is Mr. Okuda and asking if he knows who he is while Kimiya admits he has no idea. The man revealed to be the baker shouts aggressively, wondering how anyone could hire him given his scary appearance and questioning if he has ties to shady organizations. The baker licks a bit of red substance off his face, clarifying that it is strawberry jam, while Kimiya observes that he is bleeding from his head. The baker drops to his knees in a deep bow, apologizing profusely and explaining that he is there to deliver the birthday cake. The baker explains that he ran into a rival patissier on the way and that his refrigerator exploded in the process. The baker shows Kimiya the damaged box containing the remains of the birthday cake, tearfully admitting that he could not protect it. The baker apologizes again, stating he cannot even remake the cake because his oven was blown up during the incident. Kimiya stares at the cake, remains in disbelief, wondering why he ordered from such an outlaw-esque bakery in the first place. The baker hands Kimiya money, offering to refund the cost of the order and providing extra funds so he can buy a replacement cake. Kimiya stands holding the box containing the ruined cake, while the baker runs off to apologize to his other customers, and Yurumi appears in the background holding a bouquet. Yurumi asks if Kimiya is bullying her, and he sighs as the steam rises from the damaged cake. Kimiya panics, wondering how he can possibly hand such a mess to her, while the baker admits he does not have instructions for what to do when a refrigerator explodes. Kimiya stands surrounded by his friends, feeling the weight of the situation as they all look at him with concern. Kimiya looks down at the cake, staring at the message that still reads, "Happy Birthday, Yurumi." Kimiya tells his friends that a pre-made cake would be most appropriate, but when one friend offers to check elsewhere, Kimiya stops them, determined not to give up. Kimiya insists that he will make it in time, telling his friends that Yurumi would be happy with either a store-bought or a custom-designed cake. The baker points out that the cake decorations, which were the most difficult part, are still intact. Kimiya declares that he will make her a new cake right now. Kimiya asserts that he can definitely finish in time as long as he has cream and sponge cake, though his friend doubts it is possible with only 3 hours left before the concert. Kimiya looks determined, vowing that he will not allow failure or despair on Yurumi's special day. Kimiya's friends look at him with a mix of awe and worry, calling him Yuruoda. Kimiya rejects a friend's suggestion to check nearby supermarkets, and the group agrees to help him. A friend suggests there is a large mall 10 minutes down the road that is sure to have a baking goods section. Kimiya's friend apologizes for bringing it up so suddenly, and Kimiya looks at his phone as they prepare to move. Section Chief Inoshi of the sales department reflects on the situation, noting that he is in charge of this area. A team member confirms they have finished the emergency booking for a space with a kitchen in Shinjuku, and the others praise the speed of the arrangement. Fumii, the bulletin board admin, announces that the reservation is confirmed and asks if anyone has questions. Sakaki Jungle, known for his superhuman strength, volunteers to take care of the luggage and the pre-sales merchandise. Red Dragon Masaya, the crazed dog of Ibaraki, boasts that he will not lose to anyone in terms of physical strength and can handle running all the necessary errands. Mr. Everest, the war history otaku, tells the group to leave the venue set up to him while he urges Yuruoda to get started. Yuruoda stares ahead with a somber expression, telling the group to live so that they can meet again. Yurumi walks into a room, passing a group of people who are cheering for war. Mogi peers around a pillar, looking confused as she asks what the hell is happening. A chart lists the various NPCs who have appeared in the story, including Mr. Everest, Red Dragon Masaya, Section Chief Inoshi, Fumii, and Sakaki Jungle, noting their roles and when they made their debut. It is September 9th at 3:00 p.m., and Yurumi appears fired up, while her fellow idols note that she seems uncharacteristically intense today. A friend remarks that Yurumi does not seem nervous at all, attributing it to the daily foundational lessons, while Yurumi mentally dismisses the training as brainwashing. Mogi observes Yurumi, who remains silent, and tells her that she did well during their session. Yurumi looks frazzled, gasping that she feels like she will forget everything if she talks, likening the pressure to prepping for a test. Another idol walks through the doorway, commenting that she prefers Yurumi the way she usually is. Yurumi is overwhelmed as she realizes the otaku are gathered to discuss her birthday celebration, while her friend reminds her that she is running late. Yurumi is stunned when her friend mentions the cake exploded and asks what they mean by the term exploded. Yurumi is shocked to hear the cake exploded while her friend mentions Kimiya is currently baking a new one. The clock shows the time passing as Yurumi asks if Kimiya is really going to remake the entire cake. Yurumi worries if Kimiya will be able to finish in time while her friends comment that it must be tough for him. Kimiya carries a large, heavy stack of cake parts on his back, struggling to get everything ready for the celebration despite his recent rejection. An idol laughs, hoping Kimiya does not simply crash out in frustration after everything he has done. Yurumi is relieved to see the birthday display arrive, feeling that things are finally getting back to normal. The balloon letters for the birthday message are prepared, indicating the time until the celebration is getting very close. 7 minutes remain until the event starts, and the crowd begins to murmur as they gather in the venue. The fans discuss the fact that they have not heard from Kimiya since he left in the taxi and wonder where he is. Kimiya suddenly appears with his friends, and the group cheers that he has finally arrived. One of the regulars describes how Kimiya was intensely focused while baking the new cake as if he were preparing for a fight. The other fans admire the quality of the cake Kimiya produced, wondering how he managed to make it so well under the circumstances. The fans note that everyone has dressed in black to match Yurumi's theme colors for the birthday. Kimiya tells his friend that he prefers to stay in the back, but the friend insists that they should go get a front row seat because Yurumi is the star of the show. Kimiya looks down at his penlight, recalling that specific day as his friend emphasizes that he absolutely has to be front and center. Kimiya stands in the venue looking down at his feet as he remembers the moment. Kimiya wonders if he can truly behave properly as the ultimate Yuru Oda. Yurumi greets the audience, announcing that they are Merry Universe and telling everyone to enjoy the birthday celebration. Kimiya tears up, overcome with emotion as he watches Yurumi perform on stage. Yurumi strikes a pose, leading Kimiya to mentally marvel at her birthday outfit as a genius creation and a cultural treasure. Yurumi sings into the microphone, declaring that her heart is enriched and that the 4 things she needs in life are food, exercise, sleep, and Yurumi. Kimiya watches Yurumi intently as she performs, struck by her sharp gaze. Kimiya feels illuminated by her presence while noting that she always gets her left and right confused during the dance. Yurumi stumbles during the dance, and she mentally reprimands herself for making the same mistake every time. Kimiya gasps in shock as he watches Yurumi nearly fall during the performance. Yurumi smiles and reaches out toward the audience, admitting to herself that she is obsessed with them. Yurumi sings that she wants the audience, leaving Kimiya completely enthralled by her performance. Yurumi belts out a line about needing her fans as the crowd raises their light sticks in a wild, cheering response. Yurumi performs on stage with energy, her outfit catching the stage lights. Yurumi thinks to herself that she would sacrifice anything and everything for this specific moment as it happens to her. Yurumi realizes that she wants to recklessly pursue Kimiya and knows without a doubt that she needs him. Yurumi stands near the stage monitor, thinking that she cannot say she loves him because she wants to hear those words from him and wonders if she is asking for too much. Yurumi sings softly into the microphone, calling out Kimiya's name. Yurumi leans down toward Kimiya as he holds his penlight, apologizing to him. Yurumi gazes down at Kimiya, her eyes welling up with tears. Kimiya looks back at Yurumi, his eyes filled with emotion.